The Tigers made their biggest splash of free agency this offseason as they inked pitcher Jack Flaherty to a one-year deal. The contract for 2 years and $35 million, 25 of which will be earned this year. 2026 includes an opt-out, and he can increase his salary that season by $10 million if he makes 15 starts this year. This comes less than a year after trading Flaherty away to the Dodgers for prospects Tyrone Lorenzo and Trey Sweeney. Sweeney, of course, a part of the run last year, and Lorenzo ranked as a top 100 prospect in baseball. National Baseball writer Buster Olney says the team is still pursuing third baseman Alex Bregman. It was another fun night for the Wings. (3-2) the final over the Canucks. Patrick Kane returned off the IR and logged 3 shots as well. The U.S. national anthem received boos from Canucks fans before the game in response to the tariffs signed over the weekend. The Pistons beat the Bulls 127-119 at Little Caesars Arena behind 2 double-double performances. Cade Cunningham had 22 points and 15 assists. Jalen Duren logged 21 points and 13 rebounds. Jared Goff earned Pro Bowl offensive MVP honors as well yesterday. The NBA trade deadline heated up over the weekend. Luka Doncic and Anthony Davis switching teams, and now it appears Bulls star Zach LaVine is on the move. He's reportedly heading to the Kings, while Sacramento sends De'Aaron Fox to the Spurs. LaVine having the most efficient season of his career, shooting 51% from the floor while averaging 24 points a game. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for Morgan and 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
What a weekend. Good morning. Happy Monday. A lot of ground to cover today. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. John.
Busy sports weekend.
A lot going on.
Yeah. Who would have thunk it? It's I'll jump right into real quick the Jack Flaherty news. We talk about this all the time here in Detroit because we've been selling so many different teams and seasons, and all of a sudden, hey, It's always brought up, well, could we trade him at the trade deadline because he's on an expiring contract and then re-sign him in the offseason? And it never happens.
It doesn't work that way
until it does.
And, I think it says one thing. It says normally when you're selling, you're going to be losing. They sold and they won, and they're winning people over, like actual MLB free agents over. Now, you got to pay, too, and I'm sure that's a huge part of it, too. But Jack Flaherty's back. That's awesome.
Yeah, and I think he's back for a couple of reasons. One, the money.
Yeah, hello.
That's a few reasons. But I think there's also this sentiment, whether it's the Tigers are on the rise and here to stay for years to come as a playoff contender, or for pitchers, it's just Chris Fetter is the destination. Like an individual, a coach is the destination because of what he's been able to do in getting guys ready for the trade deadline, but basically re-energizing their careers to, past glory years.
So bear with us today. We are going to talk about the thing you want to hear about. We just have to talk about all of it. We got 4 hours to do it. Mm-hmm. Jack Flaherty, that's exciting news. Plus the fact that they're not out on Bregman and can build on it. But I don't want to make everything about Bregman. Flaherty deserves time in and of itself to discuss what that move means for the Tigers. The Red Wings, you heard in the update, they've won 6 in a row now.
Oh, if the season ended today.
They're in the playoffs, John. You know how that makes me feel. So
did
we're
you
excited.
wind up the vehicle this morning? You twist the
yes, John.
the thing on the back that makes it go, and then all of a sudden, hey, you're zooming down the road where the flag's flying.
We had the hamsters working overtime to get that thing on the road today. And I'm loving what we're doing right now. This is great.
You didn't answer my question.
No, I don't have currently the flags flying on the car. Sorry to disappoint you, but I think everybody's feeling good about our hockey team.
Yes.
So they've won 6 in a row. DeBrincat has the OT winner. They were on fumes playing their 3rd game in 4 nights. They were outshot badly in the 3rd period. I think 1 total shot on goal in the 3rd period. But they win. They keep winning. And yes, as you wake up today, the Red Wings are in the playoffs. Pistons.
I did not see that coming. I don't know why I didn't see that coming. You've been itching for that all weekend, I'm sure.
It's right there. Stayed up late on Saturday night. And because I stayed up late on Saturday night, I was awake when this Luka trade happened. More on that in a second. Pistons are in the playoffs. JB Bickerstaff will join us today at 8:35. Pistons head coach deadline coming up on Thursday. Team's got a couple home games this week. Good chance to check in with the Pistons head coach. This Luka thing. Can we talk about this Luka thing?
Oh, my goodness. You said you had stayed up to watch the Wings, and did you see it on the ticker? Did it come across the phone?
Yeah.
I obviously, as most people, woke up on Sunday morning to that news. And I turned on SportsCenter, I'm eating my breakfast, and I see on the bottom line, Luka is traded to the Lakers. And I thought, what world did I wake up in? And I just didn't. No one heard whisper. Nope. No one heard rumor. There wasn't any inkling that this was going down. And then all of a sudden, it hit you in the face. And I was shocked, absolutely shocked.
I thought Shams was hacked. Like when I saw the tweet that night after, I'm like, somebody has his password. This isn't real life. No, Luka's not being traded to the Lakers. You're out of your mind. And then everybody starts going, no, this is real. This is confirmed, can confirm. ESPN tweets it, posts it. It's everywhere. I couldn't believe it.
Best reaction out there was Garza, meaning Luka Garza.
Yeah, right. That would make more sense.
I think it was either Booker or Durant that said that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, and then you try to figure out why. I haven't really seen a good explanation. I can't really make sense of why this happened.
It's because the NBA doesn't want you to know the real reason.
If you do a conspiracy theory right now, it's bad enough I got Valenti arguing that Taylor Swift has a button to alter football games.
Trust me, you don't have to look far to hear about a conspiracy theory or multiple conspiracy theories about why this happened.
Right.
Anywhere from the NBA ratings are down, so the NBA said, hey, the future of the NBA is Luka Garza. He can't be in Dallas. He needs to be in LA.
Luka Doncic.
What's that? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes. Sorry, you got me on it. Yeah. So, Luka needs to be in LA. And so all of a sudden your ears perk up a little bit because I don't know that the return for Dallas is worthy of sending Luka anywhere.
No.
And so maybe it's a ratings, right? You got to find a way to get more eyeballs. Where do you want to have eyeballs? Well, it's on the Lakers. And there were others that thought, that went down the rabbit hole of conspiracies that said, well, they just want to get LeBron one more title before he retires.
One more crack at this.
Yeah, and this in and of itself doesn't, I don't think, get them over the top.
No.
But
it makes them interesting.
The trade deadline is not until Thursday.
Bum, bum.
So who else does the NBA want to send to L.A.?
Okay.
Let's wait and see.
Not to feed this, but the Lakers do have a history of ending up with stars who they didn't draft. Wilt, Kareem, Shaq, depending on what you want to do with Kobe. Technically, they got him on draft night. LeBron and now Luka. These players, they didn't draft them. They ended up getting them anyway. And I don't understand it from the Mavs standpoint because we've seen some attempts at explanation.
Yeah.
Luka was a little chubby. He didn't work out enough. He wasn't committed to his conditioning. And he's 38-8 and had you in the finals last year.
Right.
You weren't sold that he was going to be in Dallas long-term with a max contract looming. Pause. Okay, fine. Shop him to the entire league. The fact that they only shopped him to the Lakers is why the return was so minuscule. John, just to give people context, if Cade Cunningham had been traded for Anthony Davis in a first-round pick, I would be irate. And Luka's far more established than Cade.
Oh, yeah.
Mikal Bridges was traded for 5 first-round picks last summer. And Luka's traded for a 31-year-old, will be 32, and Anthony Davis, who also, by the way, can't stay healthy, and a 2029 first-round pick. It made no sense.
Right. There's an element of Anthony Davis that is similar to Blake Griffin when the Pistons got him.
Yeah.
It's just,
Very
seriously,
much.
you might get a splash at the beginning. They said they did it for defense. Well, they gave up 144 last night. Now, Davis didn't play.
Right.
Like, I don't know if he
was it 91 in the first half?
I don't know if he can prevent 31 points roughly in a game. But seriously, his nickname is Street Clothes.
Yep.
That's what Charles Barkley calls Anthony Davis, Street Clothes. That's awesome, by the way.
Yes.
But I hate the conspiracy thing, but it's hard to, when Jim just said all those things and not shopping around the league, I just don't get it. I don't get it.
And my reaction was because I've talked about Luka on the show here, how I think, we always did the 25 under 25. How good is the future of the NBA? Because a lot of your stars are aging stars. LeBron will eventually retire, and I mean, all of that. But Luka was always kind of the showpiece of those that were, he's currently 25. Mm-hmm. He's not currently playing because of whether it's Achilles or calf, whatever it is. He hasn't played since before Christmas. But he is certainly probably the biggest star. Certainly, probably, get your adjectives right. I think he's certainly the biggest star of those that are 25 or younger.
Yeah.
And I like him. Part of why I like him is he wears 77 as a basketball player.
They traded the alpha NBA superstar in his prime.
Right. And so I'm looking at it going, now I have to, if I want to root for him, I have to root for the Lakers. I can't do it. I can't do it.
By the way, you're going to get another Lakers Celtics here too. That's
right.
another.
That buys into the ratings for the NBA. The ratings have been down. How do we get them up? Well, let's get a Lakers versus Celtics final. LeBron in his final season. Luka, could he get his first title against Boston?
I'd take him in a heartbeat to get out of the West right now. I wouldn't think twice about them beating the Thunder in a 7-game series. You have two A-caliber stars, and you don't get that very often in the NBA. Honestly, what's the greatest? You might have the greatest duo here. Seriously.
It's arguable, yeah. Look, sports world was upside down on Saturday night, and I don't think anybody has put it back together as we sit here on Monday morning. 248-539-9797. We'll dedicate some more time to Jack Flaherty at 6:35, what that move means for him and for the Tigers. 6:50, the Wings. Just how far will they go? But your thoughts on Luka next, 97.1.
Hey, we got a brief warm-up today, but it is still winter. It's going to be cold. Don't let the cold creep into your house. If you need your furnace service today, get it done. Do what I did and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. Plus, there's a 5-year warranty, so you know you are covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle, up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for details or visit mastercraftheating.com.
sitting stunned on Saturday night. This is one of the most shocking trades in all of sports.
Has that ever happened to you where you've been a fan, and not locally, right? Because I think you brought up a great point. If this had happened in Detroit and they traded Cade for Anthony Davis, and you got the same deal, I would have been beside myself.
We'd be livid.
And this is, I mean, Luka is a much more established star. He was in the finals last year. And has there ever been a player that you were a fan of just because they were just so good at what they did, and there really wasn't a lot of controversy surrounding them for really anything, and then all of a sudden they're traded to a team that you just despise?
Because that's what you're going through.
Yeah, I mean, so my wife, I got to be careful. She's not getting back till tonight, so I can say whatever I want right now.
She's a Lakers fan.
She's a huge Lakers fan, and part of it is, right, she grew up, and it was the Kobe era. And so, her brother, her late brother, was a huge Kobe Bryant fan, Lakers fan. So, she holds on to that because it's every time she cheers for the Lakers, it's like she is watching a game with her brother. Yeah. And so I'm very cautious in how I talk about the Lakers at home. But I mean, she also doesn't understand the history that we have with the Lakers and the Bad Boys era, and just they're kind of the evil empire. They're the Alabama, they're the Cowboys, they're whatever you want, the team that you just love to hate.
Because the rest of the league looks at them and goes, well, they got Luka, they got LeBron,
right?
They got Shaq, who they didn't draft. Yeah. He just chooses them. Kareem leaves Milwaukee to go to L.A. Wilt ends up in L.A. Like, they always end up with one of these guys.
They're the Dodgers because they could just spend more money, right? And it's...
But it's not even, you can't spend more money in the NBA. They just win because they're the brand. Because they are the Lakers, and they insist upon themselves. Like, it's very annoying.
It's nauseating. And so now I'm forced with, can I really cheer for Luka? Because if I do, I'm cheering for the Lakers. Like, I can't do it anymore. I just can't.
The deal makes no sense. If the Mavs didn't want to keep him, you shop him to the league because you could have gotten everything. I saw an anonymous GM said they would have given up, quote, everything. Mikal Bridges for 5 first-round picks was last offseason. Luka's worth 10 first-round picks by that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, the idea that they pulled this off in the dead of night without working the market makes no sense at all.
Like, if the Pistons knew he was on the market, could they have made any sort of trade without Cade?
Probably not.
Probably not. Because Anthony Davis he's playing well right now. I don't think the trade...
I would have made that trade.
There's not much...
I would have put Cade in there.
You would have put Cade in?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I probably would have, too. I'm kind of still chewing on that a little bit, but...
Oh, that's not even I don't even know if there's a decision. That's apples and oranges. I would have taken Luka in a heartbeat.
I think I would have, too.
And send you a couple of firsts.
And a couple, players, too. Right?
Sure.
And yet Dallas took street clothes and a 2029
I think the one I would want to
pick.
keep with Luka would have been Duren.
Sure.
Okay, yeah.
The one.
I can't even fathom it. I still can't fathom it. Like, in Detroit sports, our biggest comparison might be when they traded for Miggy or Hasek.
Hasek was surprising to me because I was camping. I come home on a Saturday night and I turn on ESPN. I see it on the bottom line. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
For Kozlov? I think the return might be the comparison there.
Yes.
Although Hasek was at the end of his career. That's the part I can't get past on this, is that Luka, as long as he can just stay in shape here, doesn't have some crazy thing going on in his life that we don't know about or something.
At least a decade.
He's got a 10-year run as an NBA first-team All-Star.
Yeah.
I just can't believe that was available.
And
that doesn't become available in a trade. Once in a while it hits free agency. It never becomes available in a trade.
And I'd like to stress that this Luka that they don't like very much because he's out of shape was 38-8 and had them in the NBA Finals a year ago. So pudgy, out of shape Luka is one of the 3 best players in the sport. Imagine if at any point he gets a little more serious about his diet as he gets older. I mean, come on, guys, trading him away for a song.
How about this on Twitch? If the NBA really was rigged for viewers, they might go Lakers versus Cavs.
Oh, I saw that.
LeBron, in potentially his final season, faces off against the team where his NBA career began. I mean, okay, insert any team in the East versus LeBron. Obviously, the Celtics, the market, the 2-time, they're going for back-to-back titles, and you'll have increased viewers. or Cleveland. That's a great take.
248-539-9797. We have a lot to do on today's show. Luka will make an appearance as we continue that conversation. We'll also get into Jack Flaherty. Jack is back, John. It's after Heather's news.
Well, last night were the Grammy Awards, and the Grammys were just as much about the LA fires as they were about music. So the show even ended with local firefighters being brought on stage so that the crowd obviously could cheer for them. They also announced Album of the Year, which Beyonce took home for Cowboy Carter. It was Beyonce's first win in this category, despite 4 previous nominations. And either way, she's the most awarded and nominated artist in Grammy history. Cowboy Carter also won Best Country Album, which is pretty cool. Now, in addition to honoring first responders, the show raised more than $7 million just from viewers watching at home. So they were raising a lot of money for the victims of the California wildfires, which is pretty cool. Sunday was a big day for groundhogs. Man, groundhogs everywhere were just emerging from their burrows to decide, am I going to see my shadow or am I not?
Yeah.
So let's see. Did you know that we have an official groundhog here in Michigan?
I did. I can't remember the...
Woody.
Yes.
He emerged from his burrow and he said, you know what? We're going to get an early spring, which is great news for us Michiganders, right? He did not see his shadow. However, the big guy, Puxatawny Phil, who everybody knows about, he emerged and he saw his shadow, which means
cast a bigger shadow.
Yeah, we're going to have, several more weeks
yeah.
of winter. Womp womp.
I don't know. That's conflicting reports to me.
It is.
Yeah.
And then if you want to know... what meteorologists think, if you really want an early spring, they say, get out of town and head to Florida. Like, we're not getting one.
Spring already?
yeah, exactly. Like, if that's what you want, go for
Head
it.
to
Go
SoCal,
travel.
Florida, Arizona.
Did we have to get a meteorologist opinion on that? I could have told you that. Go somewhere warm if you want it to be warm.
Yes.
Come on.
Flip a coin.
I know. Tragic news over this weekend. The family of that little boy who died on Friday in a hyperbaric chamber explosion has hired Feiger Law Firm to represent them. A spokesperson for the firm says the explosion was an unimaginable tragedy. Immeasurable loss, says that they will investigate every aspect of this matter and will report their findings in due time. I think you probably all heard about it. It's news that obviously sent shockwaves over the state and Metro Detroit. But I mean, I saw the story everywhere. I mean, I saw it in people. It rocked the nation. The tragedy happened at the Oxford Center in Troy Friday morning. We don't know exactly what this little 5-year-old Thomas Cooper was being treated for, but he was in that hyperbaric chamber when it exploded. His mother, standing right next to it, was also injured. Her arms were injured. Just devastating. The cause of the explosion is under investigation by the Troy Fire Department. Oh, man. This year's Faster Horses Music Festival that takes place here in Michigan has been canceled. So organizers released a statement on Friday afternoon that said, "Dear fans, we have made the decision to pause Faster Horses in 2025. We are taking the year to make plans for a bigger and better Faster Horses for our fans who deserve the absolute best." They say that, hey, we love our friends at the Michigan International Speedway. We love the community. We love all those behind the scenes. And they hope that, we continue to have live music here in Michigan. Bummer for those who go, but it sounds like there's several reasons that could be contributing to this. I guess there's been this general downturn in people attending these big music festivals. This was a 3-day festival. I guess Coachella last year, it was hard for them to sell out tickets. The cost of tickets is rising, which is hard for people to go. And they're having trouble finding fresh headline acts as well. So
it's disappointing. And it's disappointing that, one, as fans, we don't get a chance to experience it. It's also disappointing. There's a lot of local businesses that really counted on that and even the lead up to those 3 days.
Definitely. Michiganders have some of the cleanest mouths in America. And I don't mean like we don't swear a lot, like not that type of clean, like literal clean, like we're taking good care of our oral hygiene is what the data shows.
That's because they all listen to Jim.
I know. They're getting to the dentist on time. So data from, on dental habits, on oral health was collected, and Michigan was one of the top 5 states with the healthiest mouth. So Illinois, number 1, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, number 4, and Connecticut came out on the top 5. Those with the dirtiest mouths, Arkansas, last place, Mississippi, West Virginia, Texas, and Louisiana.
Jokes write themselves.
Mississippi is always last.
Yes. Where was West Virginia, did you say?
They were at number 49.
Oh,
so,
49?
yeah.
Yes.
Not surprising.
Yes. The inventors of the toothbrush. Everywhere else it would have been the teeth brush. I get you every time on that one.
Heather with the news.
The dad jokes continue.
Jack is back. Flaherty in a Tiger uniform. We'll talk about it next. 97.1. What was that, Ken? One more time, Ken. Oh, it just sounds so good. Long way to go, but a big win again for the Red Wings, who are now officially in the playoffs.
Weren't we here the last year?
John, we were.
Okay.
But doesn't it feel a little different? We'll talk about it at 6:50. Doesn't it feel a little different?
What are you pointing at me for, Tom? I just brought up the obvious.
We'll get to the obvious. First, Jack Flaherty's back. John, your reaction? This never happens. You trade a player away at the deadline, and then you get him back in the offseason. It's a huge win for Scott Harris, who added Trey Sweeney, a top 100 hitting prospect, makes the playoffs without Flaherty, and then re-signs him.
How many times have we said, whether it's here or in other radio lives, hey, he's on an expiring contract. You could send him over there, get something in return, which they did. And then we always say, well, in the offseason, he could come back. And they never do. And then Jack Flaherty returns. And this is shaping up to be maybe the best pitching staff in all of Major League Baseball. Obviously, you've got the best pitcher in Major League Baseball in Tarek Skubal. And then you start piecing together some of these other pieces. Now, you've got to see it. It's going to have to happen. And it's going to have to be paired with some run support. And hopefully, they're not done adding there.
Right. Buster Olney with the update that they are still in on Alex Bregman. The Tigers are still pursuing Bregman. They do need bats. Flaherty makes a lot of sense. He has the familiarity with Fetter. They unlocked something special a year ago. They did the pitching chaos, but you got to get through 162, and I think they know that, which is why you invest in someone like Flaherty. I mean, to be fair, is Jackson Jobe going to be on the opening day roster? And if he is, are we really going to believe that there's no innings limit or restriction on a young arm? Like, you need some horses at the top of your rotation, and Flaherty was that last season. And the deal, yeah, it's another one of these short-term deals, but I get it for a player who's been inconsistent, right? I mean, at worst, this is a 2-year commitment for the Tigers. Well,
there's some protections for the player and the team.
Yeah,
and these are great deals because the team is protected. And I mean, okay, so what is it? 15 games that he has to start, and there's things change for 26.
The structure for Jack Flaherty, it's a 2-year, $35 million contract, but it does have that bonus in there. So it's $25 million this year, and then he can choose to opt out. The guaranteed salary for 2026 is only $10 million, but it can get as high as 20 if he starts 15 games this season. He is likely going to opt out of even 20 because it'd be a pay cut in year 2 unless he gets injured or struggles. So it's really to his benefit more than the team. But from the Tigers' standpoint, this isn't some 5-year commitment for an inconsistent arm. And if he pitches well, which is everybody's belief, he pitched very well here a year ago, you're going to get a phenomenal year. He'll opt out, and then you can restructure from there and try to keep him. It would be clear he'd have pitched 2 years here, and you'd have a real shot.
Yeah, and I mean, so in 23, he pitched 29 games for 2 teams. And in 24, he pitched 28 games for 2 teams.
Yeah.
Now you get a chance because he is technically on a 2-year deal. It doesn't sound like he would be a guy that would be on the trading block if things don't go well. He could be for a 3rd year in a row, but it's just simply, can they find enough offense to make a go at things?
Yeah, I mean, you know how this conversation is going to go. We're going to talk about the same guy, but it doesn't even have to be exclusively Bregman. The Tigers have one of the best farm systems in all of baseball. If for some reason Bregman is being offered the most years and money by the Tigers and refuses to come here, then you make a trade. And Harris has said recently, this offseason, that they will do that.
Yeah, all options are on the table.
So, yes, maybe we could set the Bregman thing aside here. You know how I feel. I know how you feel. The audience has weighed in. Yes, we all want Alex Bregman, get it done today. And maybe Flaherty shows good faith that they're going to spend a little bit
so that
and that they want to win a little bit, and maybe that greases the skids. And if not, then you still have to address it in some way.
I mean, this is a guy who's going to play once every 5 games. But they did pay the man. So is this a sign that even we have been talking about we're out of patience. We're out of patience for a team that has struggled for so long. They make the playoffs last year. They'd make a historic run, and then we wanted shock and awe this offseason. We haven't gotten shock and awe. It's been more of a slow drip, but they have made some additions, and by all accounts, they are still in the sweepstakes for Bregman. And maybe it's just, hey, AJ, you need to sell him on Detroit. You need to sell him for being here, because it doesn't sound, to me, this sounds more like he just doesn't want to come to Detroit. He would like to go anywhere but.
If Detroit does have the best offer on the table, that is the only conclusion you could draw. And I say if because we haven't seen numbers, and Boris clients typically take the most money. We don't have a firm update on Bregman today. The Tiger rotation for next season, though, John, if you start to map this out, Tarek Skubal, Jack Flaherty, 1-2 punch at the top. That's pretty great. Reese Olson is your 3.
Yeah.
Alex Cobb, probably your 4.
Yeah.
And then it's got to be Job, Mize, some kind of 5th. Am I missing somebody?
Job.
Well, Job's
I know.
Job's not pitching 200 innings this year. I hate to break it to people.
Maeda?
Oh, sorry. Maeda's still on this team.
I'm sorry.
No. I mean, he's one of their most expensive players next season.
Yeah, but did they find a way to maximize where he is in his career by making him a middle reliever?
A low leverage reliever, probably.
Yeah. I doubt that yet. I think they're going to give him another shot. Just my hunch.
Okay,
he took it really personal what happened, and I think he has probably worked harder than most guys would in the offseason to try to salvage. He was embarrassed. It's the whole Japanese kind of heritage respect thing that a lot of those guys have, that he took it like way more personal than most guys. So I think they're going to give him a shot. Who knows? He might not make it out of spring if he looks bad.
Right.
I honestly think right now with this and Cobb that I'm not quite sure Job's on the opening day roster. And I got to loosely ask you here because I don't know the answer. Did he start his clock by being up in the postseason?
I don't believe so, no.
So they could
do the service time manipulation. Job could be up in May.
Yeah. I think that's on the table right now.
Oh, I think so too.
Then what you do there is you save his innings for later in the year.
Yep. Makes sense to me.
And I'm fine with that, I think.
This is not like any smarm. I don't have an issue with it. Especially if you can justify a real 5-man rotation without him.
Right.
Which you're one step closer to with Jack Flaherty.
It seems like, and I said this, they have put together a really good pitching staff again, and it has taken some time. And I just urge Tigers fans to, again, still be patient and let spring training get here. Let the season begin, because if Bregman is going to sign, it doesn't mean he signs by the 12th. When pitchers and catchers report. It doesn't mean he even signs by the 22nd, which is the first game, spring training game that they're going to have. It doesn't mean that he even signs at the beginning of the year. We saw guys not sign until a week or two in that were Boris clients.
Right, but you're sitting here in a window right now pretty soon where if you want them and you're playing this cat and mouse game, the second an injury happens, you have exposed yourself, because if that's what you got to start watching, once the games start, especially, you guys usually don't get hurt in spring training warm-ups and all that leading up to spring training games. But if you see an injury and the Tigers are going to go after him and all of a sudden somebody has a need, especially a big contender, that's a Scott Harris big.
How much? I'm curious to our listeners as well, though, if the numbers are what we think they are, most money, most years, yet he doesn't want to come to Detroit. Do you really care to up the ante and make him want to be here if he doesn't want to be here? Like we went through that with a Pistons coach, and I don't. Maybe it's different for a player, but if he doesn't honestly want to be here, how much do you actually want him here?
John, for context, Chapman signed on March 2nd last year.
Right.
So we're still a month out from that. So, yeah. I mean, as long as this thing has dragged on, and as much as I think we all want it to be over with. We want him here, but we also want it over with. It could still go on another month.
Well, spring games start the 22nd.
I know John's got it in his email every day. Countdown until the
countdown. Yep.
It's like the Georgia clock in the Michigan locker room, right?
9 days till pitchers and catchers. 248-539-9797. The latest, Jack Flaherty. As a ticket texter puts it, this is a big boy move. It's awesome. Texter Dave in Detroit says, I want to be greedy, though. Had Bregman, and I think this team can win the Central. I think we're all on the same page there. Red Wings in the playoffs next, 97-1.
Hey, Super Bowl 59. It's this Sunday, one game, two teams, endless possibilities, and there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who's going to take home the MVP, or who's going to win the coin toss, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every single moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump into the action, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from the moment it kicks off to the final whistle. Plus, to make Super Bowl even sweeter, make the Super Bowl even sweeter, new customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you're going to get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit, and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Music to our ears. Ken Cal on the call. Everything's going well right now.
Yeah.
Pistons are above 500. JB Bickerstaff will join us in the 8 o'clock hour, Piston head coach. Tigers add Jack Flaherty. Jack is back. It's basically a one-year deal, but $25 million for that first year, and then he's got an option beyond that. Still need bats, but spending a little bit of money, keep pushing this in the right direction. And then our hockey team, John. How about our Red Wings?
Trending towards those 4 teams. All 4 major sports being playoff teams in one 12-month period. It's been a fun ride, obviously with some low moments.
Yeah.
Not making the NFC Championship game, being one of them, having to watch the Super Bowl this weekend, being one of them. But there's a little bit of salve for those open wounds because the Wings, since they made the coaching change, are on this blistering pace. And the Pistons, now that we are confirmed, I'm sure you guys talked about it on Friday, that Cade is an all-star.
Certifiable.
And they're way out kicking their coverage and outperforming anything that we thought this team was possible of this year. And we're just having a good time. Enjoy every minute of it.
Wings are 14-4-1 since the coaching change.
Yeah, talk about blister. I mean, that's the definition of a blistering pace.
7 in a row and now 6 in a row. 2 prolonged stretches of effing hockey. And John, you've already kind of teased me, we were here a year ago and they didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Doesn't it feel like this is different? Or maybe you're not there yet. Maybe it's too familiar. But I think this is not Lalonde who let them languish. This is McClellan who, when they lose, snap right back and go on a run. They're playing much better hockey in basically every measurable way. Power play, penalty kill, goals against. Only 2 allowed each game, 2 or fewer in each of these wins. Everything's better.
So, and maybe it is just trying to get over the narrative of how this season started. I felt like last year's roster was built more to finish the thing last year and be a playoff hockey team. But they didn't have the coaching. Obviously, they didn't have the coaching to go along with it. Now it feels like they've got the coaching, and is the roster just good enough to be able to get in? So that's where I'm going through in my mind. Do I think that they're going to be a playoff team? And I ultimately, yes, I do think that they're going to be in the playoffs. I think this is something that we can trust. The results are trustable at this point.
Yeah, because it's not a hot week or a 2-week stretch. They've gone out on the road. They're ripping through Western Canada right now. I mean, this is more than a month now of Todd McClellan hockey. It's, the other thing too, John, is it's younger players that are leading the way, which to me are players that have more. They have another gear they haven't even tapped into. And so I look at Casper on the first line. I look at Johansson playing with Edvinsson, 2 rookies in the top 4. I look and I see young players, Berggren getting a little more involved offensively. And I think, I don't know why they have to go backwards, why they have to slow down here.
Well, and here's why I think it's trustable. And this is something I have said since they made the coaching change, and they were on that first 7-game win streak, is what happens when they lose? How do they respond?
Yeah.
And they did that. They lost to San Jose. They went down to Florida and got a win.
Reigning Stanley Cup champions on the road.
Yeah. And then it was the road trip that was that first win, and then it was three losses in a row. Ugly. Where they just, they couldn't find a way to put the puck in the net. They weren't getting shots. It just, they got outscored, 11-3 in those 3 games. How are they going to respond? And they did at home, but then I asked the question last week, how are they going to respond when they go on this West Coast trip? And it's been 3 wins in a row, and they've got Seattle, tomorrow night. Yeah. So it's, and they took care of Seattle at home back in January. That's where I wanted to see if are the results enough to be trustworthy. And if not everything is going to be sunshine and roses. They're going to lose. Yeah. Even though your overreaction was they weren't. We all know that was a little bit facetious, but they're a team that has been able to respond, a coaching staff that has been able to respond, a coaching staff that has been able to tinker, to motivate and get guys to do what they need them to do to win hockey games.
Yeah, so many guys have taken their game to the next level. Raymond continues to take this next step in his
The
career.
quiet star no one's talking about.
Exactly. Larkin. So much weight was on this guy's shoulders. I think just by everybody kind of stepping up and taking some off of his shoulders, he's played some really good hockey. The Edmonton game last Thursday, he won 24 faceoffs, and he scored a goal, and he was a shootout winner. They've got everything humming, and you're right. They may lose to Seattle. I mean, this is a long road trip. They played 3 and 4 nights. They were kind of on fumes last night and still stole one. And they may lose to Seattle at the end of this road trip. I don't know that they're going to win every single game as much as I joked about it. They also have a big layoff coming up, which will be the next thing where that may cool down the hottest team in hockey, and you're going to have to build it back up. It's not going to come easy. This East is log jammed. It could be any number of teams that, you're in right now, but it could be four or five other teams that buy or add or get hot that you're going to have to fight tooth and nail to the finish line.
Well, and here's what I want for this week. It just because it seems like there's so much of the season left and so much can happen, and we know what happened last year. Leading up to the 2-week break, 2 games left. Tuesday at Seattle, at home against Tampa on Saturday. Then they go on a 2-week vacation.
Yeah.
Just at a minimum, split the difference.
Yep.
That's it. We would all love to see them be 2-0 this week, which would put them at 8 wins going into the break. That is ideal. At a minimum, split the difference and keep some momentum going into the break.
Yeah, because if you lose the last game of the road trip, but you win the home game and you go, all right, boys, see you in 2.
Yeah.
Or if you beat Seattle and you win through Western Canada, but you know what, you're just kind of, hey, you drop that one right before the break. All right, hey, no big deal. And on a loss, and now we can reset and regroup.
Yeah, you get 2 weeks because the final push is going to be, hey, it is everything you got. Final push. You get 2 weeks to be able to somewhat rest up and tinker with things a little bit more so that you can make that playoff push.
I do think it's different. I said in our little prep email yesterday, my 51, 51 or 49 or whichever way, I think they're making the playoffs, and it might be more than 51 real soon. The thing is that it's more than the coach bump now.
Yep.
That you had your little swoon there with the 3-game losing streak, but you've bounced back. He's got them playing different. They have the most points in hockey since he replaced Alone. There's enough sample size now. It's over a month. They've given up 9 goals in a 6-game winning streak.
Yeah, I think
that's where that's where things are different.
So someone will point out that they can't stay this hot, and that person is right. But they don't have to be the best team in hockey the rest of the way.
Because they've gotten themselves back there so fast and accelerated to a point where they're a point behind the Senators for 3rd place in the division, which means they're a point behind facing the Toronto Maple Leafs in a 7-game series.
Would love that.
That would be unbelievable.
Facing Toronto in the playoffs.
You want to get you a little aroused this morning? Think about that. Chew on that. They're 1 point away from playing the Toronto Maple Leafs in a 7-game series.
Careful, you say that with my partner here. He's such a wings guy. He might.
I can't stand up right now.
We could get the Toronto train going, right? Like we had the Lions to New Orleans.
Right.
We get the Toronto train. The train's a big thing going back and forth.
It'll be great. Fans
Hopefully they'll allow us in.
God, yeah. Booing each other's anthems. More on that later. Got to get there first. 248-539-9797. It's a great question. The Wings keep winning. How far will they go? I started looking up the 2019 Blues last night to tell you just how excited I've been getting about this. But seriously, last year they did this to us and they missed. Do you feel like it's different? How far will they go? Tell us your reasons. It's next. It's 97.1.
After being traded away at the deadline last season, Jack Flaherty has inked a 2-year deal worth $35 million with the Tigers. That was Flaherty on foul territory a couple weeks ago. Year 2 of his deal includes an opt-out and a chance for a $10 million raise if he hits 15 starts this year. The Red Wings extended their winning streak to 6 with a 3-2 overtime win of the Canucks. Alex DeBrincat scored his fourth game-winning goal of the season. In overtime, as overtime was ticking to a close, Patrick Kane also made his return from the IL. The boos in response to tariffs imposed on Canada by President Trump over the weekend before the game during the national anthem. The Pistons sent the Little Caesars Arena crowd home happy as well. 127-119 the final over the Bulls, who played without star and leading scorer Zach LaVine. LaVine appears to be heading to the Red Hot Kings in a trade as well. Cade Cunningham struggled to score at first, but finished with 22 points and 15 assists. Ohio State offensive coordinator Chip Kelly heading back to the NFL. Pete Carroll snatching him away to be the next Raiders offensive coordinator. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Ticket text phone calls talking about our Red Wings, who are officially, currently, as of today, a playoff hockey team. And they've won 6 in a row. They've won 14 of the, 19 games since McClellan took over. We're a month plus. This doesn't feel like just a coaching bump. It doesn't feel like just a hot hockey team. It feels like a good hockey team. And the question is, how far will this go? And maybe some of you are jaded from last year. Maybe you don't quite believe it yet. Let us know whether you believe or don't believe in what's happening right now with this hockey team.
So what were they last year? At their peak, they were 9 above the cut line?
Yeah, much better position than they are today, and they missed.
Right. And so I think there is caution in regards to where they are, what they're doing. And I do believe that there's more fact, there's more truth in what they've been able to do since Christmas. But there's still some, and I'm not going to blame any hockey fans, Red Wings fans that are still cautious. But here's the other thing. Tom brought this up. They're 1 point back of Ottawa right now, who is third in the Atlantic. They're only 5 back of Toronto. Now, I'm not going to get wild and crazy and say they are able to get to that point, but I mean, they've made 5 points up in the last couple of weeks against different teams and different competition, but they do have a chance to not just be above the cut line, but they can actually be in a non-wild card spot.
Look, in hockey, you get in and you don't know what's going to happen. There is that ultimate lightning in a bottle story that I think we'll start to cling to if they keep winning, John. The 2019 St. Louis Blues. And I was just curious. I went back and looked last night. I go, what exactly happened with that team? Everybody knows they were in last place and would go on to win the Stanley Cup. On December 31st, they were 15-18-4. They had already fired their coach. They'd made a coaching change. They went 30-10-5 the rest of the way. No major moves at the deadline. They had a nobody in goal. They had no stud forward. Tarasenko was their best, goal scorer, 130 goal scorer. They won multiple game sevens, and they won the whole thing. Now, I'm not sitting here today in early February. You got to make the playoffs first. But I do think you see this in hockey, where if a team isn't just hot, but they sustain it, that's kind of what this feels like, is a team that is going to be able to play really good hockey the rest of the way. Yeah,
and some of, obviously it's better defense, but you bring up the goalie that the Blues had, and it was nobody, right?
Binnington in his first real season of NHL play.
What are your thoughts on McClellan's rotation in the net? Because, and obviously back-to-back games, you're going to see both guys. Both guys have played better. Is it just simply they are seeing things, reacting to things, they're playing better? How much of it is the defense?
I think a lot of it is the defense. I mean, the rotation's no different than what Lalone was doing, staggering the goalies. But I think when you possess the puck more,
yeah, obviously, yeah,
then there's less high.
The best defense is good offense,
and they're blocking shots. Like, think about this too. In Calgary, they blocked 23 shots. I think it was 19 two nights prior in Edmonton. And 19's a lot. 18 is the most a team averages per game in hockey. And they went 19, 19, 23 on those 3 games there. They're blocking shots. They're taking away the high-quality chances. And I do think the goalies are building some confidence. Remember, last year it was Lyon and Reimer. And I feel like Talbot's been an upgrade, and I think Lyon hasn't had the pressure of being the number one goalie, and they've been able to feed off of each other. It's everything. It's funny how this works. And, John, you know this. Like, winning becomes contagious. Confidence builds. Everything just grows from there, and it's every area of hockey they've improved.
And the biggest thing, and one of the biggest things in all of sports is being able to play with confidence. And it feels like this team, whether it's you're talking about Lyon or Talbot, or you're talking about Lucas Raymond, Mo Sider, like some of the young talent, or even Patrick Kane, DeBrincat last night with the winner in OT. Like, they are playing with loads of confidence.
Yeah.
And that in of itself is a huge difference from what we saw in the first 30 games of the season. Like, there was no one on this team that took the ice that you felt had confidence in what they were doing or what the team was doing.
Yeah, Wings have won 6 in a row. They've held their opponent to 2 or fewer goals in all 6 of those games. Mm-hmm. Some of that is the defense. Some of it I really do think the goalies have had to step up. Like, they didn't possess the puck a ton in the third period of either game. Calgary, Vancouver, back-to-back Saturday, Sunday, less than 24 hours between games. They needed their goalie at the end of both of those games. It's not like they were bailing them out, possessing the puck. It's just everything is going in the right direction right now. And to what end? Where are you guys at? 248-539-9797. Jason in Royal Oak, good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. This is Jason from Royal Oak, the 44-year-old Michigan undergrad that called a couple months ago.
Oh, yeah. Hey, how's school going?
Hey, man, I'm very happy. It's a tough semester, but we're going to get through it.
All right.
I'm very excited. I think a 5 or a 6 seed is a realistic goal for this team. Depending on how hot we get, I think a 4 seed is maybe even in the cards. What I particularly like is that we are playing a possession offense in their zone. It harkens back to the Russian 5. I'm not saying we're there yet, but it does, because the longer we keep the puck in their zone, the less line changes they have. Their players get tired. Also, we got rid of that stodgy 1-3-1 power play, and we're scoring. Our power play was already good. I think 6th in the league. Now we're up to 3rd. I think 2nd, as a matter of fact. I like that. I like that our younger guys, Marco Kasper, Simon Edvinsson is developing a bit of an angry streak. I like that. The younger guys are developing faster under McClellan as well. So I think a 5-6 seed is a realistic goal, and I don't think 4 is out of the question. Have a great morning, fellas.
Appreciate it, Jason.
Too,
yeah. Seeding is weird because of the wild card in the divisions, but I understand his point. Like, they don't have to be a fringe playoff team,
right,
if they keep this up. Ticket Texter says, I'm not good with math or words, but the fact that we are, quote, officially in the playoffs is already different. See you in the first round, boys. That's from Sean.
Yes, officially in the playoffs as of now.
Not the same as a clinch.
Right.
But now officially. Take it up with Ken Cal. Texter says, should they start resting players?
Right. When you hear Ken and we talk about waking up this morning and they're in the playoffs, okay, let's enjoy the ride, and hopefully this goes much better through the month of March.
Well, that's what someone said. We just can't collapse in March again. That's the only thing holding this team back. It's been since 98 since the Wings swept Western Canada on a road trip. That's Rich in a truck. John, what happened in 98?
Well, they had a pretty good season.
Mm-hmm. This one says, we can't forget the Wings had a wild card spot last year, all but locked up. Can't have another bad March. Albert Johansson has been the difference. Lalone barely played him, and now he's a top 4 defenseman on the team. Yeah, I think in getting more out of him.
Yeah.
And I think some of this, not that I want anybody to get injured ever, but the fact that Petrie hasn't been in the lineup, that swap, Johansson going to another level and not having the mistakes from Petrie, I think both those things have been beneficial. This one says, what's crazy is the Wings are in a playoff spot, and they're probably the worst team in the city right now. What a great time for Detroit.
Are they the worst team in the city right now? I mean, obviously it's between, I don't know. I don't necessarily think they're the worst team in the city.
They are 27, 21, and 5. Those 5 overtime losses are still losses, so they're effectively 1 game over 500, right?
Right.
Which is where the Pistons are
right
too.
now.
Yeah,
I mean, you're splitting hairs if we're talking about,
in the East is more difficult in hockey, especially at the middle and bottom as compared to the NBA. Yeah, I don't know. You're splitting hairs. I think the Wings may be a little better, but I'm not mad at anybody who would argue it's the Pistons.
Hey, we're talking about the possibility of having 4 playoff teams.
It's never happened. From our research, it's never happened,
and it could continue. Like, I mean, that because we talk about Flaherty, we talk about what the Tigers are doing. I think we all believe that the Lions will continue a playoff run. Can the Tigers do it as well? And obviously, we have to still get there with our winter sports teams.
Yeah. Texter says it's sunshine and roses or sunshine and glory holes. Steve in a truck.
I think it was Smiles and Glory Holes.
Smiles. I
Yeah,
think was
Smiles
the
and Glory Holes.
Jerry
So,
Jones quote. Speaking of the Tigers, they added Jack Flaherty, which is maybe the reason people are excited today. Texter says, you forgot Montero as a 5th or 6th starter. Several notes on Montero. How does he fit in this rotation? Listen, you're going to need more than 5 arms to get through 162 games.
Yeah.
And they used him as a bullpen guy late in the year. I think he'll be a flex piece.
Sure. I mean, is he a guy that can come in and start? Yeah.
Yep.
Is he a guy that could, be a 3 innings eater?
Yep.
Yeah.
You guys are forgetting about Matt Manning. At one point, he was our top rotation, one of our top 2 rotation guys.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on him?
I think he'd be a nice trade chip.
I agree.
And I don't mean like you're going to get a lot for him, but someone else might say, hey, we need pitching depth in the org.
Yeah.
He's
And you have,
long,
you're right.
and
It
he was
seems like you have a wealth of riches right now.
Yeah, could he be a piece in a bigger trade? Like if they don't get Alex Bregman, we've had some ticket texters blowing up our line about Bohm, the third baseman for the Phillies, who was reportedly on the block early in the offseason. If they're serious about moving him, Tigers have the capital to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
Texter says on Bregman, if they don't get Bregman, would you be okay with Jace Young for Arenado? Al on the way to work. Arenado has a no trade. If he's open to coming here.
Sure. I mean, he'd be wanting to have to waive, obviously.
And I don't know that you're giving up Young for him. I don't know what the market says for Arenado at this point.
It's really hard to figure out the baseball market, especially with so many of the quote-unquote big-name free agents still being out there.
If the Wings make a trade with the Maple Leafs for a Canadian player, will there be a tariff put on him? On the ticket text. Have to sort that out. 248-539-9797.
Amazing.
The latest on where the Tigers stand with Bregman after signing Jack Flaherty. We'll get to that next. And the Luka trade that threw sports upside down Saturday night. That's at 7:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury attorney of any sorts or a personal injury is, in fact, personal. And you need an injury attorney like David Feminino, who has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminino. So if you have or anyone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Bear with us. There's a lot to talk about today. We got a long show. We'll hit on all of it. Tigers add Jack Flaherty. What does it mean for Bregman? The latest here in just a second. The Luka trade that flipped sports on its head Saturday night. We'll talk about that at 7:35. We've been talking about the Red Wings. 6 in a row. Where's this headed? If you missed any of that, you can go back and rewind. John, on the Jack Flaherty side of things, it's effectively a 1-year deal.
Sure.
With an opt-out in year 2. It'd be a pay cut in year 2. It basically exists as like an insurance for him if he were to, want that for any reason.
Right. Or if he gets hurt this year and doesn't opt out, it's a protection that you could get a better next year out of him.
Potentially. When he signed that deal, $25 million for this season, some people thought, is there enough money for Bregman? Are they in? Are they out? What's going on with Alex Bregman? Does this mean that they've moved on from Alex Bregman? Buster only says even after adding Flaherty, the Tigers are one of the teams still in the mix for Alex Bregman.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, we've talked about where they are in terms of spending, and I mean, even if they do the Bregman for the maximum amount that has been talked about, along with Jack Flaherty, they're still not going to be a top 15 spending team, and so yes, the answer is there's still plenty of room there for Bregman if they can come to terms and Bregman wants to be here.
Yeah.
And I think that's a key component of this. Alex Bregman, does he truly want to be in Detroit, play baseball for the Tigers and wear the Old English D? And if you're just throwing more money at him to convince him, yes, you do want to be here, what are you getting for a guy that maybe he doesn't?
Heart's not in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I think the Tigers' top priority is Alex Bregman because they haven't pivoted to anybody else yet. They went into this offseason and we all acknowledge they need plural, multiple bats, or at least a high-impact guy, right? They added Gleyber Torres, but everybody felt like that was not enough at the time. Nothing against Gleyber, but hey, you're going to need to add a little more at the plate. If they don't get Bregman, they could always trade for somebody. But the fact that they aren't trading for anybody right now means that they want to see what happens with Bregman.
Sure.
He is their top priority. They don't have to give up any prospects to get him. It's simply a money question. If they believe they have the best offer or one of the most competitive offers, they want to stick it out before they would pivot to anybody else. And I think that's just kind of where we're at in limbo for the offseason. I think Flaherty's a good move.
Oh, I think it's a great move.
I just think it's tough to put the whole offseason into context until are they adding enough offensively? Because last year they had more than enough pitching without Jack Flaherty. It's great to add him. It's great that they're trying to win. It's a great win move for this season. I don't care that it's only a 1-year deal. He's got some inconsistencies in his past. You take risk out of it, plug him in this lineup. You got to get through 162 games. He makes you better. I'm not at all upset at Flaherty. If anything, it actually looks really good for Scott Harris, who got something for Flaherty. Got their shortstop, potentially their starting shortstop, and Lorenzo, and gets him back, and made the playoffs without him. No, Scott Harris looks great in all this, but they're going to need to add some bats. And I think that's kind of where I hold off on celebrating just yet, right? Because we want to see that they finish this offseason out the right way with another bat, Bregman or otherwise.
Tell me how excited you would be if you woke up tomorrow morning and this was the headline. They sign Bregman and move on from Javi.
Oh, that's a Christmas in February, dude.
Oh my
Seriously.
God! But what I'm saying is, I don't necessarily think now it's not going to happen in the same day. But they've hedged their bet on Javi in regards to he needs to show that the surgery made a difference, and I don't know if the surgery is going to do anything to the strike zone for him. Maybe. I just don't.
Is he getting LASIK?
Right. I don't think it has the hip bone's not connected to the eye bone. But I do think that there is a world where, and I put it all in one day, where they do sign Bregman, they work things out, and that sometime during spring training, they say, you know what, Javi, it's not, we don't think you're the player that we signed you as originally. We're going to work this out.
So on Bregman, I still think the holdup is that the fact that the 5 years for 155 got out and then got turned down by them is just a killer PR-wise.
Turned down by the Astros.
Yes. Yeah. So the fact if he takes less than that, that's a bad look for Scott Boras. So I think there's some tangling going on here or whatever in terms of Well, maybe it ends up being 4 and 140. Then all of a sudden the agent can sell that because there's more per year, just one less year. Yeah. I do think as this lingers that other teams potentially come and play for injury because spring training is starting, and especially when games start on February 22nd. But also, he may just do the bet on himself. It's happening more in sports. What if he just takes a 1-year deal?
But if he takes a 1-year deal, I think he's more likely to take it in a more favorable ballpark for number purposes.
Exactly.
Not necessarily even a winner. I mean, Detroit beat Houston last year, but he might think he can put up better numbers at Minute Maid. Or he might think if he goes to Fenway, he can put up better numbers on a 1-year prove it.
That's what I'm a little fearful of.
Yeah, me too.
Is that he could just suddenly say, kind of like pull the Carlos Correa in some ways and just say, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to go play where I can inflate my numbers and then get a bigger long-term deal next year.
We've got Tigers in the mix. We've been talking Red Wings. Piston head coach J.B. Bickerstaff is going to join us coming up in a little over an hour. 8:35, we'll talk about the Pistons who won back-to-back games at home. They have a winning record now on the season. They're ahead of schedule. We'll talk to JB coming up in just over an hour. Let's get to Heather's news.
Yeah, so it was a big night for Beyonce at the Grammys last night. Her album, Cowboy Carter, won Album of the Year. She's been nominated in the category 4 times before, but this was her first win. So very big night for her. She was awarded her trophy by members of the LA Fire Department who were honored during the show. Other winners, Kendrick Lamar, who we're going to get to see perform the halftime show, won Song and Record of the Year for Not Like Us. Chappell Roan won Best New Artist. And also viewers at home raised $7 million for the victims of the LA wildfires. So lots of money raised for that. And speaking of the Grammys, someone who didn't actually make it to the award show but caused quite the scene on the red carpet, you might have seen Kanye West and his wife, Bianca Sensory. It was her that really caused quite the scene when she showed up completely nude. I mean, technically, she wasn't actually completely nude. She was wearing a very sheer, completely see-through dress that you couldn't really see because all you could see was her body.
A little to the imagination?
No, it left none.
None.
No, it left absolutely none to the imagination. You could see it all. So it sounds like there was rumors that they were kicked out of the award show for, their antics, but they weren't technically kicked out. At least according to TMZ, they were invited. He was nominated for Best Rap Song of the Year. So he was invited, but they got there, did the red carpet, showed off her stuff, and then they got in his car and left. So they didn't stay for the actual awards, but hello.
Left an impression.
Yeah, they sure did. Let's see. On Saturday, President Trump signed an order to impose stiff tariffs on imports from Mexico, Canada, and China, which then sparked retaliation from all 3 countries. The action, which is expected to take effect on Tuesday, includes a 25% duty on all imports from Mexico and most from Canada, and an additional 10% tariff on Chinese goods imported to the U.S. With that, we could see inflation significantly worsen on things that we use daily: fruits, vegetables, meats, gas, cars, electronics, clothing, lumber, beer, toys. List goes on and on. Anyway, following that news, Canucks fans at Rogers Arena booed the U.S. anthem on Sunday during the Wings game, or before the Wings game, I should specify. The boos began as soon as the anthem singer began singing, continued throughout the song, and then didn't stop until near the end. There was some applause, I think, for the anthem singer. They weren't applauding the anthem, clearly.
Yeah.
And then it happened previously. It happened on Saturday, too, before the game between the Ottawa Senators and the Minnesota Wild. I know we're going to talk a little bit more about that coming up a little later in the show. This is interesting. A local couple got engaged over the weekend. I mean, lots of people get engaged, but they got engaged on stage during the Howie Mandel and Arsenio Hall comedy show at MGM Detroit. So this man, Harrison Township man, Steve, he was called up onto the stage. The comedians, cracked some jokes at his expense, and then he got down on one knee to pop the big question to his girlfriend of 3 years, Dora, and she said yes. Oh, wow. I mean, let's hope that's what she wanted, right?
There's a lot of pressure in that moment.
Yeah, the public proposals.
Not a big fan.
Yeah, so obviously got a round of applause from the audience. Celebrated more on the casino floor as well. They got a free bottle of champagne to celebrate. Good for them. That's exciting.
Of all places,
as long as that's what she was into.
Of all places, the Howie Mandel
I know.
Arsenio Hall show.
Maybe
at
she's a
MGM.
big fan.
I would hope that it was at least personalized for them.
Yeah, because talk about a couple has-beens.
Like,
Oh,
well,
sure. Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
what show does Howie
Barry
Mandel
Manilow
do?
wasn't available or something? I don't know.
Well,
He's
is
a
Deal or No
judge,
Deal
right?
still on?
No, but wasn't he a judge on like America's Got Talent or
no,
something?
it was the was it the America's Got Talent?
I have no
Yeah,
idea.
he was a judge. Maybe it was on that. Yeah,
Yeah, but
along
yeah.
with he was there with Simon Cowell for a while, wasn't he?
I don't think so.
American Idol?
No.
Different
What-
show?
Who knows? He
Yeah.
was a judge and apparently opened. Oh no, he never opened the briefcases, but he
was
there.
Yeah, the host.
But he won't touch them.
It's been
No.
like Heather, like Colin takes you to Pine
Whoa.
Knob, and it's a Hall & Oates concert.
Call him up on stage.
Yeah. What would you think of that?
I would walk away. I'm
Good for you.
not getting engaged there.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, the stunning trade on Saturday night. Can anybody make sense of this? And do we have a Detroit equivalent? It's 97-1.
Hey, the FanDuel Kick of Destiny is back, and this time it's every manning for himself. This Super Bowl, two legends are going to take the field in sudden death field goal showdown. That's Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans. One kick to claim the ultimate family bragging rights. Who's going to rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app, and if you back the right brother, you're going to earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during the Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 o'clock Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/971Detroit and bet with FanDuel. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. And if you're going to bet with FanDuel, they are the official partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We got a lot in the hopper today. We've been talking a little bit about the Tigers. Jack Flaherty. Signs he's back. Wings have won 6 in a row. Pistons won a couple in a row. Got a couple more coming up at home. JB Bickerstaff will join us coming up in an hour, the Pistons head coach. Saturday night, I'm staying up late watching Detroit beat Calgary. Hanging on. Picking up another win. And as I check my phone and everybody's in a great mood, I see the tweet from Shams that Luka Doncic has been traded to the Lakers. And my first thought was,
What?
poor sucker got hacked.
Yeah.
That's not real. Next. Keep scrolling. No, this is a thing. This is picking up traction. ESPN is saying, no, it's real. Luka is going to the Lakers. And John, it has been a day and a half since, and I still can't make any sense of it. I don't know what the Detroit equivalent is. I don't know if any of you have had an easier time making sense of it. John, I think the Mavs effed up royally. I don't know how to explain this.
They did in so many different ways. This was done in the cover of darkness, and he went to the Lakers for what, like he was sold for a song.
If Cade Cunningham had been traded for Anthony Davis and a first-round pick in 2029, I'd be livid. Luka is established. Luka's everything we hope Cade turns into.
Luka took his team to the NBA Finals
less than
year.
a year ago, last June. And he gets traded for Anthony Davis, who will be 32 years old in the spring here.
Can't stay healthy.
And his nickname is Street Clothes. So if you want to make this about Luka's not in shape, Davis doesn't play. And even if Luka's out of shape, he's still one of the 3 or 4 best players in the game. The idea that you don't go on the open market where teams would have been throwing themselves at you. Mikal Bridges was traded for 5 first-round picks last summer. Luka's worth 10.
Yeah.
I don't know why they settled for a one-market L.A. trade, and of course it's the Lakers who benefit again. They always get these star players. Shaq wasn't drafted by the Lakers. LeBron wasn't drafted by the Lakers. Wilt wasn't drafted by the Lakers. Kareem wasn't drafted. They get all these great players, and now Luka's the latest.
Do you buy into any of the maybe not mainstream reasons?
Conspiracy reasons.
Not mainstream, I would prefer to say. Because
Just be careful. Don't sound like the guy I do a podcast with. He put actual tinfoil on his head the other day when we were taping the podcast.
So my question is, like, okay, so some of the non-mainstream reasons are the NBA ratings have taken a huge hit. And Luka, we've talked about him for a couple of years in regards to the top stars under 25 years of age. And he is just now 25. The top 25 under 25. He has headlined that list for a number of years. Takes his team to the NBA Finals. They ultimately end up losing. But he was the number one reason why Dallas was there. Number one reason.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of a sudden, ratings are down. He goes to a much bigger market in LA, one of the, headlining franchises for the NBA, along with LeBron. Is there more people going to tune in now to watch Lakers? Is it going to save the NBA ratings? That's part of one of the non-mainstream conversations about the trade. The other one centers around LeBron. The NBA wants to get him one more title. And so they forced this trade, whether it was for ratings, whether it was for LeBron. Those are some of the conversations going on. My reaction was simply, I've talked about Luka. I think he's a great basketball player. And he's fun to watch. There's not really any controversy around him. You can talk about his weight, whatever. I don't care about that at this point. Now I can't root for him because he plays for the Lakers. Like, this is one of the guys that I would actually tune in to watch. And now that he's playing for the Lakers, I don't want any part of it. I can't watch.
Do I think that the league forced, mandated, fixed this trade? I don't. I don't know why the other 28 teams would comply with this stuff. I think it's one dumb general manager, and we can't act like there aren't dumb general managers in sports. These guys get fired all the time.
Fortunately, we've seen them here.
We have some up
and
close
they've been extended
and personal experience with some of them. Yeah, exactly. I just think this was malpractice. I think they should fire their general manager today. To not shop around the league, to not try to get the highest price possible. That's if you're willing to trade Luka. And I'm not convinced they should have even been willing to trade this guy anyway.
So if you're just talking about dollars and cents, he was up for a max deal.
Yeah.
$345 million. If they don't want to make that investment,
they're stupid.
Then, okay, stupid, whatever you want. If you don't want to spend that money, then you get a whole bunch of first-round picks in return so that you can rebuild your franchise around whoever's next.
Their thought is they can win it with Kyrie and
Anthony Davis and a 29 first-round pick. Anthony Davis ain't probably not even going to be on the team at that point.
Yeah, he's had a little renaissance here the last year and a half or so. But long-term, he's not going to age well. He isn't. No. And his nickname is Street Clothes for a reason. Charles Barkley gave him that, meaning he doesn't play a lot. Jim, the other 28 teams didn't have to comply. That's the selling point on this one, that this just came absolutely out of nowhere. People on Ticket Text, the first time we talked about this, said that David Stern would have rejected this trade. Remember, he rejected the Chris Paul?
Yep.
Like, this is just so head-scratching that an Alpha A superstar at 25 years old became available. I was looking at the list of just, top 15, 20 scores in the league. How many guys on that, would you do this for? I would not have traded Wemby.
No.
Okay. I think that might be the only guy that I might not have done.
Jokic, you probably aren't trading.
Oof.
They're in the same tier, but Jokic is winning MVPs, has won an NBA championship.
Right. Luka got a team there last year.
I know.
I think there's a debate.
It's fine. There aren't very many, to your point. So I'll ask you guys first, though, as more seasoned sports fans than I. Where's this rank of the most shocking trades of your life, Detroit sports or beyond? Can you remember a trade where you were as floored as you? Because, John, you weren't up Saturday night. You woke up Sunday like a lot of people and thought, no, really? Compare that to the shock you felt with any trades in any sport, in Detroit or otherwise.
In my lifetime, I don't know that there's one. And you mentioned one earlier, just the shock of Miggy, but I think this is...
there was chatter with Miggy. It wasn't a lot of it, but there had been a little chatter developed 24 hours out. This was the biggest bomb.
These are two all-pros being traded for each other, too. The Miggy trade, it was largely prospects at that point.
Right, but this was under the cover of darkness.
Yep.
It was in the middle of the night, so most people, the majority of basketball fans did not get this until Sunday morning.
Okay, so moves that caused literally an earthquake in sports. Because that's what this caused when they didn't even believe the reporter at first. Your reaction, your natural reaction was he was hacked.
Yeah,
which is unbelievable.
Poor guy got hacked.
Kevin Durant said Garza, meaning Luka Garza. I think nothing locally has ever been like this. I think Miggy, aftermath, you can look at a trade and see, okay, well, the Tigers made one of the greatest trades in sports actually ever with that trade.
Yep.
Because Andrew Miller didn't do much down there. He became a pitcher eventually.
Yep.
But locally, I don't think there's one, and I'm barely old enough to remember Gretzky to L.A. And if you've watched the Gretzky 30 for 30, there had been a little bit of chatter that I wasn't aware of as a 12-year-old.
Well, the media, we didn't have the internet the way we do now.
Coming out of Edmonton, you weren't getting news in Detroit very often.
Right.
And that caused an earthquake. That definitely caused, and other than that, and you put it in your prep, you put Gretzky, question mark. I don't know if anything rivals Herschel Walker trade.
Okay.
Was huge, and I think that's what impact this is going to have. Gretzky never won a championship in L.A., but Herschel Walker trade led to 3 championships.
Right, but it was structured so different. So the team that let go of a superstar actually got something in return to build their franchise.
Yeah, it was 8 players or something like that on a Super Bowl championship team, roughly.
Right, and obviously Minnesota never won anything with Herschel Walker,
right.
but Dallas did. This is one where Dallas, on the basketball side, I don't foresee them. This isn't a move to set their franchise up in the years to come. There's nothing to build on.
I truly question this may win the Lakers more championships than it won the Cowboys when they traded.
You guys put it in perspective, whether you saw the news
Depends
Saturday
on
night.
The development of Bronny.
Whether you saw it Saturday night or Sunday morning, put it in perspective, the Luka trades, 97-1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight. We are in February, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal You. Go to idealu.us now, and you can lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 or 100 or anywhere in between, Ideal You works, and it works fast. I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 pounds in those 40, and I got to eat real whole foods. So guess what? I was able to stick with it. It wasn't shakes and bars. It was tasty, real food. Ideal Use weight loss coaches are going to work with you every step of the way. Your coach is going to help you lose weight, and here's the best part, because it has held true for me. I'm just about 3 years into it now. They've helped me keep the weight off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company that has helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90%, 9 out of 10 Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. If you sign up now, you're also going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right, lose weight, and get a $200 Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
Poor Shams got hacked Saturday night. Poor guy. That was me until I realized it's real. Luka was traded. Luka Doncic. Listen. It's not one of our teams, but it's that big of a story that it threw sports upside down. Some of you woke up Sunday morning and thought, how does Luka get dealt from the Mavericks to the Lakers? And we've asked you guys to help make sense of it. Is this the most shocking trade of your life? What's the equivalent? Detroit Sports and Beyond, 248-539-9797.
I don't think I've ever woken up and seen a notification and, first of all, thought it was a mistake, but just it was that OMG moment. Like, what just happened?
And you're wondering, what am I missing?
But here's what I still think I'm missing is what else is going back to the Mavericks, because they gave up Anthony Davis and a first in
2029
for Luka Doncic, who at 24 took his team to an NBA Finals, is now 25, and okay, he's hurt right now.
Whatever.
It's not a season-ending injury. At least it doesn't appear to be.
And if you're concerned about guys who get injured, Anthony Davis can't be the centerpiece of the return trade.
No.
It doesn't make sense. And then they've said, we're not sure about extending him long-term. I don't know if that's because he wouldn't re-sign or if they weren't comfortable.
Open it up for bidding
Exactly.
and then get something in return. Can you imagine waking up in Dallas as a Mavericks fan?
John, I said it. I wouldn't do this deal for Cade, let alone Luka. I wouldn't trade Cade for Anthony Davis and a first in 29. And Cade is what you hope Luka becomes. They had the finished product, and they gave him up for nothing when they could have had a King's Ransom, which, by the way, was the name of that Gretzky 30 for 30, King's Ransom. To me, that's the only thing that, and I wasn't even alive, but in just watching and reading and listening, that to me is probably the most surprising trade in all of sports. But in terms of the NBA and basketball, I think this Luka thing tops everything. Detroit, I don't know that we have an equivalent. Is it Dominik Hasek? Maybe. Ticket texters have pointed out the Iverson Billups trade. Just in the shock factor. Those are two guys, no prospects involved.
But here's where it becomes even more shocking. And let's just, who knows what happens? And who knows what happens with Luka's weight, with his injury, with the Lakers? Does LeBron play another year? Do they ultimately win another championship? I think that the Lakers with Luka are going to eventually play for a championship. They're probably going to win a championship, if not multiples. But if that's what it looks like in just, say, 5 or 6 years' time for the Lakers, what does it look like in 5 or 6 years' time for the Mavs?
A barren wasteland.
I just don't understand. That's where I don't understand. You had the ability to sell a piece at the deadline. If you decided, hey, we're going to sell Luka Doncic, you would just be able to get so much in return, and they didn't.
Yeah, the quote from one anonymous GM was they would have given up, quote, everything.
Yeah, here's our franchise.
What do you want?
And I say this cautiously because we're very excited that Cade is an all-star, and he's a young star. What would you have done to get Luka here?
You would have given up.
You would give up Cade and multiple other players along with draft picks.
And they instead took this deal. Ticket text 248-539-9797. We'll read some of your texts, but first the phone calls. Casey in Clarkston, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I don't like to support John's, conspiracy theories, but I think you got to look at the NBA a little bit. Like Gov had said earlier, they did deny that CP3 trade a few years ago to LA, but this one they're kind of sitting back because I think they see one star leaving LA and another coming in, and that's where they make their bread, is the largest market. So I think you got to look at the NBA a little bit with some shenanigans, letting this go through. I don't know.
Well, I think letting it go through, certainly that feeds into some of these conspiracy theories. I'm not saying that they are true. I'm just saying I'm trying to figure out why the Mavs would do this for so little in return. Makes no sense.
Right, for sure. Yeah, the league isn't going to call up Mark Cuban and say, "Hey, you're trading your star," and he's gonna do that. So, but I think them letting it go through and not stepping in the way makes it kind of shady to me.
Certainly raises questions.
Yeah.
And like Cuban is no longer in a majority controlling role of the Dallas Mavericks, so I'm sure if we get a live mic on him, that would be great.
Yeah, he said he wasn't involved in this as a now a minority owner. I don't think he would have done this. I don't think he would have approved it. Like, I'm scratching my head here. This is not quite, I think Jim would agree with me. Similar paths last year. Luka, along with Kyrie, kind of carried a team to the finals, right? And same thing happened in the NHL. It was McDavid and Draisaitl. Now, trading McDavid would be even bigger than this in terms of, like, he's the best player in the game. You can argue Luka's not.
Sure, but he's top 5 for sure.
Yeah, and it just is, like, I don't want to buy into some conspiracy either, but why does this keep happening for the Lakers? You listed all the guys that aren't homegrown. What's going on here? People always claim the Lakers need to be good for the NBA to be relevant. And now you got Lakers Celtics potentially, or as a runner-up potentially, Lakers Cavs. LeBron goes against Cleveland.
In a last hurrah. Did you see the Mark Cuban quote years ago when it came to Luka and just how much he believed in Luka and wanted to build around Luka?
I know of it, but I don't remember it.
Cuban said in 2020, when asked how far he'd go to keep Doncic in Dallas, quote, "If I had to choose between my wife and keeping Luka on the Mavs, catch me at my lawyer's office preparing for a divorce," end quote. So I'd love to know his reaction today.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I would as well.
Patrick and Royal Oak, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Something I've heard you guys talking about is the whole why doesn't the league veto the trade? And I don't know if you guys remember back when the whole Chris Paul thing went down. I think the league actually had part ownership in the Hornets
You're
at
right.
the time because I think they were going through some sort of change. And I think that's what gave them the power, to veto that trade in this specific instance. So while it would be nice for them to kind of just go over the top and say no here, I think the specific circumstances are what, allowed that veto to happen.
Patrick, I think
And on
you're
the other
right.
end of-
Yep.
On the other end of things, I know we've talked a lot about the Mavs, but I don't know how much this makes sense for the Lakers as they're currently constructed. Like, yes, they have LeBron, but they were already struggling defensively. They didn't have a big man. So making this trade just seems kind of like appease the fans, get another big name while they prepare for a completely different look without LeBron in the future.
Yeah, Patrick, I think it's a really good phone call, and you're right to draw the distinction. This is not like your fantasy football league where the commissioner steps in and goes, collusion! You got two independent NBA teams. We very rarely see the commissioner step in, only in a case where there was ownership tied up with the league.
They acquired a guy that's a alpha superstar NBA player, top 5 player minimal. I think it's top.
You think he's top 2 or 3? Yeah,
2 or 3. That's going to outlive LeBron in age pretty well.
Yep,
and
10 years.
It reminds me a little bit more of. It's not the timing of putting them together more so than guess what? Kobe won early in his career. And Kobe won late in his career. And there'll probably be a transition when LeBron's gone, but you got your dog.
Yeah.
You got your dog, man.
248-539-9797. JB Bickerstaff will join us at 8:35. Talk about the Pistons. It's 97.1.
Well, Jack Flaherty was gone just long enough to win a World Series with the Dodgers, but yesterday he signed a 2-year deal with Detroit worth $35 million to rejoin the starting rotation. Canucks fans steadily booing the Star-Spangled Banner before the Red Wings 3-2 win in overtime yesterday. Alex DeBrincat scored the game-winning goal, his 4th of the season. Patrick Kane also returned from the injured list, playing 18 minutes. He addressed the Anthem boos. The boos in response to the tariffs imposed on Canada by President Trump Saturday. The Red Wings now slide into the first wildcard spot with their 6th straight win. Pistons outscored the Bulls in the paint 80-44 yesterday, which helped lead to a 127-119 win. They're right back at it tonight against a wind-deprived Hawks team. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Iowa women's basketball star Caitlin Clark's number 22 was retired yesterday. Clark broke the college basketball scoring record in her last season and now plays for the Indiana Fever in the WNBA. She may make an appearance at LCA in the near future. Gore's submitting a bid for a WNBA franchise once again here in Detroit. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You heard Patrick Kane was asked about it. We'll get to it at 8:50. Canadian fans booing the national anthem. Happened a couple times over the weekend. Luka Doncic traded to the Lakers. We've asked you for the Detroit equivalent. We're just trying to explain what this is. Can anybody make sense of what is one of the most stunning trades in all of sports ever? And John, someone tried to put an NFL comparison. This is like Josh Allen or Joe Burrow being traded for Matthew Stafford, plus a draft pick.
It's so hard to make those cross-sport comparisons. I think Tom came in here at the commercial break and had a perfect one. I don't know. It's Hooker for Max Crosby. And
That's
okay,
possible now, right?
Anthony Davis is not a bum.
No.
And he's just not, doesn't have the future that Luka has. And he's not going to have the impact with the Mavs that Luka had on the Mavs. Now, Luka wasn't playing for the Mavs right now. So in the short term, when he's finally able to play in Dallas, are they going to be a little bit better than they were because Luka wasn't on the court? Maybe. But what happens next year, year after, when Anthony Davis is, what does he play? 50 out of 82? And that might be on the high end.
Especially as he gets older, too. Bodies break down. Big guys. Let's get to Tyler and Flint. Tyler, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, this Luka trade just really reminded me of the Chauncey Billups trade when I was a kid. And ever since that, I kind of boycotted the Pistons, became a full-time Mavericks fan. And now this trade just makes me want to boycott the Mavs and be a full-time Pistons fan.
Come home, Tyler.
Yeah, come on back.
I really don't see how this happened. I had about 7 people calling me at 2 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. It felt like a dream. And he's like, yeah, you got AD and a first rounder. It's basically traded for an 8th grader. I just couldn't understand it when Rudy Gobert gets traded for 4 firsts and Mikal Bridges gets 5 firsts. Just makes me scratch my head, and I just think there's something bigger going on, especially with the new ownership at the Mavericks. And you just see all over social media everybody putting Luka jerseys at the Dirk statue, and it just doesn't sit well with me. So I think I'm just going to become 100% Pistons fan and lock in with Cade. So I just want to tell my story. That's all. Have a good night, guys. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Day, night, he doesn't know what's going on anymore.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a disarray.
He brought up Dirk. We talked about that pre-show. The Mavs went to that well back in the day and got a superstar from Europe. And I think they made a draft day trade that included Robert Traylor in that deal. And they targeted a Euro that they scouted well. And they did the same thing here. Again, when they drafted Luka,
Yep.
the Hawks actually drafted Luka. And once the Mavs were allowed to get Trae Young, he came to 6. They swapped that day, and Luka was traded to the Mavs on draft day because they had scouted and targeted a Euro. And I got to give a ticket texter credit for this. I didn't know this. They drafted Jalen Brunson with the 33rd pick in the same draft that they took Luka, and neither one of them's playing there. I mean, these are 2 of the faces of the game right now. Yep. Jalen Brunson, not
All-stars.
quite that level, but man, what the difference? He turned around the Knicks. How do you turn around the Knicks? I mean, what's going on down there?
Yeah, it's incompetence is what I think, more than it is some conspiracy to help the Lakers. Of course, they benefit. Nobody likes that. But to me, it's a team that's run poorly. Ownership change, new directive, and someone who was uncomfortable with Luka and mishandled the situation epically.
I mean, can one individual be and make a move like that? Like that would have to be signed off by ownership. I would think
so. But the new owner, if they were gun shy about paying Luka $350 million because he's not in good enough shape, I don't understand it. I mean, out of shape Luka got them to the NBA Finals the year before. Out of shape Luka is one of the 3 or 4 best players in the league. And if you don't want out of shape Luka, let everybody else create an auction, a feeding frenzy, a bidding war, and truly get what you need to reset your organization, because this is just mismanagement. And Ticket Texter says that they are a lifelong diehard Dallas Mavericks fan, and said they cried as a grown man by themselves in the dark at 1 o'clock on Saturday night. Between the Cowboys and the Mavs, my sports fandom is crumbling.
Well, not sorry about the Cowboys, but
no,
I do feel for Mavs fans, especially since he's going to the Lakers.
I know. And you like Luka, but now you're you did.
I did.
It's not Luka's fault.
No, it's not, but I can't cheer for him anymore because he's playing for the Lakers.
Mike in Waterford, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, I think it's ridiculous that the Mavs just didn't shop this around. I mean, like, you could get 3, 4, 5. Like the last caller said, like Rudy Gobert going for 4 first rounds, and in my opinion, about half the offensive capabilities is like Anthony Davis. Like, that is just insane that you only get 1 first round. They've set themselves up for just complete and utter failure. And if this doesn't work, if they think they're going to win it with Kyrie is out in 2 years. I can almost guarantee it.
Well, I mean,
Sure.
so I got to ask the question, is Kyrie out now? Does he demand a trade because he looks at it and says, you're not trying to win a championship? And he's
exactly like that. That's the thing. Like he still has 5 or 4 more days to be like, hey, I'm done. I don't want to play here.
And I mean, Jason Kidd's playing, the company role. But
Boy, he looked like, how would you describe his demeanor at the podium when they had the press conference yesterday?
Please don't ask me a question.
Like he was like at a hostage negotiation. Just
defeated.
Yeah, he looked very bewildered, I think is the word I would use. Maybe the Dallas GM knows some dirt on Luka that hasn't surfaced yet. Maybe there's something else going on behind the scenes.
You see where people are going to try to justify this? Like, usually people respond with an emoji in today's society. I don't believe there's an emoji that justifies this. Like, what emoji would you send? Face palm? That doesn't do it.
No, like the big-eyed shocked emoji.
That's not the eyes aren't big enough.
The middle finger emoji. I mean,
if you're a Mavs,
yeah, that's about how. I mean, that's the only thing that would come close to voicing your frustrations or your reaction. Is there anybody out there that thinks it's a good deal? Maybe that's the question. Is there anybody out there that thinks it's a good deal?
Based on the screener, it looks like Demetrius Line 1 wants to make that case. Floor is yours.
Hey, so I got just a couple of things. I get I'm in the minority, and that's cool. But I'm going to make 3 simple points. One, Luka's 25, and he's having conditioning issues right now, right? Let's imagine in 3 years when he's trying to play NBA basketball at 280 pounds. Then you talk about how many games Davis missing. Think about that. Number 2, they were going to have to sign him to a supermax, 5 years, 345. Think about what that deal looks like when this 280-pound guy is trying to play at 28, 29 years old in year 3 of that $70 million a year contract. And number 3, which I think is most important, they didn't know if he was going to sign it. They would have lost him for nothing. And whether it's the Lions should have traded Ndamukong Suh or what the Pistons actually did with Grant Hill, when you're sitting there in that chair and this guy might leave for nothing, how much worse is the Dallas media beating up their GM in a year when Luka's a Laker anyway?
Then just shop
and they
him.
got nothing.
But Demetrius, then just shop him, right?
Were the Lakers the only buyers?
I don't know. I'm just saying this whole idea of there's no way you should trade him is not that simple. I'm not saying what they did with the Lakers sounds like it just happened pretty organically, and they didn't know it was going to happen, and it just happened. Shopping him probably was a better idea. But let's revisit this in 3 years when 28-year-old Luka is playing 45 games a year because he weighs 280 pounds.
So
That's all I'm saying.
I don't understand where this is all coming from because I heard the reports like he's topped out at 275. I just saw him walk off the plane. He's not even close to 275.
He's 255 right now. He said he was 255 a week and a half ago, and he's only 25. How's he okay, and that's fine. If he can play world-class ball, which he is, at 255, great. But if you're them and they don't think he's going to sign a supermax and they don't think he's committed to his conditioning, I just don't think this is a oh-my-God trade. It might end up being a bad trade. I don't think it's oh-my-God if you don't think the guy's committed to staying there and you don't think he's committed to the game, to his conditioning, and you get back a world-class defender who, can't stay healthy, but if he is, with the young talent they've got,
right, they think
they're
they can
competitive
win
for the next 2 years.
Yeah, they're
competitive in the next 2 years.
They think they can win right now, and they think they can win, to your point, the next 2 years. But
his argument works in a lot of ways, but it doesn't work for not shopping.
Yes.
Right.
It's the return, because he said, how does out-of-shape Luka look in 28 years? Well, I would argue he will get in better shape. And in 3 years, Anthony Davis is going to be turning 35. That's not going to age well. To me, this is about the long term. You've opened a 10-year window to potentially compete for a championship every year because you've got one of the top 5 unicorns in the game.
Do you know how ridiculous this is? this trade. We have someone on hold that's bringing the mob into this. Like, just people trying to explain how this deal happened.
I will tell you this. I brought up the Gretzky trade and the 30 for 30. The Gretzky 30 for 30 was called the King's Ransom.
Yes.
You could have gotten the King's Ransom for Luka if you made him available to everybody. Maybe the agent, and we'll find out later, talked and said, look, the Mavs want to do this, so where will you resign?
I don't know what else to say at this point. We'll get to JB Bickerstaff coming up at 8:35. Pistons head coach. Talk about the team on the hardwood in our backyard here. We're going to talk about what's going on with the Canadian hockey teams and basketball teams booing the anthem coming up at 8:50. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you were trying to find a new place to work out, Planet Fitness is the place to do it. It's always clean, which is one of the things I look at. As a former gym owner, I want to go in there and know that it is a clean gym. Every time I go in Planet Fitness, it is squeaky clean. It is for everyone. Right now, $1 down, $15 a month will get you in. And everybody always asks, why at 49 do I want to continue to work out? Well, my youngest is 3. My oldest is 19. All of my kids are doing a lot of fun stuff. I want to be able to play basketball with Ruby, softball with Ellie, Jack. I want to play baseball. I don't know what Teddy's going to do, but I know that I have to get on the floor to play with him right now, and I want to make sure that I continue to do that. That's my motivation for continuing to work out. And I'll ask you this. What is the reason that you want to work out? Maybe it's just to get in better shape. Maybe it's to look better. But if it's for a specific reason, find out your motivation and show up to Planet Fitness, because right now it's $1 down, $15 a month. If you want a little bit more, you want to take somebody with you every single time, you don't like working out alone, upgrade to the Planet Fitness Black Card membership, and you have unlimited guest privileges, access to their Black Card spa, and access to over 2,600 clubs nationwide. It is all right there for you. If you want to find more information, you can find it on the web at planetfitness.com.
It's a busy Monday. Bear with us. We want to talk about everything today. I know Jack Flaherty is a Tiger. We're excited. They're still in on Bregman. Very exciting. The Red Wings. 6 in a row, currently holding a playoff spot as you wake up this morning. The Pistons have won a couple in a row at home. They're playing again tonight against the Hawks. JB Bickerstaff will join us coming up at 8:35, Pistons head coach. That's the local stuff. The Luka stuff is we're getting phone calls. People have a lot to say about this. It's not even our team. We're just all so bewildered by it.
Shocked by how little the Mavs got in return for a young superstar.
If that trade happened in fantasy, the league would veto it. That's from Will in Ann Arbor. Speaking of players traded for weight problems, worked out okay for that Miguel Cabrera guy.
What, Tom, you would be more aware of this. Was there concern at a young age for Miguel that he was going to have weight issues?
No.
I don't think there was any of that.
No.
He was slim and trim.
Yeah, I mean, I think more than anything, I think some Tigers fans didn't realize what they got their hands on, how good he was because of where he played.
Yeah.
They were only familiar with him making his debut when they won the World Series and he was a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think everybody was watching Florida Marlins baseball. And the other thing was, too, Mabin was a well-thought-of prospect. And so maybe the trade didn't seem so weighted at the time because they did give up him and Miller and then 4 other guys who were thought of to be very good. But Cameron Mabin never even came close to his potential. I mean, Dombrowski basically duplicated that again when he traded Jacob Turner for Sanchez.
People trying to find equivalents. This one says not a trade, but shock value equivalent to Barry retiring suddenly. In terms of trades, Gretzky's probably the top one. That's Mike in Sterling Heights. Couple votes for Gretzky. Herschel Walker trade getting some love. Chauncey for Iverson just in shock value. Now, these are all pros, all NBA guys getting traded for one another, Luka and Anthony Davis. Let's get to Joe in Grosse Ile. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. When I saw this trade, I couldn't even believe it. There is no comparison. There's no equivalent. And then when the far superior player goes to the Lakers, the only thing that came to my mind was, wait, what? And there's that new commercial that's been running lately where the guy walks into the poker game and the Soprano-like figures are, and he opens the fridge and he starts making fun. He says, what are we doing here? When he sees the pet food. And then you cut scene, and next thing they're shutting that guy in the trunk. I mean, this Dallas GM better be careful because it's definitely a what are we doing here moment. I've never seen anything like it in sports.
I agree with you. Like and so that's why I'm wondering is the GM just going to be the fall guy? Was this directive from ownership? It would have to be.
It would have to be. It would have to be directed from ownership, and the owner should have sat up there at that table to get that guy out of the headlights because he wasn't ready for that moment, that's for sure.
And this is where, I mean, he's going to have to utilize, if that's the case, he's going to have to utilize some of his, sources say, like, why did this trade go down, and deflect some of the liability from this off of him.
Otherwise, he's going to end up with cement shoes in the bottom of the river, apparently.
This is why we always say, pick up the phone. You never know. You never know what somebody might be willing to do and trade somebody. I mean, the GM, 2 years ago, Brunson left, right? You've been on the Knicks for 2 seasons. Think about it. You have Kyrie Irving on your roster, and you don't have Luka and Brunson anymore. That's who's making your choices.
Ticket Texter says, I don't want to hear excuses from Gores or Langdon. Go get Giannis for Asar Thompson. Make it happen.
That's why you call, right?
I can't wait. We always say make the call.
Yeah, I know you've referenced it a few times this morning. I can't wait to hear Valenti this afternoon.
About what?
After the whole thing he's gone on with the Chiefs and Taylor Swift and the button that she has to fix the NFL.
Oh, is he really going? I thought it was somewhat of an act. Is he really going down the conspiracy theory in sports?
I think for the most part he's just having fun with it, but I do think there's a little part of him that is starting to wonder.
I saw our station posted a clip of him doing the Taylor Swift button thing on like a TikTok, and all these people, Mike's right. He's right to fix this. And I go, oh, no, we are a mess as a society.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go that far, but when something like this happens that is so bizarre, it does make you wonder.
You wonder. And that's kind of where conspiracy theories come from, is the desire to answer the thing we can't solve.
And I only brought up the ones that I heard. I can't wait to, as the week goes on, there's going to be more. And don't let the Lakers make another trade.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Michigan State Police were out looking for a man who was running on I-75 in Detroit Sunday night before unfortunately discovering his body on the freeway. Police received calls about this person walking and also running on northbound 75 right around 7:45. They searched for him, and their search led to them finding the body of a 42-year-old Ohio man. The man had been hit by a vehicle, but they say the driver did not stay at the scene. And now police are looking to hopefully identify the driver and get more information about what actually happened. Springtime right around the corner, which means you can get out those clubs and hit the golf course before you know it. And I've got some golf course news for you. Several Michigan courses made the list of the top 25 most improved, courtesy of Golf Pass. So coming in at number 11, the Summit at Shanty Creek in Bel Air. They say changes made to the course have been noticeable. New sand, better cart paths, green fairways, things like that. It's number 11. Coming in at number 2, the Captain's Club in Grand Blanc. Same thing. New changes, new carts, bunkers in great shape, course in great shape, things like that. And number 1 here in Michigan is Black Bear Golf in Vanderbilt.
Stepping our game up.
Yeah, look at that. Go
Drove
check
by
out
that
these
one a bunch of
new
times.
and improved courses. A day after President Trump signed an order to impose stiff tariffs on imports from Mexico, Canada, and China, Canucks fans at Rogers Arena booed the U.S. anthem on Sunday before the Wings game. So the boos began basically as soon as the singer started singing, continued throughout the song, and then didn't end until the end. Obviously very different for their Canadian national anthem. Loud cheering was heard then. Now the booing also happened on Saturday before the game between the Ottawa Senators and Minnesota Wild.
More on that coming up at 8:50.
Yes. Justin Tucker, the Ravens kicker, is facing more allegations of inappropriate sexual behavior as 3 more massage therapists have accused him of misconduct. So now in total, 9 massage therapists in the Baltimore area have made these accusations against him with very nasty behavior.
Details, yeah.
Yeah, which I'm not going to get into all the details. You can probably picture
sure?
what they are in
Really?
your mind. No, yeah, I'm not going to. All of them happened, they say, between 2012 and 2016, which would have been his first 5 seasons in the NFL. The 3 new women, the latest women, all worked at the same spa in Baltimore. And one of the women did say that she reported her experience that she had with them back in 2015. She also said that she did reach out to a reporter about her allegations, but ultimately decided not to continue or go any further over fears of retaliation. In response, he hasn't responded to these new 3 allegations, but he did release a big statement on social media, and his lawyers are basically saying, hey, check out that statement. It's the same for these, where he is just denying any of these, says that they're completely false, and he's never been accused of anything like this in the past. UFC's Bryce Mitchell is walking back some positive statements he made about Hitler and is apologizing for calling him a good guy and adding that he's definitely not a Nazi. Yeah, did you hear the comments he made? It's disgusting. Yeah. So he released a statement saying that he's sorry to the fans who he offended, adding that he knows many people died in the Holocaust and that Hitler did a whole lot of evil things. He said, quote, he's definitely not a Nazi and definitely does not condone any of the evil things Hitler did. He had a lot of people upset with him after the comments he made on his podcast. So.
Understandably so. That's Heather with the news. Pistons head coach JB Bickerstaff joins us next. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, there's a law firm out there that truly cares about you. It's KG Law. I know Lawrence KG and his team, and I'm excited to have him on board to share what they're all about. Lawrence is a Detroiter. He's built his business with a loyal staff. They've been there from the start, and they don't cut corners. Most importantly, they win. It's not just their phone number, 877-KG-CARES. Lawrence KG truly cares about his clients, and he's won millions because he fights and he wins big. So if you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com, spelled K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. A very busy Monday show. If there's something that you're looking for, we've probably talked about it today or will talk about it today. Use the Odyssey app, rewind, go back and find it, the chapters feature. And if you use the Odyssey app, you listen to 97.1 The Ticket, got a shot to win that ultimate trip to Vegas. Talked about Jack Flaherty signing with the Tigers.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Jack. Doesn't often work that way where you trade a player away at the deadline and are attractive enough for him to come back. That's what happens if you end up making the playoffs, making a little bit of noise. So the Flaherty thing, great. More pitching, winning move, need more hitting.
Yeah, put him right next to Skubal yet again, and hopefully we can get a little run support and start the year off better so we don't have to make a historic run at the end of the year.
Right, and then the Red Wings, wake up today. They're ripping through Western Canada. They've won 6 games in a row, 14-4-1 since McClellan took over. This is not a hot little 2-week stretch. We're now a month plus, and they're the best team in hockey since late in the year, late in December. So I know we went through this dance a year ago, and we'll talk about it as the show rolls, but like this is a team to me that is built better than they were a year ago. They're certainly coached better than they were a year ago.
I think you just feel like they have competent leadership. And you guys know, everyone knows how much I believe in the value of leadership, whether it's captains on the ice, on the floor, on the field, but it also comes from, leadership from that head coaching position where, you've got competency from Todd McClellan right now, and that's why I believe, I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, they certainly are a playoff team, because they just got above the cut line. We went through this song and dance, but it does feel like I could trust it more than I could last year.
Yeah, we got let down big.
Yeah.
So I understand people being hesitant, going, how's this going to be different? They got this big layoff coming up. Can they sustain younger players? Yeah, younger players cut 2 ways, right? Yeah, in my mind, they got another gear that they've unlocked in a lot of cases, but it's also long season, and those guys haven't dealt with this. They haven't been in these chases, and if they get in the playoffs, it's a completely different animal. But certainly feels like in this group of teams, they're playing better than anybody else. And they've got a real shot to do this.
Well, and how about the Pistons?
Yep.
And it's just with where they were last year, 14 wins, and how important that game was yesterday to get them back above 500. And they're 1 game back of being in not the play-in tournament, but the top 6 in the Eastern Conference.
Which is a huge deal. You avoid all that. And if you get the 6 right now, you play the Knicks, who they've beaten a couple times. It's a lot harder in the top end of the NBA, right? We don't see a lot of upsets. But the Pistons are, in my mind, ahead of schedule here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no question. 14 wins last year. Now they're at 25 and 24, and it looks like they're a solid shot to make, at a minimum, the play-in.
Yeah, and by all accounts, we said, hey, what do we want to see this year? Form an identity. Cade, take the next step. He's an all-star, and he drops 40 points on Friday night, MVP chance at Little Caesars Arena. Then he had 15 assists yesterday in a Pistons win. Things are looking up. They won a couple in a row on this homestand. They're going to play again tonight. Go to Pistons.com to get in on the action if you want to watch them play the Hawks in person. It's a great time to check in with the Pistons head coach J.B. Bickerstaff. The plan is to check in with him this morning. Talk about leadership. I mean, he's been a big part of this too.
He has been. And we saw what it meant last year to have a coach that didn't really want to be there because, Trajan Langdon, that's where it starts, is getting guys like a Malik Beasley to come in here and play the way that he's played. Now, obviously, decisions have to be made by Thursday as to whether, if they get the, franchise-altering or just great deal for Malik Beasley, then sure, they'll make it. It's business is business. Tim Hardaway Jr., the way that he has played and added to this roster, the way that they have been able to space the floor and allow Cade to be the all-star that he's become.
Yeah, I think it goes hand in hand. I think Cade needed to be pushed. Coach comes in. He wants to be coached, wants to be pushed. And you have to create an environment for him to be successful, too. I was concerned the first couple of years, clearly with his injuries and his turnovers, but also you don't want a guy to get indoctrinated into losing. You don't want losing to just become acceptable. And I think they've shifted the culture. I think they're playing more tenacious on defense. I think Cade's operating with more space in the offensive end of the floor, right? The half court where he's got Beasley and Hardaway and Tobias, and there's a real honest attempt to give him a little separation to create. And once he gets it, I mean, you've seen the light go on. He's finishing at the rim. He's throwing no-look passes in the corner. He's doing everything we could have asked of him this season. Like, step out into the bright lights. It's certified now. The guy's an all-star, and he's playing like it. He's been playing like it.
Yeah, and I mean, to see it recognized across the NBA obviously feels good. Now the question is, who's the next all-star? Is he on this roster? How are they going to continue to put a team out there that not only is competitive but can win games when it matters most, whether it's at the end of the year or it's April, May? That time is where you really want to have a team that can put something together.
What do you think they do on Thursday?
I honestly, I don't think they do anything. I don't think they're not going to be the pass-through that most people thought at the beginning of the season they would be. That they're going to take on salary. They're going to be the dumping ground for the NBA, because they're a team right now that they're going to be in the playoffs, and I would hate to see them just throw it all away.
How about Sasser and Stewart for Giannis? I mean, why not? Remember the whole Hunter and Mills thing back in the day with the Pistons? When Pistons were at the deadline, fans would always try to get rid of Lindsey Hunter and Terry Mills to get something great.
Give up a little and get a lot.
Kind of like Jamar and Westland with Hendon Hooker.
Oh, God.
Yeah. He did text defending the Davis.
Of course
he did.
Yeah.
Of course he did.
We're working on JB.
Yeah,
so
we want to get him in
next segment.
That's all right. We can work with him. What I would anticipate is not any fireworks come Thursday. They don't have their first, even if they wanted to be like, hey, we're gung-ho, we can do this. They don't have their first round pick. It's tied up in a previous trade. Could they still do something with some seconds? Could they offload some expiring contracts and take on a player? Yeah, they could. I'd like to see them explore the secondary ball handler market, someone who can take a little pressure off of Cade. They missed that since Jaden Ivey got hurt. And Cade gets doubled, and he'll rise above it, but can you help him out a little bit in that way, too, so he's not shouldering the load? I actually think a big part of it...
You think they'll be buyers?
Slight.
Slight?
Like, they're showing up, and they've got, what's in their pocket. They're not putting this on credit. They're going to buy with what they've got.
Yeah. Well, they got plenty of cap space.
Yes, they can absorb a big contract that someone else wants to get out from under.
Right, and still, I mean, they could absorb more than one.
Yes, depending on how they do it.
Yeah, right. So that's where they're at. And I mean, is that somebody that can come in and actually contribute?
Yeah, I don't want them to sell. I understand the Beasley thing is going to be tantalizing. He's one of the best three-point shooters in the game. Every contender is going to look at that and go, yep, he fits for us. He fits every single team in the NBA. Malik Beasley does. But he also really fits with Cade Cunningham. And I think a huge reason why Cade's an all-star is players like Malik Beasley. And I give Malik a lot of credit for Cade's step forward. What I want to do is keep them together. Beasley's on an expiring deal. You can't negotiate right now in season with him. But I'd love to see them make an effort to carve out a role for him on a multi-year deal when this season's over. And keep him here so that they don't slide out of the 7 to the 8 to the 9, and they're flirting with just barely making the play-in. I'd love to see them actually get in this thing. And I think Beasley's a huge reason they would.
Yeah, and obviously money's going to talk at the end of the year. Does he want to come back? They're going to be able to have some of those discussions. They can't do anything, and sign anything, but they can have some of those discussions. And it sounded like from what he was talking about last week, like he is certainly open to it. He likes being here. He likes the team. He likes JB. And so is there a way to not sell him at the deadline if you don't get what you ultimately think is a good enough value and still be able to extend him?
Yeah, I think Trajan Langdon is even quoted this year as saying they're ahead of schedule. I think he may have had one plan going in, right, these expiring deals, thinking, we'll probably be on maybe a play-in spot and would just be too good of deals to pass up. Now they got a real shot to get in and even make a little bit of noise. Not win the title or anything, but make a little bit of noise. And I think it does create a situation where he can be picky. And he doesn't have to just sell for what people are offering. He can say, you know what, we're going to keep these guys and try to win with them. 248-539-9797. Talking a little bit about the Pistons, couple wins in a row for them. Got a lot still to do this morning. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you'd think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now, and you could lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10, 100, or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days. Everybody likes to see progress. I lost 50 pounds in those 40 days, and I got to eat real whole food, so I was able to stick with it. It wasn't shakes or bars or things that you got to keep purchasing. Ideal U's weight loss coaches are going to be with you every step of the way. They're going to help you lose weight, and then best of all, they're going to help you keep it off. I'm 3 years in, and I'm actually down 70 pounds from when I started the program. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal U customers, that's 9 out of 10, lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. If you sign up now, you're also going to get a $200 Visa gift card. So start your new year off right, lose weight, and get a $200 Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
All right, something must have come up. We're going to try JB tomorrow. Piston head coach JB Bickerstaff. Team plays tonight against the Atlanta Hawks. They've won 2 in a row at home, part of this 4-game homestand. They're a game above 500. We've mixed in the Tigers. We've mixed in the Red Wings. Both are part of the show. They're there for you guys if you missed any of it, and we'll get back into it in the 9 o'clock hour. John, it's been in Heather's news a couple times today. Yeah. You had the Red Wings playing in Canada against the Vancouver Canucks. You had the Minnesota Wild playing in Canada against the Ottawa Senators. Both Canadian fan bases booing the U.S. national anthem. What was your response? Big deal? Not a big deal? How do you think U.S. fans will handle it when
you think they'll
come here?
Return the favor?
I'm asking.
I don't know that U.S. fans will give it much thought, honestly. I mean, it's in the moment, sure, you're like, what the heck are you doing? I get the initial response. And so, all right, let's just see if this lasts more than a weekend. If it does, now it's a big deal.
And I know where we are. We got folks in Windsor that listen.
Oh, yeah.
We're right there on the border. I mean, we've got Canadians that feel really upset right now, feel betrayed right now. They go, why are we doing this? Why are we going to deal with the trade war and price increases? And they're upset. They feel like, hey, we're your ally. And they're booing our national anthem. How do people feel about it? 248-539-9797.
Well, you were watching the game. What was did you hear it in the moment?
Unless, I don't even know that they aired it. Did they
air
it?
I don't think they aired it. That's why I think there was a lot of people, unless you were in the arena or you heard it, from somebody that was, videotaping, they posted to social media. You probably didn't know it even happened until you wake up the next morning and you hear the news reports. And then you do see the video of them booing the national anthem.
We have the audio, Greg. Yeah, this is from the Detroit News. Yes, here you go.
And we have Patrick Kane reacting to it too.
John is standing, if you are watching on Twitch, standing for the anthem. You could hear some boos in that audio here.
It was being reported. That's the first I've heard it. It was being reported that there more. I didn't hear. It wasn't like they were showering the stadium with boos.
Yeah, again, I don't know how much that picks up.
I think it's obviously a divisive topic and one that is also divisive to our neighbors to the north.
Yep. Or in our case, to the south. Windsor South. It's a South Detroit shout out. Yeah, I mean, it's divisive. I get it. Nobody wants to pay more for stuff. I'd be upset if I was a Canadian. I get why they're booing. I do. I don't think it's going to, Detroit doesn't host a Canadian team in basketball or hockey until late March. So we're not even going to see how a Detroit team or Detroiters are going to react to the Canadian anthem. I think I was looking in Ottawa. The Senators come to town on March 27th, which is, forever away. It's 2 months away.
And they don't go north of the border. They play at Ottawa in mid-March. But other than that, there's not a lot of opportunity to go. It's Ottawa both times, home and away, or away and home.
We're really only going to see this when the Raptors host people in the NBA and when the Canadian teams, host a United States team.
Yeah.
We might see it too with this Four Nations face-off coming up.
Oh, I'm sure that you'll hear some reaction to things that are going in the political atmosphere.
Of course.
And I am curious, though, to our listeners, whether you're on the other side of the border, north or south, or if you're here, what was your reaction, even just when you heard that this happened, that this occurred?
Yeah. Yeah, because it was Saturday night, and it was Sunday night, and it was NHL, and it was NBA, and it was our anthem being booed by the Canadians.
Hey, you're in their country. They have a chance to do whatever they want. And I do wonder if the favor will be returned when those Canadian teams, whether it's here or elsewhere in the United States, that that the favor is returned.
Why would we boo their anthem?
Well, just as a hey, you're gonna punch us, we're gonna punch you. It's metaphorical, right?
John's not condoning violence.
No, it's not much of a punch, but and I think that's kind of the response here is that okay, thanks.
Yeah, I wouldn't boo their anthem. They're just trying to defend themselves in all of this. I mean, they didn't put any policies in until they were acted on. I wouldn't boo the Canadian anthem. I don't fault the Canadians who are upset right now. 248-539-9797. Tom, did you have a reaction to this?
Yeah, I think this is going to end up being a pretty big deal this week when all's said and done. I really do. Usually when people respond to our anthem or boo it, it usually gets a trigger something pretty good like
Kaepernick stuff,
the kneeling with Kaepernick or whatever, and I think you'll see a response. I don't know if they're going to start booing Canadian anthems when they come here or not. I think a ticket texter, it's the last one I gave you, Jim, points out something that will blow this up if it happens, and that's actually the anthem at sporting events in our country getting booed by our people because of this.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
This says, as an American, I'm tempted to boo our national anthem right now, to be honest.
I mean, this was in the lead story last night. I don't watch much news anymore because it's depressing. But I did tune in last night to World News Tonight to kind of see what's the reaction to this. This booing at the Senators game on Saturday was in their lead story. It was like about a minute into it. It's going to be causing issues, man. I'm telling you what. And people get offended by it.
I'll be patient with it in regards to how they're going to treat our national anthem as a visceral reaction over a weekend. If it continues, then I do think that there will be my reaction will be much different.
Ticket, text, and phone calls 248-539-9797. Gordon in Windsor, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, John. Morning, Jim. Heather, love you guys. Listen to the show every day. I just don't think it's proper that the anthem's being booed on either side. Born and raised a Detroit fan, big University of Michigan fan, raising my son that way, and I just don't think politics need a spot in sports.
Have you lived on the other side of the border your entire life, even though you're a Detroit sports fan or a Michigan fan?
Yes, sir. And I love you, John. Go Blue, brother.
Go Blue. What's been the reaction just in terms of your circle of friends in regards to what has gone on and your reaction, obviously, to the boos for the national anthem? You don't think it belongs in sports. I get that. Are you hearing other opinions from some of your other friends?
I think, obviously, it's more of a political thing with the trade agreement. First of all, in my own opinion, I'm pro-Trump, and the guy we have representing our country technically quit the job, so why he's still talking, I have no idea. But again, politics don't belong in sports. Yeah. Go Blue.
There you go. Go Blue.
Love you guys.
Thanks for listening.
Gordon. Appreciate you listening. Let's get to Steve. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. I'm from Chatham, Ontario. I'm a Lions season ticket holder, and I have to agree with the previous caller. I love your guys' anthem. I think I love our anthem, but there's no place in sports to be booing each other that way. It's all political, and if we had better leadership over here, this would have never took place. And I get it. Everybody's fired up, but it's like, come on, guys, do better, So I don't agree with it, and if you guys are ticked off at us, I hear it. We're ticked off at you politically wise, right? So it's a mess, right? So I don't agree with it at all.
And that's kind of why I go with, it's a visceral reaction the first time, the first weekend. It went into place on Friday. And so I understand the emotion involved, and I don't think it's something that will continue.
Well, it will if people feel the sting of it, right? I think that's where the fear comes from, is they are anticipating feeling the sting of this, the idea that tariffs are going to increase prices. It's this trade war that's going to hurt both sides, and you're going to have people going, I'm upset that I'm paying more than I was before the agreement went in place. So if they feel the sting, they're only going to get louder, right?
Well, okay, sure. But I also think that in terms of, I don't want to get
into
down
the politics of
the politics rabbit hole, it's going to affect them more than it will affect us.
Which is going to make them angrier, and they're going to boo more. Is
so
kind of what I'm getting. Okay. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls and ticket text next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers made their biggest splash of free agency this offseason as they inked pitcher Jack Flaherty to a one-year deal. The contract for 2 years and $35 million, 25 of which will be earned this year. 2026 includes an opt-out, and he can increase his salary that season by $10 million if he makes 15 starts in 2025. This comes less than a year after trading Flaherty away to the Dodgers for prospects Tyrone Lorenzo and Trey Sweeney. National Baseball writer Buster Olney says the team is still pursuing third baseman Alex Bregman. That report has been confirmed locally by Evan Petzold. It was another fun night for the Wings. Patrick Kane returned off the IR and logged 3 shots as well against the Canucks. The Pistons beat the Bulls 127-119 at Little Caesars Arena behind 2 double-double performances. Kate Cunningham had 22 points and 15 assists. Jalen Duren logged 21 points and 13 rebounds as well. Jared Goff earned Pro Bowl Offensive MVP honors yesterday. The NBA trade deadline heated up over the weekend. Luka Doncic and Anthony Davis are switching places. Some Maverick fans even vandalizing pavement outside the American Airlines Center because of it. Now it appears Bulls star Zach LaVine is on the move. He's reportedly heading to the Kings, while Sacramento sends De'Aaron Fox to the Spurs. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Phone calls and ticket texts, your reactions to Canadians booing our national anthem. It happened last night with the Red Wings and the Canucks. It happened Saturday night with the Wild and the Senators. Canadians booing the national anthem of our country because of the latest tariff from Donald Trump. 248-539-9797. How do you feel about it? Pete in Sarnia checking in with our Canadians. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, guys. Love you guys. Listen to the show all the time. Anyway. It's terrible over here. Just feel embarrassed by this. But what you guys got to understand is most Canadians love America. A lot of people respect Trump. But there's something going on that you got to understand, and that's the large city centers might react this way. And also, you got to understand that we basically have state media over here. And it's sad to say, but a lot of people are really influenced by that and think everything that they hear on the news here is good and America, orange man bad. And there's a lot of that. I hate to get political about sports, but this is where we're at right now. And I hope this doesn't continue, but please understand there's just some delusional politically certain leaning way people here in the large city centers that are going to act that way. By and large, everybody else is going to be very supportive and understanding and wish we had some leadership over here to take care of this thing and work it out as the friends that our two nations are, not be do things with animosity and calling names. Like they're acting like children over here. Our prime minister and our premiers are doing the same, except for in Alberta, Danielle Smith is doing a great job.
So, Pete, you are in favor of the tariffs?
I'm not in favor of the tariffs, but I understand. In fact, over here, the only thing you're hearing is that it's a trade deficit, and that is being talked about by Trump and others. However, they are also talking about the major concerns being border security and fentanyl trafficking across the border. We have a lot of problems in this country with loose immigration. And in fact, I heard from a Washington insider online the other day that in the last 4 years, 90% of the people captured in the United States on a terror watch list had residency somehow in Canada. That is unacceptable. That means I'm living with terrorists. Nobody here wants that. But we don't hear it on our news. You got to understand. Our news is basically completely supported by government funding. So they support the government.
It puts a lot of context into it, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of fentanyl, the USDA, I believe, says only 1% of fentanyl is trafficked between the U.S. and Canada border. Right. I don't know that that's a huge pressing issue factually. I just look at it and think if I was a Canadian and someone was putting increased tariffs on my goods and then we're going to retaliate, and it's just going to create this stupid, unnecessary bidding war where prices are going to go, I'd be upset too if I was feeling that, or anticipate feeling that pinch, because that's all it is right now. But you anticipate feeling a pinch, and you go, for what? For why? We're your buddies. We fought with you on stuff. We help you when you need help. What are we doing here?
Well, again, so
when the nicest people in the world are booing you, that kind of says something.
Yeah, but I mean, if you wanted to motivate somebody to do something, you're not going to, you're going to give them a minute, and if it doesn't take hold, then you have to do something that may be a little uncomfortable.
Bringing this back to sports a little bit, there's enough response on Ticket Text that people think this might happen in our country, booing our anthem at sporting events, using it as the stage to make their statement. Two of our players were put in a tough spot last night.
Yeah.
Todd McClellan chose, I have my opinions on it, but I'm not going to publicly comment.
Of course.
But Kane and DeBrincat were asked, and they're kind of like shocked by it a little bit, but then sort of like, yeah, well, we kind of know what's going on. But you're going to see people getting asked about this as there is a Canadian NBA team. But it's just going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because it's a humongous sporting event if this thing just continues to boil over this coming Sunday. Can you imagine a world where you hear some boos during the national anthem at the Super Bowl? I think it's in play.
Well, yes, we do have freedom of speech. And so if people want to object to that, there are, more than two parties, but there are certainly going to be those from, the Democratic Party in the stands. And if they feel like this is something that they don't approve of, then sure, they're going to use it as a moment.
And I'll say this too, whether you support Trump or not, he would be brilliant for his base and how he likes to do his politics to say, look at them, they're booing us. That's Trump's game. And so he could blow it up.
Sure.
Well, we've seen the anthem be a vehicle for protest before. We all remember Colin Kaepernick and how that became incredibly divisive for people.
And it was a big deal back in.
It was a huge deal.
When the Iraq war started, that this went on too in Canada during hockey games.
They would boo the anthem?
It was a pretty big deal back then.
Let's get back to the phones. I want to hear from people on this. 248-539-9797. Next up is Jim in Windsor. Jim, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I really like the show. Thanks for all your work and research you put into things. I like being able to be at work and listen to you guys.
Thank you.
And talk to other people about other stuff. It's a lot of fun. But I have a real problem with people booing national anthems, period. It's just sport should be a spot that we don't have to do all that, right? And the problem that we have is in Canada. I've lived in Canada my entire life, and we have a problem with our leadership. People don't seem to really care that the fact that, like, our price of gas is absolutely nuts. Like, it's around, like, in the depending on what exchange rate you use, but in the States, gas could cost, what is it, like $3.60 a gallon right now? I can't remember exactly what it is, but in Canada, it's around $1.60 a liter Canadian, which, do the math and the conversion with the exchange rate, things are a lot more, but people don't seem to get all upset about that. And if you look at the actual price of gas, it all goes to taxes. So we've got a leader in our country and our province who, well, specifically our country, Mr. Trudeau, that
he's not well liked. No, he's not well liked, which is why he's quitting the job, right? I mean, they're not happy with him. I understand that. I understand being disappointed in your own country. I think that's part of self-expression, right? The idea is like, our country has freedom of speech. You can criticize your own government. If Canadians are disappointed in their own government, that's certainly something they have every right to feel. The reason why this is interesting is this is not Canadians pointing the blame at their flag or their anthem or their country. This is them booing our flag because of actions that we have taken.
Well, and they're allowed to have their opinion.
Of course.
And it does take, you got leaders on both sides, obviously Trump for the U.S. and Trudeau for Canada. And, it takes two to tango. So everybody could say, over there, they can blame the U.S., they can blame Trump. But a lot of it, you got to have it on both sides.
Texter says, simple solution. We start calling Canadian geese freedom geese. We could use a little levity. Ticket Texter says, good for the Canadians. I'm going to the Wings Wild game, considering not even standing for the anthem. Ticket Texter says, let's not tiptoe around this. The booing is 1,000% justified. Our president is applying tariffs to an ally in which he negotiated the initial contracts during his first term. We are acting as traitors to Canada and the world. I would be booing the anthem myself if I was at the event. This is disgusting. Zero justification. Nick in Ferndale. Ticket Texter says, Canadians booing the national anthem is disgraceful. Be mad at the Canadian government. Don't bring that crap over here. Corey in Detroit. Let's get back to the phones where we have Steve in Pontiac. Steve, what do you think?
So, yeah, how you guys doing? So my whole thing is right now the pointing back and forth, the Democrat, Republican, Canada, this, that, is exactly what this is all designed to do and keep us entertained and busy arguing with each other. When in reality, we just raised the prices on one of our closest neighbors, and we're going to continue to raise the prices on everybody else in the world, and the world is going to react the same way. So we are isolating ourselves. We are fighting with each other while the rest of the world kind of just sits back, watches, and waits to make their move. And blaming city centers or blaming Trumpers or blaming whoever is not going to solve the problem, as we all pay more and the rich get wealthy and we sit here and struggle. It's as simple as that. Quit pointing fingers at each other and look up.
Steve, appreciate the phone call. I mean, everything I've read, and I'm not an economist and I don't pretend to be, is that tariffs have that effect, that they will increase prices, which nobody is happy about, which is what creates frustration. Everybody's paying their bills and doesn't want to feel like they're not getting as far.
Right, but it's all about what are you trying to get out of the country
that you're putting a tariff on.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. And so I think there's...
But I didn't know that Canada was doing us some disservice that needed to be wrong, that needed to be righted, I guess.
Well, when you take a look at, what is coming into this country.
Oh, of course you want to crack down on stuff. Of course
No, I'm talking about like just the good stuff. Like,
okay.
and what we're not allowed to send north of the border. Like, it needs to be evened out.
Well, then redo the deal would be the point, right? Like, work together, come up with a deal.
Yeah, are they sitting down to redo the deal?
I don't know. I mean, that's a great point, John. I certainly would be in support of working out a deal with our neighbors to the north and not just flippantly throwing a tax on them. But anyway, I know it's clearly, look at all these pages of ticket text. Clearly, people have a lot to say. We are going to talk about the Red Wings coming up at 9:35. We'll get to Heather's news and some of your response next. It's 97.1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you and get to know you as best they can so they can build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. And that's something I use on a daily basis. It is easy to use and it's very useful. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. And they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
All right, so the issue has come to our doorstep. It's in the arena of sports, and we are right there on the border. Canadians booing the United States national anthem last night at the Red Wing game, among other sporting events over the weekend. As you can imagine, Ticket Text is quite something today, John.
Divided?
Yes. We read through some of these. We'll talk Jack Flaherty. We'll talk about our hockey team, but just to see where the people are at.
Some of the people.
Some. Yes, a handful. I got 5 or 6 to get through here. This one says, one of the funniest things about Canadians booing the national anthem before the Wings game is Vancouver's captain and best player, Quinn Hughes, is American-born and raised right here in Canton. AJ and Wixom. My first reaction to Canada booing us was, oh no, we really bleeped up now. Canada might as well just declared war. They have every right to be upset, and anyone who counter-boos is in the wrong. Dan in White Lake. Bill says the only idiots booing the anthem are the liberals who are mad at Trump and the fact that he won. Canadians can just get over it. We have a president that stands up for us, but I agree politics can stay out of sports.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes back and forth. Tire Shop Ben, this is ridiculous. Politics don't belong in sports. It's disappointing that people are bringing that to the game. It's not the place for it. You guys are way off base. The Canadians booing our anthem is a joke. They tariff the crap out of our products and are complicit in funneling fentanyl. They're not booing us. They're booing Trump. I have no issue with that. Dave in Wixom. So that's just some of the smattering of the response we're getting on this. And in terms of us booing them, the Wings don't play a Canadian team until the end of March. The Pistons don't host the Raptors again this season. We aren't going to have that to see how we react here in Detroit.
No.
We may see it in other cities. We may see how this goes. I think the four-nation face-off kicks off later in February here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some of that too. Jack Flaherty. John, your reaction to him coming back to Detroit?
Welcome back. It is, I think it's awesome. We never get a chance to see, having just sold him off for parts that could be very useful in the near future, in the distant future, and then you get that part back. Now you're paying him more. He's coming back with some good experience.
Yep.
He's got himself a ring. It's the irony of opening up with the Dodgers as well. If they're going to have a ring ceremony at that time, he'll get his and bring it over to the dugout and
it's kind of weird,
show everybody
right?
how this is what we're working for. But he does have that experience at the postseason and having success in the postseason. But, I mean, when it comes down to it, we all wondered, are they going to be willing to spend money? Now, it hasn't happened at the pace that anybody wants it to. Want to have the roster solidified, know exactly who we have, and we want it to be really good players across the board. There's still time. Scott Boras is going to drag this out as long as he possibly can to try and maximize the dollars that any of his clients, but especially the one that we've talked about the most, Alex Bregman, to be able to get. This is Tarek Skubal and now Jack Flaherty, a 1-2 combo that we saw at the beginning of last year that was very effective.
He was great with Federer, right? Chris Federer unlocked something in Jack Flaherty, got him back to where he was at his best, and arguably pitched better here than even he did in St. Louis at times.
Oh, yeah.
I know they won without him. They made the run last year without Jack Flaherty. You still got to get through 162. The guy was a great 1-2 punch with Tarek Skubal. It's a winning move to bring Jack Flaherty back. The structure, it's essentially a one-year deal. It's got an option for year 2, but it'd be a pay cut even if he pitches 15-plus games. The short-term deal for a guy who's been inconsistent kind of cuts both ways, right? Protects you a little bit, protects him a little bit. It's a winning move for this year. Just add the bats and we can party, right? That's what just comes back to that. Just add the bats and we can party because this rotation is going to be very good.
And what they were able to do in the final 50 games, let's just call it 50 for a nice round number, is not sustainable, as you mentioned, over 162. Just imagine what it would have been if Jack Flaherty had been a part of that.
Think about what Harris did here. He traded away Flaherty, got Trey Sweeney, who may be the team's starting shortstop this year, was down the stretch last year, picked up a top 100 hitting prospect in Lorenzo. People are excited about him. Made the playoffs anyway, and then added Flaherty back to this team. I mean, it really is... Harris has taken his lumps. This is maybe one of his finest achievements is turning this around that way.
And it's been reported by those that have the sources that say they're still in the Bregman sweepstakes.
Yes, Buster Olney has said they are still in the mix.
So this doesn't, okay.
They didn't spend all their money.
Yeah, you're spending your dollars. Okay, now you have nothing left to spend. And the question is going to be, when does Alex Bregman make that decision? And obviously, we want it to be here in Detroit, but is it going to be by the 12th? That's when pitchers and catchers report. Is it, I think it's the 19th that everybody else reports a week later? I mean, so when is it that he's going to make his decision? Is it even into spring training?
Into March? Yeah, it's when Matt Chapman signed a year ago, just to use, a third baseman whose market didn't materialize and dragged it out and signed a short-term deal with opt-outs. Yeah. I don't know that Detroit wins the short-term opt-out thing. I think there are ballparks that are better suited for Bregman, but I'm of the belief Detroit's made a competitive offer. I don't know if it's the best offer, but I think they have a competitive offer out there, and clearly he is their priority because they haven't addressed third base in any other meaningful way. They've intentionally left that open, and all the reports are they're in on Bregman. This is a priority for them, but they got to get home with it. And if they don't, because it takes two to tango, maybe he takes a lesser offer, prefers a shorter structure with opt-outs. Harris, you're going to have to make a trade, and he said he's open to it. They got a big prospect pool, highly rated prospects. Make a move. Address the bats. It can't just be Gleyber Torres if you're trying to bridge the gap from
right,
making the playoffs. Which is only
1 year deal.
Right. If you're trying to not just make the playoffs, but make a little more noise and progress and make a run, you're going to need more.
And something that you can build on for years to come. I love the Gleyber Torres signing, but that's a 1 year deal. So what are you going to do next year? Again, that's next year's problem, but at some point, along with this young core that is building, and we saw it produce at the end of the year, not as much as you're going to need it to produce over 162, but it was an opportunity to say and look and say, what can we do to supplement and add to this core over the course of the next 4 or 5 years?
248-539-9797. Heather, what's going on in the news?
Jared Goff is hoping to expand Detroit's sports portfolio.
Oh.
So he has joined a group hoping to bring a WNBA franchise back to town. So Tom Gores would be the controlling owner, submitted a formal bid on Thursday, and then other investors include Sheila Hamp, Grant Hill, and Chris Webber.
Hey, Shock won a title.
Mm-hmm.
Had some good crowds.
Yeah.
WNBA is more popular now than then. Why doesn't Detroit have a team? I get it.
Yeah, why not? Sad news. I feel like there's been a lot of sad news recently. Obviously, the the plane crash.
Yeah.
The other plane crash in Philadelphia. Then this awful hyperbaric chamber explosion that killed this 5-year-old Royal Oak boy. Devastating news. Then I look online and 3 children have died after being trapped in a house fire in West Bloomfield on Sunday night. First responders were called out to this house fire around 8 p.m. And although they responded within minutes, the children inside were unable to get out. 16 years old, 15 years old, and 12 years old all died from their injuries. Investigators are still working to figure out what caused this house fire. Just tragic news. It's like, I just want to see positive news, right? Like it's just devastating. Here's some interesting news. Michigan's shortest fishing season was back this year, and it lasted only 17 minutes.
I know.
Literally the shortest
It's one of my
fishing season.
favorite days of the year.
The 2025 Lake Sturgeon fishing season on Black Lake began at 8 a.m. on Saturday, and it ended at 8:17 a.m. when the quota of 6 sturgeon was reached.
It is
so funny.
I mean, it usually generally lasts less than an hour.
Oh, it's really quick. I mean, I know that it's typically, it's like either when the quota is reached or they give it like a day, basically, right? Like they have a time frame. It is short anyway, but
yeah, and it never makes the time frame because as soon as they got DNR officers right there, and they're all radioing across. Hey, we got 1, we got 2, we got 3 on the ice.
Yeah, within 3 minutes, the first one was caught.
Yeah,
and then it, boom, 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 rapid fire from there. They say the largest harvested this year was 64 inches long and weighed 78.3 pounds.
That's amazing.
So yeah, kind of interesting. Also interesting, over the years, Pete Davidson collected hundreds of tattoos. I mean, his body was covered in them, right? But 4 years ago, he decided to start the long process of removing all of his ink. And just recently, while he was promoting his new movie, Dogman, he appeared on the Today Show, and he talked about this incredibly painful process that he is going through. I mean, he was covered
Yeah.
in tattoos. So
I had one removed, and he's right. It to me, it's never hurt to get a tattoo, but getting one removed, yes, it is not comfortable.
I've been in a building or not the same room as somebody getting one removed, but in maybe the room next to that person, and I heard the sounds, and it did not sound fun. I don't think this woman was enjoying herself very much at all. It does.
She was a screamer?
Well, I mean, yes,
She
John.
was loud?
She was
Yes.
very loud. While she was getting her tattoo removed. Yes. Hey, congrats to a local couple who got engaged over the weekend in interesting fashion. They went to the Howie Mandel and Arsenio Hall comedy show. They were at MGM Grand. Yeah, exactly. What year is it? And they got engaged. Harrison Township man Steve called on stage, obviously pre-planned, right? Because they had some jokes for him. And then he brought his girlfriend of 3 years up, Dora, and proposed to her.
Just exploring the stage, wasn't she?
She was. Dora. Yeah.
Why does she shout all the time? Not Dora, the new bride, but
the
Dora the Explorer.
character,
Yeah, she's always screaming.
Is she? I don't.
Just got to get your kids' attention. Hey, pay attention.
Vamonos. Let's
Yes.
go. I don't know why she screamed. I didn't know she did, but
Yes. Just hope that your daughter doesn't get into the whole
I don't
Dora
think
thing.
she will. Oh, you know what she's into now, though?
What?
She's probably way worse than Dora. Blippy.
What's Blippy?
You don't want
Is
to
that
know.
different than Bluey?
Oh, Bluey's fine. Blippy.
What's Blippy?
I've not heard of Blippy.
Oh, thank God. You're lucky, John. You're lucky.
Gonna have to
Google that.
Keep Emily away from
You're lucky.
Teddy for a while.
Oh, it's bad. It's real bad.
Heather with the news. We'll talk Red Wings next. Where's this thing headed? They are now in the playoffs as of today. It's 97-1. We all start the new year off. We got resolutions. Maybe play better hockey would be one of them. Better diets, workout plans, but don't forget about your smile. At Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. If you put off seeing a dentist last year, make a plan to come and see them this year. If it's been even longer than that, if you're feeling self-conscious, it doesn't have to be that way. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. They're not going to shame you. They're just going to take care of you. Brightside Dental offers same-day appointments for dental emergencies, and they've got 9 Metro Detroit locations, including the newest in Trenton. And that's 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. Brightside Dental, no judgment, just care. It's Ken Cal on the call. I want to hear that again.
So does that officially mean that the car flags will be flying?
Music to my ears. Sure. I mean, I'm so excited that they're playing this kind of hockey now. It's feels a little deja vu. We did this a year ago. Does it feel different? That's the question for Red Wing fans. Does it feel different? The collapse last year, they were in a much better spot.
Oh, yeah.
And they didn't make it at all. So what's different now? Obviously, Todd McClellan.
Yeah, leadership.
Yeah.
I think that makes all the difference in the world because you look at the two rosters and kind of like I would put the edge to last year's roster, but Todd McClellan has been able to come in and make changes and adjust things. They go on a 3-game skid. All of a sudden, hey, they're back to winning. Like he addresses the issues. And now you're looking at a team that's playing with confidence. It looks like they actually want to be on the ice. In the first half of the season, it didn't look like they want to be out there.
6 straight wins. All of them, they've given up 2 or fewer goals. That's winning hockey. And some of it is defense. They're blocking a lot of shots, 23 against Calgary on Saturday night. Some of it's their goalie steps up. Look, like they had 1 shot on net yesterday in the third period. Kind of on fumes. Going to need your goalie to make a couple plays. Alex Lyon had 45 saves in Edmonton. Like, everything is better. Like, the penalty kill, which was terrible, is a little better. Their power play is best in the league. They've got the best record in the sport since McClellan took over. This feels real. I mean, it feels like more than 2 weeks. It feels like more than a bump. It's a month plus now.
Well, and the question is, as you asked, do you trust this more than you did last year? Because you pointed out they were in a much better position at the end of February last year. Now we're only at the beginning of February. They can get to where they were last year, and that was that was 9 above the cut line.
Yeah, and that was in February.
Yeah, and it was I can't remember the actual
March
date.
Even early. I don't know.
It was, but the epic collapse at the end of the season, and there was no one there to right the ship.
Yeah.
Now you thought you might get it from Patrick Kane, from some of the veterans on the team. Alex DeBrincat, even though he's not as seasoned as Kane is, he's still a vet. You didn't have it, so then it's got to come from the coach, and you didn't get it. You didn't get it at the beginning of the season. Now all of a sudden, Todd McClellan has a way of addressing his team, making some changes on the ice, how he's working the rotation, how he's playing 5-on-5. The defense, to me, is probably what stands out the most, and you're seeing it in better goalie play. Now, okay, they haven't been standing on their head, but they are playing better.
Last year, it was Lyon and Reimer, really, right? Because Husso got injured, and they were put in a tough spot, and they're playing a 2 and a 3, a second goalie and a third goalie. Well, this year I think they're a little more stable in net. They've still got Lyon, but they're not asking him to be the number 1. Talbot can share that spot. And they have 2 2s, 2 1.5s, guys who are somewhere. They're not number 1 goalies, but between the two of them, can you cobble it together? Can you manage the workload so one guy doesn't have to? Because Lyon really started to die off a little bit when they ran into some trouble, and then it was a coin flip. What are you going to do? Mm-hmm. Goalie play is better. Defense is stabilized. Some of that is they've just possessed the puck more. You know, we had Stonian Friday, and he was all about the forecheck. Whatever it translates to is you take the puck away, you hold the puck, you're in the O zone, you have it. They don't. It's why instead of being outshot every night, they've evened that up for the most part. Now, again, yesterday they're in their 3rd game on 4 nights. They didn't deserve to win that game, and they got away with one, which is also really important here because you have to steal games when you dig yourself a hole as deep as they did.
Right, and their goal, what they've allowed the 6-game winning streak, 9 goals only.
Yeah,
that's very impressive, and I think they are making the playoffs. I've bought in the last week. Like, I was skeptical. I was like, this is no different than last year. Let's see more. But to me, way more in a coach bump now. Most points in the NHL since they fired him. I mean, the sample size is big enough now, right? They had a 7-game winning streak. Now they have a 6.
Yep.
I mean, the longest in the franchise history is 9. You know,
they can't get there by the break. All right, they can only get to 8.
That'd be great if it was 8 going into the break.
Yeah.
A couple keys, obviously. How do they respond after the break, where you're going to have a couple weeks off, and that'll cool off a hot hockey team? The other thing will be shortly thereafter the trade deadline. What, if anything, can they do to make this team even just a little bit better? Stuff they didn't do last year, right? You look back to, could 1 point here, 1 point there? Yeah, it came down to 1 point. Larkin got hurt last year. You're going to need, I know maybe you can absorb it if Raymond continues and if Casper continues, but you need to stay relatively healthy.
Yeah.
And you're going to need these young players to not hit a wall. Right, like Edvinsson and Johansson are playing big minutes as your second pair. They're both technically rookies. you have Casper up on the first line, and I think he is playing with so much confidence. You can't hit a wall, and if you do, you got to hop over it. These are the things you'll watch in the next 2 months here, but they're absolutely alive.
But it also feels like if you do hit a wall, and I do think at some point there's going to be a streak, whether it's 3-4 games, I don't know, maybe it's only 2, where they are going to have to get over that hump. But it feels like there is an adult in the room that can get them over that hump, that can get them back on the right path, and that's obviously Todd McClellan.
Right, and it's so indicting of just how bad it was under Lalonde. Too much has happened. They have 29 points since Lalonde was fired. They had 30 with Lalonde. I mean, the numbers are just starting to become like, it's really unbelievable how one-sided it was so bad one way, and now it's so good this way.
If Yzerman at the end of last year took the approach that we fell just short and our coach was part of the problem, even if he didn't want to say the whole problem, and made the coaching change, how differently are we looking at this right now?
Yeah,
if McClellan is the guy in camp and is the guy who's empowering these players from the jump. I mean, we're not talking about being on the playoff fringe right now. We'd be talking about trying to set up some home ice.
But maybe it had to happen this way.
Maybe.
I do buy into that. I'm not quite sure if things are exactly the same, if it's from the get-go. The pressure, all the players knew the S is about ready to hit the fan because of how this all played out for them. And it was going to fall. So there's definitely, you get surprised sometimes, but professional athletes have to be whipped into shape a little bit, or they're not always trying as hard. There's clearly an effort thing going on here too, and that's an indicting of them.
Sure.
But good for them. They've turned it around. The enticing thing now is that they're top wild card, and they're 1 point behind Ottawa for third place in their division. And if you get that, you would currently be facing the Toronto Maple Leafs in a playoff series, which would be unbelievable.
Because they blow it every year in the playoffs.
Right, which would be nice to have them here.
Yep.
And do it. But you bring up I think an interesting point where sometimes professional athletes do need to it is their job, and they do need to be motivated at times. I think it comes down to more the word I would use is accountability. They need to be held accountable for what they're doing, whatever sport it is. And if you're not, then that's the hard part, because you do have contracts, because you do have, you can't just cut a guy or trade a guy and say, oh, well, hey, here's the threat, I'm going to get rid of you. There's got to be other ways to hold guys accountable. And it feels like Todd McClellan has been able to do that.
Exactly. But at the same time, too, the players, once this went down the day after Christmas, you'd be talking to your teammates separately from the coach. The coach comes in, he gives his opening remarks. This is, whatever, when you're taking over McClellan. But these players talked after that happened. Wouldn't you love to know what was said on the phone? Because I bet there was some of this. It's us now.
Yeah.
Because the coach is gone, and the captain hero is in the front office, so he ain't going this year. Wouldn't you just have enough common sense to realize it's on us now?
Yeah, I mean they've pretty much removed the one obstacle that everybody was talking about. That was Derek Lalonde, and now it's going to be squarely on the players.
Because no excuse at that point.
We accused them back in November of floating and being stale.
Yep. I mean, I remember going to those games.
No one would make that accusation now.
No. But going to those games and they get down 3 goals midway through the second period, and then 4 goals, and you go, what the hell is this?
So, something I would bring up while Lalonde was the coach is it never felt like they played 3 periods in a row of good hockey. You'd have 1 here and then there'd be 2, or you'd have 2 to start the game and then you'd finish with a bad one and you'd lose a game. Now it feels like there are adjustments being made. If you have a bad period, it's going to happen. You're going to have a bad game. But it's about the adjustments. It's how do you get this team back on track, and that's where it comes down to leadership.
248-539-9797. There is some deja vu. Wings got red hot last year. Didn't make the playoffs. They're red hot this year, currently in the playoffs. Why will things be different? And your level of confidence. Talking some hockey. It's 97.1. Ken Kell's call. Red Wings win. That's 6 in a row. Ticket Texter says, please stop saying they're in the playoffs. They are not in the playoffs. You must include the words, if the season ended today. I think we're all aware the season doesn't end today, right?
Yes.
I'm going to make a bold statement that most of you listening are generally aware of how the NHL schedule works and know the season does not end on February 2nd.
Right, and they haven't locked a playoff spot.
They haven't clinched a playoff spot.
So we had somebody saying you're the jinx, just like last year, and keep you away from games. They've won. You've been to games since this stretch, right?
I've been to games that they've won, yes.
However, I got a couple questions if they make the playoffs. Do you get a first dibs because you were in a season ticket package for 20 games?
It's a good question. I would assume we have the ability to buy playoff tickets.
You get priority, like the priority patch?
That's a setup. I don't think we'll get the same priority as like season long, like full season ticket members. But yeah, I'm planning on buying playoff tickets if they're in.
If memory serves me right, you were at Ford Field for the Commanders game, right?
I was.
Were you at Comerica for Game 4?
I don't like this line of questioning.
On Twitch, so
I was also at Game 3 that they won.
Oh, okay. So you're off the hook.
Right.
I didn't know you went to Game 3, so there you go.
So on Twitch, I had to scroll back because we've kind of moved on from this, but it was brought up. Now, what kind of bit is Cookie's going to use to kill this run?
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it.
Let's just be,
as we all should.
Let's be transparent because the Blues in 2019 went from worst to Stanley Cup. Everybody knows it.
Yeah.
Part of that was their Gloria song that they kind of rallied behind. That was like considered post-disco era.
Why does always come back to this? I was looking up the 2019 Blues because they are the greatest example of lightning in a bottle. And the Wings right now are lightning in a bottle, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's gone on for more than a month. Yeah. What the Blues did, they were in last place on December 31st, the year they won the Cup. They made an in-season coaching change. They were dead last. They rode a goalie who had never played in the NHL, Binnington, all the way. They didn't make any major moves at the deadline. They didn't have some point-per-game star forward. They won multiple Game 7s, including the Stanley Cup final. They are the ultimate lightning in a bottle team. And yes, they had Gloria as their song. Apparently the guys were out one night and it was playing at either whatever bar or restaurant. And they said, you know what? Keep playing it.
Yeah.
And they won that night and they made it their anthem the whole run. We don't have that yet for the Wings, but keep winning.
No, that's it. Just keep playing good hockey. That's all we want to see. And by the end of the season, do I think that they're going to be 1 point in the playoffs, or could they be, top 3 in their division? Sure.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably more than likely. Just play good hockey and hit it as they come.
As McClellan said.
Yes. You could go ahead. I got my finger on the dump button. Go ahead and say it.
Yeah, right. Play effing hockey. Let's get to Trip in Wixom. Good morning, Trip.
Hey, good morning, guys.
How's it going?
Good morning.
Good, real good. I spent a great time watching these Wings. I mean, when the coach took over, McClellan took over, they ripped off 7 wins. Now they've ripped off 6. Mm-hmm. I think it's a leadership change. I mean, he played with Babcock. He's a great coach. There's history there, and the guys really like playing for him. That's what I see.
Yeah, I mean, he's pushed all the right buttons. And he came in and he was pretty upfront about it. Anytime the in-season coaching change happens, things are not going well. You're walking into a bad spot. He knew that. They didn't have a full camp to get guys up to speed. He took the first game to just kind of observe. Wasn't trying to make changes in the first 24 hours, but said, I got to get to know these guys. They got to get to know me. They got to trust me. I got to learn what they do. And I think to the players' credit, they did want to be coached. They wanted someone in to come in and
hold them accountable,
crack the whip, so to speak, and really, hey, what can we do to get more out of these guys? And they've responded. Yeah, so take it for what it is. No one's going to...
Well, they've responded at every level, whether it's power play, it's offense, it's defense, it's goalie play. It's all been better. And when you do it in conjunction, it's not just, hey, for a week you're getting better goalie play, and then that falls off and you're getting better play on the power play. Like it's all happening at the same time, which is producing more wins, more points, and they have, since the coaching team, been one of the best teams in the NHL.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if they lose to Seattle tomorrow night. Just this is a long road trip. They kind of got away with one the last game. They are going to lose some hockey games, but I think what makes you feel good is they've got a coach and they've got a belief system now and a structure, more importantly. They're possessing the puck. They're putting shots on net. They're blocking shots. They've got a structure in place to where if they lose 1 or 2, you trust them to go rattle off 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or even 7 in a row. I think that's what makes you feel like it's going to be different, where if they do start to skid, it won't be as ugly of a skid as they had a year ago.
Yeah.
And who knows, maybe they do add at the deadline this year. You know, Yzerman talked about expediting the process. He wants to expedite the process when they brought McClellan in.
And they've done it.
And he's winning. So there's a justification for it. Gators in the studio.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Veteran move on the way in, too. I saw that.
What do you
Checking
do?
the stability of every chair before you pick the one that you actually want to own.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I mean, there's the one chair that's just awful.
Yeah.
Atrocious. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Leave that for Doug.
Nobody needs that. I thought you were talking about me making sure the microphone was okay because I didn't want to.
Oh, no.
It's connected to Heather's microphone.
No, yeah. I had that when TJ was in last Monday, and I was
These
sitting
two
where
kids
Heather
were
was.
doing like
yes.
teeter-totter seesaw while we're hosting
I would
the show.
move it, and TJ would be speaking in the mic. I would move it, and it would go over this way. He's trying to keep up with it while he's talking.
That's fun.
It was.
Speaking of fun, oh my God.
Where do you start?
I mean, here in Detroit, right? We got so much fun going on. The Red Wings continue to win. It's crazy. Pistons, win games that you're hoping that they're good enough to win those games automatically, and go ahead and do it. Check it off. And the Tigers with Jack Flaherty, and apparently they're still in it for Bregman, which would be ridiculous if that's the case. That's bigger than anybody expected. And all that is absolutely positively dwarfed by what happened in the NBA on late Saturday night, Sunday morning.
Did you see it Saturday night, or did you wake up to it?
No, Doug sent me a text late Saturday night, but I think it was after midnight, which is not like Doug on a weekend to do that, to send a text that late. So I saw that. I was like, what? Oh. And then, of course, the thought through everybody's head is, that's it?
Yes.
That's it? That's all you got? And then yesterday, De'Aaron Fox gets traded in the three-way deal, and with Levine and all that. It's like, it's crazy. It's just nuts. And the trade deadline is still 4 days away.
Yep.
Can you imagine waking up Sunday morning as a Dallas Mavericks fan?
So pissed. They deserve to be pissed.
Yep.
I mean, it is malpractice by what the Mavericks did. It's absolutely malpractice. I mean, you want to trade them, that's fine. All right?
Right.
So be it, even though that's strange. You'd want to trade arguably the best player in the league.
But get value.
But get value for it. Now, and it feels like it's an awful thing to say about Anthony Davis. He's a great player, but he's 31 in the NBA.
Be 32. It doesn't make sense.
And soon to be 33.
And if he's lucky, 34.
That's right. But I mean, it's just
That's
nuts.
not how this goes.
It's absolutely nuts. And I'm so glad that we're not Mavericks fans.
Yes.
To have to go through that. I forget which writer, somebody put out there on Twitter, like, hey, come up with a comp of what this would be like in football terms. It was one of the football writers that set that out. And maybe an Albert Breer. And I was thinking to myself, this would be like if you're Cincinnati and you trade Joe Burrow for Matthew Stafford in a first-round pick. Like, okay, you're getting a good player.
Sure.
Yeah.
Past his prime, already had his championship, and you're throwing the first-round pick in addition, but you're giving up, one of the great young players in football.
Meanwhile, what would Burrow be worth in the open market? 4 firsts? You're taking fractions of what
why
you...
not use the open market?
Yeah, exactly. I assume you guys will talk about that a little bit today?
No.
Okay.
Champ and chump, we got a Flaherty signing, so there's a lot to get into.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Gator, I guess I'll start by saying I don't think anything like this has ever happened in modern day sports. That it is, and here's why. Because we have no point of comparison, a shocking move in the world that we live in now as far as sports coverage is concerned. The knowing things instantly, the ability to react instantly, and the fact that we have grown accustomed to the internet being filled with BS. Everybody knows about account hacks. Everybody knows about fake accounts. Nobody believed this story. Nobody. Everyone thought that either A, it was a fake account, or B, Shams had been hacked. Shams' response on SportsCenter on Sunday morning was hysterical. That his phone was flooded immediately from players, coaches, and executives that his account had been hacked. This is an incredible trade that has led to utter disbelief, a lot of finger pointing, a lot of "are you kidding me?" And Gator, it doesn't even directly involve us here in Detroit, and yet I think everybody in the sports world is dumbfounded by what the Mavericks just did.
This is this is unbelievable. It's one thing to see a superstar being traded. That happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's another to see a superstar be traded for way less than market value. And it's not a slam against Anthony Davis. He's a hell of a player. But, I mean, it's just not apples to apples when you're making a trade like this, particularly when you see a trade the very next day, or is the same day, I guess, because this one went down right around midnight on Saturday night. But you had the trade that happened yesterday with De'Aaron Fox and Zach LaVine and everybody going to other places, and it looked like, okay, there's some fair market value there with a number of first-round picks being shipped off as well, although even that trade seems a little heavy and one-sided, but not like this one. This is strange. I said, the crosstalk, this is like if you're going to trade a young quarterback that has yet to win, but you think he's really good, although did Dallas win with Doncic or no?
Well, they made it to the NBA Finals.
Right, but they didn't win. Okay, so it's exactly like having Joe Burrow and trading him. And trading him for a veteran player that's already won and on the downside of his career, like a Matthew Stafford. That's what it would be like. And because football first-round picks are more valuable than basketball, it'd be like trading Joe Burrow for Matthew Stafford and a third-round pick.
I mean, and I have to admit here, I'm obsessed with the Dallas side of this. I'm absolutely obsessed.
Well, make it make sense.
Well, and that's it. I can't process this. There's only I have to almost like take my logic out of it, anything that I believe out of it, and start with, okay, if the Mavericks aren't idiots, then what? Why do they do this? If they aren't idiots, but when you watch Nico Harrison, the GM of the Mavericks, talk, he did not instill confidence. Jason Kidd's body language sitting next to him did not instill confidence. The story about how Nico Harrison absolutely blew the Steph Curry Nike deal did not instill confidence. Like there's reasons why I'm and the thing that I can't get past is that he didn't even shop him around.
Yeah, that's the
thing. The one that I can't get past. Why, under any circumstances, would you not shop him around? And okay, all right. So I go back to something that is true of sports and the way we cover sports is the honest to God's truth is it's not. The goal is to not win the trade the day you make it. It's not. What has to happen here for this to be a win for Dallas seems so unlikely. But, and I'll give you an example. If you take it down by the factor of about 500 in terms of the impact on the game and what people were saying. But I'll give you a trade that was made in the last 6 months that everybody thought on the day the trade was made, the consensus was you lost the trade. The day the trade was made, when the Tigers shipped Flaherty to the Dodgers for Trey Sweeney and Theron Lorenzo, that's all you got? That was considered a loss. And 6 months later, it's considered a resounding win.
It's laughable now.
It
because
is,
of what happened
it is
yesterday.
a resounding win. It kind of already was a win because the perceived throw-in helped lead you to the playoffs. The perceived throw-in. He helped lead you to a playoffs. When you do that, already that's a win. They got more out of him than people expected. Well, maybe not Scott Harris, but most people expected the day the trade was made. The perceived mid-level prospect they got back is now a consensus top 100 prospect, and the player they traded is now a Tiger.
This is like if you had, I'll put it in some terms that Ken can help explain too. If I had a Michael Jordan rookie card and I wanted to sell it, and I just went to the biggest sports memorabilia store I could find locally, right? And you got some store, and you say, hey, I want to sell this Michael Jordan rookie card. They're not going to give you the market value for it because they're going to sell it themselves and they need to make a profit off it. So that's what they did. They just, for whatever reason, is it desperation? It's like going to, we went to watch the Pawn Stars or anything like that. If you take something to a pawn shop, you're not getting the value for it, but you're taking it there for a reason. I'm with you. What was Dallas's reason?
I'm fascinated with Dallas's reasoning.
Was the reason that, hey, Luka let them know that he wants out and is only going to go to L.A. and that's it? That's all you can do? Is it something else? Because you didn't get anywhere close to market value. Like if you brought that card to a pawn shop or to a memorabilia place, even they're going to be upfront and say, look, I know it's worth $200,000, but I can only offer you $75,000 for it because we have to make some money on it. And okay, I'll take it. Like what? What'd you just do? You went to one place.
Yep.
One place. It makes no sense.
The reason you go to that one place is because they have something that you want that no other shop can offer you, okay? So if you're going to use that analogy, Gator, the Mavericks told you what they wanted, and no one can believe it. They wanted Anthony Davis. No other team has Anthony Davis. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And although you could have got an insane amount more than what you got, they wanted Anthony Davis. And it's irresponsible. It's reckless. It's idiotic. It's shocking to say the least. And yeah, this is transcending all of sports. I'm talking to Kenny, a hockey guy. Like this is like Connor McDavid getting traded for what? Like we brought up getting Joe Burrow getting traded for. It doesn't make any sense.
It's the kind of trade a caller would suggest.
Yeah.
What?
No, guys,
It's a call from L.A. saying, I got an idea. How about we give you Anthony Davis and a first-round pick and Max Christie for Luka Doncic?
But
this is a trade that ESPN Trade Machine would not accept, and they accept every trade.
Again, though, I'm still obsessed because look, the easy thing to do. I'm going to chump the Mavericks GM because he didn't shop it around. Well, whatever. He didn't shop around, and I don't know that there's any justification for not shopping around other than the only place he wanted to go and said he would only accept. I'm only going to L.A. The only team. Tell them everybody offer me to. I'm going to say I'm not even going to sign there. He's available for the Supermax, eligible for the Supermax, et cetera, all that. How does this make sense for Dallas? If you take out of this and say, okay, they're not idiots. What do they know? Well, what makes them not idiots?
It's exactly what Kang said. You got a GM who loves Anthony Davis. You've got a head coach now in Jason Kidd, who was the assistant with the Lakers when they won the championship with Anthony Davis. So now you got a head coach that's got familiarity, and apparently that's all you need. Even though it looked like Jason Kidd was completely floored, and the GM came out and said, "Oh, we didn't let him know."
Dude,
you didn't what? I'm sorry.
That's another
you
part of
didn't-
this.
You didn't tell the head coach that you were about to trade away.
You didn't consult him?
The best player in the NBA.
You never
for
consulted
that.
him?
Yeah, that's absolutely nuts. And Mark Cuban, just so we know, understand, Mark Cuban's no longer the majority owner of the Mavericks. I'd love to hear what Mark Cuban is. Has he said anything yet? Because his
he said
voice,
something 5 years ago. He said that if it was between trading Luka Doncic and divorcing his wife, catch him at the lawyer's office filing for divorce papers because he ain't trading Luka Doncic. And you're right, he is no longer the owner, so he would have never let this fly.
Unbelievable.
248-539-9797. We'll have our champ and chump nominations today at 10:35. Look, and we will go in depth. Jack Flaherty back with the Tigers. Wow. It is Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. Hey, it's Super Bowl 59 week, and there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. Here are some fun bets in the app right now. Saquon to record 25 yards rushing each quarter. Either quarterback to catch a pass. Jalen Hurts to score an octopus, a big man touchdown. Any offensive lineman to score a touchdown. Just place a $5 bet. And if you win, you'll get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Doug and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. in sports, I have a ton of respect for people that will do their own thing. I have a ton of respect for people that go against conventional wisdom. I'm always when I can't figure something out, I feel like doubling down and learning more about it. I'm obsessed with Dallas's side of this trade. To trade a 25-year-old, 5-time all-NBA player who led a team to the finals last year for a 31-year-old, exceptionally good but often broken player, and not the guy that you're going to build your franchise around for the next 5-6 years, let alone maybe decade. I find myself completely obsessed with Dallas' side of it and almost rooting for Dallas' side of it because it flies in the face of conventional wisdom. And if you are brave enough to do that, I respect you. Unless you're just an idiot, and that's the problem that we separating these two sides of it is, the easy button here is they're an idiot. The Dallas is ridiculous.
That is easy to say.
That's the easy button.
And I'm not going to jump off of that right now. It's laughable how bad this trade is when you consider what you could have gotten in trade if you would open them up to every team in the league.
And yet, if you go win multiple championships with Anthony Davis, I still don't know if people would give him the benefit of the doubt, but they should.
You know how dumb a trade is that you have to keep it a complete secret to everybody? Seriously. Like, I wouldn't applaud myself for keeping this a secret. You kept it a secret because everyone would have told you you're a moron. They would have tried to talk you out of it.
Well, you wouldn't do it for that reason. You wouldn't.
Doug, this is dumb. You were right on that path. Continue on the idiotic path.
I mean, look, I got it. Like I said, I'm going to chump him. But if he's not an idiot, Kang, if he's not an idiot, there's no scenario in which you will say he's not an idiot.
Of course, he has to win some championships. You know what? If he wins a championship this year, I'll concede and say I'm the idiot. Because
you don't have
it's hard to win a championship.
Very hard. So you do whatever you can to win a championship. Doug, the rationale everyone's going to try to make, and I understand it. You guys brought it up though. The trump card is you could have got way more. If you convince me you want to trade Luka and all these reasons why you have to trade Luka, and it took you like a month to do it, all right, fine. I'm conceding. Let's trade Luka. So what are we getting? The entire league's first-round draft picks? Because guys like Mikal Bridges are bringing in 4 or 5 first-round picks. Rudy Gobert, 4 or 5 first-round draft picks. Everyone but Luka? You get one in 2029?
Why do you get Anthony Davis?
A 32-year-old player and Anthony Davis who's also often injured? Make it make sense.
When he's healthy, he's really good. But anyway, let's get to your phone calls. Brian in Detroit, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brian.
I never heard, and I love you guys. Y'all act like Anthony Davis just a throw-in. He's the best defensive player in the league. His last game, he had 40 and 20. They wasn't going out to get a player better than him to win now. Nowhere. So y'all could talk about Anthony Davis as if he's nothing when he's a top 7 player in this league.
Brian, of course he's a great player, but he's not what he was, and you don't think he's going to stay where he's at.
Luka's been hurt the last 2 years and out of shape.
So you like the trade?
It's not if I like it.
No, it is. It's actually it is. If you're going to attack us on it, do you like the trade?
Let me tell you.
Do you like the trade?
I like it for both teams. But the point is, you guys.
Why do you like it? Why do you like it for Dallas?
Hold on, Brian. Then that's completely misinterpreted, and we've done a terrible job of painting that Anthony Davis. He is not a bum. We agree. Okay. Beyond that, you like that. You like the trade for both.
That, Luka's. You know why they traded him, man? Luka's been hurt the last 2 years and out of shape.
I think
the out of shape. He's been hurt his whole career.
The out of shape part is a big part of this, and I think about this. Okay, you got a player that's out of shape. You tell him he needs to get into shape. He doesn't. You go back to him and say, you got to get into shape. He tells you he doesn't. You go back to him a third time. Like, I wonder how much did they go to Luka and say, quit drinking and smoking? Like, you've got to get into shape. There's no way we're going to. I mean, they had to go to him over and over again.
The fellas, what I'm saying is the very few players who are better than Anthony Davis, they're not trading Luka for him. They're not. I don't care. They would have put it on the. They would have put it on the shelf and saved for a month. They're not getting a better player than Anthony Davis back from nobody.
But they might get
they might get multiple.
You might get a good player and multiple first round picks.
Hey.
You know who they not getting a better. They go.
Well, hold on, Brian. Here's the thing, Brian. To be fair, you could be right, but we will never know because they didn't shop around one of the best players in the NBA.
Fellas, Anthony Davis is one of the best players in the NBA.
Yeah, but and I guess the other thing Brian kept saying was that Luka gets hurt. Well, I'm sorry, Anthony Davis is always hurt.
And one player is 5 years younger than the other is more likely to have a stretch of good health. But again, what was it like when they went to Luka and said you have to start taking this more seriously? How did it get to be so bad that they would trade a five-time All-NBA player?
Well, the other thing is we'll never know what players they could have gotten from other teams if they were going to be as good as Anthony Davis or not, because they never shopped them.
It's pretty amazing that they never shopped him.
It's to me the thing is the trade looks bad, right? Because you didn't get value in return. Yes, Anthony Davis is really good, but the rest of it not such great value. It's the process. It's the process you went through as a general manager when you have this incredible asset that you didn't treat that incredible asset like it was. That all you did, you were laser focused. You had the blinders on for Anthony Davis, period. That to me is crazy.
There's two arguments too are like, you're not going to get a better player than Anthony Davis. Luka is the better player. You could have just kept him. And number two, the injury thing, Anthony Davis has played far less games than Luka. You want to bring up injury? This is since 2020. Games Anthony Davis has played 36, 40, 56, 76 last year. The guy's always injured.
So last year 76 is a good number. And
yeah,
then
that's his best by far.
And 42 this year, that's a good number. That's healthy. But as you pointed out, before that, the 2 years before that, at 56, 62, 36, 40, 56, those are not healthy seasons. For a guy who's about to turn 32 in March.
248-539-9797. One of the most stunning moves in the history of sports had everybody everywhere going, wait, what? Fake account, hacked account.
Right.
It's still hard to believe.
Is this ShamWow? Sharina? Who is this?
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. They have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan on record. Same thing with trucks as well. They do all kinds of extra stuff, including they call you back, which might not seem like a huge deal, but it is when you can't get a call back from your current law firm. It's a huge differentiator. White glove service. They care more, you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. I so want Dallas to win this trade, to just rattle cages and say, oh, look at this. Here's a GM that isn't afraid to do something unconventional. Here's a GM that isn't afraid to do his own thing, doesn't cave to conventional thinking and wisdom, doesn't care about criticism. I don't see it happening, but you know what? I feel like there's a rest of the story here. To have a team thinking about trading a player of this ilk at this point in his career, I mean, you would have to imagine those negotiations. Hey, you got to get in shape. Could you imagine how bad those negotiations were going?
Well, I mean, look, you're right, 100% that the Dallas side of this is the story. Like Lakers, will the Lakers win a championship? Don't care. But what's going on in Dallas? What was the process behind the scenes? Because if they had gone consistently and constantly, had gone to Luka and say, we need you to be more this, or this, and it was met with a blank stare or indifference or even
double down.
Just flat out, not caring anymore, then you got to move him. Okay, so that's the first step. I know I got to move him. But the second step shouldn't be blinders only. I'm just going to get Anthony Davis.
That's the part that I don't know if there'll ever be justification for, is not shopping him around and seeing what else you could get and that you could get more. I mean, Luka's eligible for a Supermax. Dallas has probably had, I'm pretty sure it already decided that this isn't going to happen from a contract, and we're not going to lose him the way the Angels lost Shohei Ohtani. And that could be that simple. We are not going to walk away from this empty-handed.
Again.
Yeah, but
open it up.
Let's go to Tony on a cell. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
I see both ways, both sides. For one, I can see the Lakers doing it for the future. LeBron's probably got a year or two left for the future, 25-year-old guy. For Dallas, I think they're actually a better team if AD is healthy. They're a better team with him than with Luka, for the very fact of the position he plays. He doesn't require the ball. Luka controls the ball. He doesn't want to play center. That was one of the things that he didn't like in L.A. He doesn't have to play center with Dallas. When he's healthy, he's 25-plus points per game, 12 rebounds, 3 blocks a game, every game. There's been 2 big trades in the last few years, and one of the main persons has been Anthony Davis. There's a reason why people want Anthony Davis. Hello?
Yeah.
I mean,
but like I said, from the Lakers side, I see the next 10 years, Luka, but he requires the ball. Now, how is that going to work with LeBron? Obviously, he's not going to get the ball.
It's going to be a weird. They got to sort some things out there. But it's almost irrelevant because they got Luka. They can keep Luka for a while here. Just for clarification's sake, too. No, Dallas was facing a Supermax. The Lakers aren't now because he got traded. He can't do the Supermax deal with the Lakers according to NBA rules. But that doesn't affect why Dallas. And the point of me saying is we don't want to pay that. We don't want to pay $325 million. And we're not going to lose him for nothing, or he's not doing what we asked to make him worth $325 million. I was listening to some coverage of the Giants deciding not to move on from Saquon, and non-Giant slappy media saying it still made sense. He was being wasted there. The money it was going to cost him, he was going to be wasted there. They didn't believe they were going to win a championship. They had to get their house in order before they could even afford to have him. He wouldn't have put up those numbers in New York. And so they let him walk because they didn't want to go down a dead-end road with a player that would be wasted on their roster. And I watch that, and I'm fascinated with it now because they're the ones with egg on their face, right? The Giants. And we'll see if it works out for them long term. When somebody does something like this, I become obsessed with the unconventional thinker and root for them. And I mean, I don't know how many championships they have to win with Anthony Davis to make everybody go. It was totally worth it. It was totally worth it. They were right.
Well, they got a short window to do it because when you have guys that are in their 30s, which is the core group of your team, with Klay Thompson, who's 34, and Kyrie Irving's 32, and now you got Anthony Davis, who's going to be 32 in a month. That's your core.
Yep.
So you've got a short window, and I don't think people are all that thrilled with.
All you got to do is win the next 2 NBA titles.
Well,
That's it. Yeah, that's it, man.
How long can you keep Kyrie Irving interested? Who knows?
Yeah, he's
And how
he
how
could be-
healthy will Anthony Davis be?
He could be inconsistent, as we all know, Kyrie Irving, as far as mentally where he wants to be at. And Doug, I always appreciate your, hey, 360 point of view. Let's take a look at the other side. And unconventional is the word you use. But there's a line where you cross unconventional to stupid. And I think they've crossed that line. It's just, when the caller brings up, how's it going to work with LeBron? Who cares? LeBron's 100. This is for the next 10 years. You're looking at the future of the Lakers.
You got a 24-year-old stud.
Yeah. He's made 5 All-NBA first teams. 5 All-NBA first teams. And everyone's calling and saying he's fat. He's made, I'll say it again, 5 All-NBA first teams. He's 24, 25 years old. And by the way, LeBron's only going to help him this year because, if anything, LeBron's in crazy shape. And this puts a chip on Luka's shoulder. He's probably going to get in better shape now, show the Mavs in the world, like, hey, I was doing this while I was fat. I carried a team to the NBA Finals when I was fat. I don't care if Luka has a cigarette dribbling up the court, a box of wine in the other hand, and a hookah strapped to his back.
I feel like
a lot going on. Quite a picture.
This could be the wake-up call where Luka now goes, okay, I'll get in shape. And anyway, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump Gator, I will start my champ of the weekend is the Red Wings goalie combination of Alex Lyon and Cam Talbot, 11 goals in the last 7 games. It feels like you can pen one of them in for one of the 3 stars every night. The Red Wings have a chance to sweep a West Coast trip tomorrow in Seattle.
Yeah, they've been great. My champ is Tom McCullen. It's another win streak they're on. This one's at 6 games and counting. He has the team back in the playoff picture, and it's only been 19 games since he's been there. 14, 4, and 1 during that stretch. Best stretch of hockey since that point.
My chump of the weekend is Nico Harrison, GM of Dallas. I'm fascinated. I still have no idea why they didn't shop him around. He can still can be deemed justifiable someday, but it feels like under all circumstances, he didn't play the market very well.
This is a strange one. I mean, I went with the Dallas Mavericks, and yet I don't know who on the Mavericks I really blame. It's probably Harrison, as you mentioned. Your fans hate you. What a strange trade with only one potential partner. And if you're going to trade away the franchise player, make him available and take the best offer. I can't imagine this is a deal where the whoever the owner is of the Mavs at this point, if it's a conglomeration, then I guess the GM has the power to do it. But if it's like a singular owner, you would think if you're going to trade away Luka Doncic that you have to get approval. Somebody approved it. Did the Bucks stop with Nico Harrison?
Champ and Chump votes get him in, 248-539-9797. Tigers make a pretty sizable move in bringing back Jack Flaherty. We will get to that today at 11:02. Joe is in Detroit, and on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Great. Yeah, I think that, first of all, I mean, you might think I don't think it's a stupid trade by Dallas if you look at the short term of it, but I don't think we're looking at that. So both of the players are injury prone. That's the first thing. Both of them are injury prone. You got Anthony Davis. He's won a championship over there in L.A. And then I also heard someone say Luka was the best player in the NBA. Well, that's not true. I mean, we're looking at Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's better than Luka. We're looking at Jokic, the Joker. He's better than Luka. So I think that short term, Dallas actually won in this trade. Long term, because of the youth differential, I think that the Lakers may have a stronger possibility of winning in this trade. Okay? So, like you said, maybe he goes to L.A. and, he gets more conditioned because he's with LeBron. I mean, I think they say LeBron James paid, $1 million a year on his conditioning. So maybe he get over there with LeBron and he gets in shape. Who knows? But even in that, if LeBron leaves in the next year or two, they still will have to build around Luka. And then you got to take a gamble on if he's going to stay conditioned where he won't be injury prone.
So I think, in my personal opinion, that I think that the Dallas Mavericks win in this trade. I think that they can win better with AD than they could with Luka. And the reason why I say that, because they got Kyrie, and then also AD does not have to play center. He can play power forward. He's a stretch forward, so he can stand out there, shoot the jump shot. He has a consistent jump shot. He's also dominant on the inside. Then you got Kyrie, where he can come down and control the ball. So I think, me personally, it wasn't a stupid trade if you're thinking about it in a short-term way.
Thank you for the phone call, Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. 97 won the ticket. You want to have a healthier New Year? Start by giving your family the best water available. Just by contacting CGC Water. This month, save $500 on a Connecticut Premier Softener and get a free Kinex Salt Monitor with purchase. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can also take care of all your plumbing needs. Save 10% off any water heater from CGC Water. Your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242. The feedback is about what you would expect. Though I feel like I'm so willing to. I'm so fascinated with why Dallas did this. I want to know what they know. I want to know how hard they tried to get Luka to agree to get into shape. I want to know what they know that the rest of the world doesn't know, where everyone goes, oh, so that's why. But, I'm still not even sure why you don't call around. But here we go. Bob writes in, all I want to know is how does this affect the Cowboys? Yep.
Great question.
Champ, the whole city of Detroit sports right now. What a stretch by all four teams. Chump the Dallas Mavericks for obvious reasons. Hey, Kang, did the prep start this morning with, so, is this a whoa or a huh? That's from Will.
Doug, would you ever had a whoa?
It's a whoa.
It's a whoa.
Whitmer writes in, when did Jerry Jones take over the Dallas Mavericks? Because this was a crazy trade. Ken and Brighton. Gator, you ever heard of Anthony Davis? He's a real up-and-comer, babe.
Great player. You traded away a better player.
Guys, to me, you have two choices. Al Avila secretly runs the Mavs, or the fix is in, and the NBA wanted the Lakers to be relevant for the next 10 years.
Well, if you try to look at it from the Dallas standpoint, all right, you just added a player who's a center, who's a defensive stud. Now he's on the other side of his career, but he's still playing at a very high level. Does he make your team better right now than it was before, the day before when you had Luka Doncic? Luka can do it all. It was a triple-double waiting to happen. But if he was becoming a distraction and lacked the defensive ability that you needed, is it possible that for the very short term, Dallas is better?
I mean, it's possible, sure. It's possible.
It's definitely possible, but he also carried him to the NBA Finals last year. That's pretty recent, too, I would say, right? And I'm not yelling at you, Gator. I'm just saying
I'm kind of trying to play devil's advocate and trying to figure it out.
I can almost even rationalize it a little bit if, like, they got bounced in the first round, right? Like, hey, this is clearly not going to work. He can't move him on. He got him to the finals last year. He's 28-8-8 every night he plays. It just doesn't make any sense that you couldn't at least shop him. If you want to convince me that he's not bought in, not part of the culture, he's going to get out of shape, okay. But to not open this up to the rest of the league and see what you could possibly get, to me is crazy.
It seems really weird, and just like something you would do. But they have to, like, the singular focus on getting Anthony Davis is another fascinating thing. And to not dismiss what kind of player he is, because he's really, really, really good. But I wouldn't imagine that you wouldn't want to seek out other offers just to be sure. Champ Dominic Shine, what a great story. Movie type stuff. Chump the Dallas Mavericks. From Josh and Warren, I don't want to hear excuses, Tom Goras. Go get Giannis. Unnamed texter in other news, Steve Yzerman trades Patrick Kane for Connor McDavid. Unnamed texter, one of Anthony Davis's nicknames is street clothes for how often he's been injured. Unnamed texter, Luka is awesome and has played amazingly, but he's fat and out of shape, and he doesn't seem to want to change that. Well, that's the thing, right? You wouldn't deal him because you asked him once to take his conditioning more seriously, right?
Correct.
And he didn't comply. You wouldn't deal him if you asked him twice to take his conditioning more seriously. Logically thinking, I think you would only deal him if there were multiple requests that were met with straight hostility. And that might be where you would say, okay, we're not giving you the supermax, and you'd want to trade him. Unnamed texter, unless the Mavericks know something the Lakers don't know about Luka, like an injury or a serious drug problem, then this will go down as the worst trade in NBA history. See, that I disagree with. But what it would take for it to be considered a good trade for Dallas feels like a bit of a stretch.
Well, I can appreciate the, hey, if he's out of shape and talking to him and stuff like that, right? But was he still playing at a ridiculously high level? Did it matter? Was it just appearances? You didn't like that he had a little, baby fat on him?
Does Jokic look like he's in tremendous shape? No, he puts it on the court every night.
28 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists a game.
I mean, I actually kind of love that some of these non-athletic fat dudes are making plays in the NBA now. Like, it's the unconventional, accepting that is okay. It falls in line with me being fascinated with Dallas. Everything's not cookie cutter. Everything's not the same and should be judged on its own merit. And so having a player that appears to be out of shape is something that I actually, believe it or not, kind of like. I don't like that you're out of shape. It might be shortening your effectiveness, but I do think it's okay that players aren't all cookie cutter the same.
This is true, but you can't be out of shape in the end. I think it's also something that gets overplayed. You can't be out of shape and compete in the NBA.
We're talking about NBA shape. Yes.
I mean, the guy plays 36 minutes a night in the NBA. He's not out of shape. He doesn't look like LeBron James.
Could he be in bad NBA shape? Yes, he could be in bad shape for an NBA player.
Still played 36.
248-539-9797. But the longevity of the thing might be like, do you think it's Shohei being scared of the Shohei Ohtani getting nothing for him for a transcendent player?
No, because if it was, again, you could make him available. I don't think the Angels ever made Shohei available.
I know, but I'm just saying that the reasoning behind this is we're not losing him for nothing the way the Angels
They shouldn't lose him for nothing. I agree with that. If you don't feel like you want to sign him, then you better not lose him for nothing. But if that's the approach, then you don't offer it just to one team.
That's a whole nother separate compartmentalized thing. I'm just saying to even be motivated to trade him. I don't think. I guess.
Sure.
I don't think it's an unforgivable sin to say we're not committing supermax money to you. We're going to move you.
If you don't think he's the player that continues to take you in the future, if you've got other things, look, they have all the information that we don't, right?
Yep.
So if they felt it was necessary to move on from him, then go ahead and move on from him. It's the next step that what you did to move on from that is a little head scratching.
You know what's crazy is watching that press conference with Jason Kidd sitting next to Nico Harrison, and I don't think Nico Harrison helped himself. If you're going to do this, I think you need to sit at the podium and show incredible conviction. And instead, he came across as a little bit wishy-washy. But Jason Kidd, I think the blank stare that he had on his face was, to me, fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
He looked like he was being held hostage. And he had nothing to say. And we'll get the real story when he's no longer the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. When he jumps on one of these hundreds of podcasts that are out there and tells the story of when Nico came to him and told him, hey, we're trading Luka, and what his real reaction was and what his thoughts were moving forward. Like, am I looking for a new job at the end of the year? Because this is crazy, right?
Feels like it. 248-539-9797. More feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. My champ, a tale of two Scotts. Champ Scott Harris, this team is getting dangerous. Chump Scott Boras, he's seemingly the reason so many free agents are left unsigned. Yeah, he's got a lot of guys that are not getting contracts. And for a while there, he had 5 of the top players at their position available unsigned were Boras clients. From an unnamed texter, can we talk about the Red Wings? 14-4-3 in the McClellan era. Another awesome OT win last night. Love it. Yes, we can, and we will, and we have. But yeah, they could sweep this West Coast trip. The goaltending's been great. You know, their ability to win, whether they fall behind 2-0 or take a 2-0 lead, doesn't matter. Love it. Jamie in Ann Arbor says, if you're fat and out of shape and still giving me 38-8 on the way to the NBA Finals, I'm perfectly okay with that. I agree. Like, I think one of the coolest things that happened is that people are willing now to accept a unconventional look from a guy who can just play. With guys like Luka and the Joker who don't look particularly athletic. But if you're about to invest in being asked to invest $325 million in a player who you don't have faith is going to be able to keep it up. I can see it. I can see that. The idea of it, I think it's okay to want to say we're going to trade Luka Doncic. The way they went around doing it is the part that defies conventional wisdom.
That's the part that has everybody going, huh?
Okay. Meanwhile, the Tigers get Jack Flaherty. This is not a small deal. This is a big deal, and the baseball season's right around the corner. And there's a whole bunch of stuff here that actually played out well for Detroit, and they have some flexibility on the what's next move, because there is going to be a next move. The question is it a big next move? Is it a small next move? Is it a creative next move? But the Tigers are better on this Monday than they were last Friday when we last talked. We'll get to that today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers are still interested in signing third baseman free agent Alex Bregman. Athletic beat writer Cody Stavenhagen had the latest yesterday. The Pistons host the Hawks tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Atlanta's dropped 8 in a row. Detroit looking to make it a 3-game winning streak. Here if they can do it tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tip at 7. The latest AP college basketball poll due out this afternoon. Last week, Michigan moved out of the top 25, but they followed it up with 2 wins over Rutgers and Penn State. KenPom.com now has them as the 20th best team in the nation. Here inside Michigan basketball tonight over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7 as well. The Jimmy Butler saga in Miami continues. According to ESPN, Butler has told the Warriors that he will not sign there if he's dealt to Golden State. Butler's ideal landing spot is the Suns. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Disbelief and shock over the weekend with the Luka trade to the Lakers. In the meantime, I was pretty surprised that the Tigers signed Jack Flaherty. We'll start with this. There have been some reporting that the Tigers have moved away from adding starting pitching, which means one of two things. Either one, that reporting was wrong, or two, things changed, and things can change. It happens all the time that people change their minds. And what could have changed here? Well, what could have changed here is that Flaherty on the open market was probably looking for something a little bit different than what was actually made available to him. And so at some point, either Detroit circled back or he circled back. And the Tigers get a contract done. And we'll get into the details of the contract, but it's a 2-year deal with an opt-out possible for him after 1 year. But something that very rarely happens has happened. A team traded a player, got back some assets, a player on an expiring contract. They traded a player, got some assets, and then re-signed the player the immediate following off season, which I'm super excited that this happened. But let's go back, Gator, to start this conversation and revisit the initial trade of Jack Flaherty. They pulled it off, man. They got back a package of players that immediately helped them win a playoff spot and win a series in the playoffs. They got back a player that
top 100 player
has catapulted into the top 100 and could be helping this organization for years to come. There's still no guarantees, but he could be. And they got the player that they traded back.
I mean, it's to look back at that. The craziest thing of all was that they made the playoffs last year. That was crazy.
Yep.
After they had traded Jack Flaherty, they made the playoffs. They cobbled it together. Guys stepped up. They got some more stability defensively, and part of that was part of the trade, Trey Sweeney, who was, a reasonably regarded prospect, but not a top 100 guy by any means. And then they got Tyron Lorenzo, who was the highly regarded prospect, but not as highly regarded as other players in the Dodgers organization, which led people to say that the Tigers didn't get much in return.
Yep.
They didn't get their asking price. Well, no kidding. They didn't get their asking price because nobody who gets their asking price when it comes to a trade deadline deal. So they ended up getting a couple of pretty good players to put in the system and one guy who joined the team. But they made the playoffs, which made everything crazy. And now you come full circle and you get Flaherty back for, $34 million for 2 years, so there's an opt-out after the first year? Okay, sign me up for a 29-year-old? I can't believe no team out there wanted to give Jack Flaherty like a 3 or 4 year contract for $20 million a year.
Well, look, I'm very pleased with the way this worked out, and everybody should be. He is, he's a guy who really had a career resurgence coming off injury. Hey, don't give up on me yet here in Detroit. This could be, again, the Fetter effect, and my God, I don't want to ever lose Chris Fetter. I think that you're looking now at, the contract terms is something else to get to, but I would say this, and I think this is important. I think it's a check plus on the resume of Scott Harris. And I don't expect everybody to buy in, and I'm kind of wait and see with a lot of things, of course. But at the end of the day, this should instill a little bit more confidence in the Tigers GM. to pull off this entire scenario.
I sure hope so. I mean, Harris you talk about, different paths and different ways of doing things. He has a clear vision of what he wants, and it's not going to, be something that is fully embraced by the fan base just yet, right? And it hasn't been. The way he's drafted, the way he's gone after free agency, people haven't fully embraced it. But this move, I feel like, because of what they did in getting Jack Flaherty, waiting things out, now we're into February, and then they make the move where, okay, Flaherty's still around. He's familiar. He liked his time here in Detroit. He's got his ring. Let's go. Fair enough. And we got him for a very reasonable price, where I think it's like $4 or $5 million below market value per season, and yet they waited it out. They were smart to wait it out. And now they could still, because their payroll is at whatever, $140 million or something like that, they can still add to it by getting Bregman. And if they do, I mean, they already had a good pitching staff, but now you're adding Flaherty back into the mix. Their starting rotation looks to be on paper so good right now that you're pushing out 3 potential starters. Then who knows what's going to happen with Casey Mize, Kenta Maeda, and Kaito Martero, let alone Matt Manning.
Or Ty Madden.
I mean, yeah. You've got all these options. That's 5 starting pitchers right there.
It just sets up some real discussion about what their next move is, because they've got some extra pitching now that they can shop around. And I'm not foolish to think that they're going to move Matt Manning and get some elite guy back, but it could be a part of a package of things that they decide to move on from.
But signing Jack Flaherty gives them some flexibility now, where it's not just, okay, we can spend money on a free agent and let's get the guy. Or do you dangle some prospects and actual major league talent to another team to get their guy that they don't want to sign, who would be an upgrade over what we have here? This is all very interesting.
So the staff right now is Skubal, Flaherty, Reese Olson, Alex Cobb, and then the 5th starter,
Jackson Jobe.
I assume it's going to be Jackson Jobe. They still have Casey Mize and all the names we already mentioned in case Jobe doesn't go down to spring training and grab this thing. And I kind of expect them to do so. And I give Major League Baseball some credit the way they've changed to encourage people not to delay contracts, delay the start time on a player's major league service time. They don't suppress those things. They can reward you if your guy makes a run for Rookie of the Year with getting some draft capital back, and that's actually pretty cool, because it'll encourage a team like the Tigers to not hesitate to have Jackson Jobe in their opening day rotation should he earn it. But if Flaherty comes in, and this is predicated on Flaherty pitching well, although we don't have reason to believe he won't. He pitched well in Detroit, and then he went to L.A. and pitched well. It's amazing what health, or in his case, a couple shots to the back, will do for a guy. But let's just cross our fingers and start with either the hope or belief that indeed he now will come to Detroit and continue to pitch well. I mean, so much of this success and failure is predicated on a guy going out and doing what he's capable of. And so all conversations start there with the assumption that Flaherty's going to come to Detroit and be good, which may not be a safe assumption, but I don't think it's a stretch. It is no stretch that he can come to Detroit and pitch well.
No. I mean, he's. I don't know if he's going to be as good as he was last year. It was awfully good, but if he has an earned run average below 3.50, I'm pretty happy with that. It's more stability. A guy who can go 6-7 innings.
And to get through now a season, like I love what they did in the postseason last year, but it probably wasn't a plan that you could implement for an entire season. The whole pitching by committee type of deal.
Yeah, pitching chaos.
Yeah. You could still then, though, in important series, implement the pitching chaos. You can still do it. You just have a more conventional way to bide your time, get through the season, and have a chance to win most nights out, given who they are going to be parading out as starting pitching. So we will get into what's next. Now, wow, what a day. We've got a player that would make so much sense in Detroit requesting a trade. Could that happen? We will get to that today. We'll tell you who it is and get to that at 1:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. This is a woe in the NFL world.
Well, it's a woe and like, oh, wow. This, okay. But it's not a move that's happened.
However you want to characterize it, it gets our attention.
We both went, oh, well. And maybe that's what it is for me. It's an oh, well. Oh, well.
Miles Garrett's requested a trade. Yeah, it's a woe. It's a woe because there's two things about this. One is you start venturing into the possibility of acquiring Miles Garrett. Two is, what other wheels does that set in motion? And what I mean by that is, if there's another player at the same position on another team that isn't necessarily happy with his situation, does he say, wait a sec, if Miles Garrett can get traded and some team's willing to do what it takes to get Miles Garrett to try and put him over the top, maybe I should request a trade so I don't miss out on that opportunity as well.
Oh, look at you, wanting more people in the pool.
Well, you know how it is. Like if you see anything in life where you see somebody you know or somebody in your line of work that does a little something that betters themselves and you go, I could do the same thing. You have to start thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, I'm talking about Max Crosby. Does Max Crosby go, I'll be pissed if Miles Garrett gets traded to Detroit? I mean, he hasn't had an open love letter to Detroit, but does that start some wheels in motion there? But that's sort of a possibility out of this. What we do know is that Miles Garrett wants to be traded. His contract, the team that trades for him will get a $19.8 million cap hit this coming season. Lions can afford it. And a $20.374 contract, $20.374 million the following year, which would become somewhat problematic. It might cost him a player, given that their financial commitments. They go from having like the 8th most cap space to the 28th most cap space, and they got a lot of money earmarked to want to bring their guys back. But this also would fall into the category of something, Gator, that you've been talking about for a while, and you clearly are in favor of, and that is F them picks.
Yeah, it's time. When the right player comes along, it's time. And I know they haven't operated that way to this point because they haven't needed to. Because the way they needed to operate was, let's replenish this team. Let's build it from the ground up. Let's draft and sign for agents that make sense and not to long-term contracts. And then when time comes to reward the players that we've drafted, we can do that and extend them. That's exactly what they've done. Well, now that it's built, foundation's there. Mm-hmm. They got this thing built. They just lost 7 assistant coaches from last year. So if you're concerned about that and how is this going to be replaced, how about you just go out and get the best pass rusher in football? How about you do that and pair him up with Aiden Hutchinson and let's roll? Because that's insane to think those two guys on the same defense, how much better it would be if you had both of them.
Yep.
Look out. I mean, yes, I would think that they'd be front runners for the Super Bowl if they were to make a move like this. And if it's an F them picks move, it's at least 2 first-round picks, probably a 3.
Or maybe just Anthony Davis and Max Christie gets it done.
Yeah.
So I know how Gator feels. I'm curious how you feel, Doug. If you're Brad Holmes, do you want him to call the Browns, knowing this is going to take a lot to get him? It's funny because you weren't here last week, Gator, for football questions, and one of the questions was the Browns GM came out and said, I'm not entertaining any offers for Miles Garrett. There's nothing that would come across my table where I'd want to make a deal. And less than a week later, Miles Garrett's like, please trade me. So I don't know how this complicates the trade market for the Browns, but Doug, do you call if you're Brad Holmes, knowing this is going to take something that he loves to have, which is draft capital?
I try to rush to the phone without making it sound like I'm rushing to the phone. Like I want to call and not sound desperate and too eager, because yes,
you up?
Yo, babe, what's good?
Without question, I call. Yes, I call. And I explore. I mean, there's no doubt I'd have interest. And I'm excited by the possibility that this guy could be had.
Oh, my. So Diana Rossini has tweeted out. She said, one NFL GM on what a trade for Miles Garrett could look like. Quote, probably a 1+. Can't wait for it'll be a 3 1s crowd. Not happening. 1 and a 2, 1 and 2 3s. Throw a player in there. I'm sorry, what's that? For Miles Garrett?
Diana Rossini's quoting who?
She's quoting an NFL GM on what a trade for Miles Garrett could look like.
There's not a player that you can get in this draft with your first-round pick that comes close to what Miles Garrett would give you. I like Mike Green for Marshall a lot.
I like Abdul Carter a lot.
But they don't have accessibility to Abdul Carter.
No. Is it crazy to think that in order to get Abdul Carter that you'd have to give more draft capital up than to get Miles Garrett? Because that's what this tweet is indicating.
Dude,
that's crazy when you say it out loud. Because Miles Garrett. he's 29.
That guy.
14 sacks. Adam Schefter just put out a tweet, guys. Potential trade comps, since we're talking about comps here.
Yeah.
When 27-year-old Khalil Mack was traded from Oakland to Chicago, the Bears gave up 2 first-round picks, a third-round pick, and a 6th-round pick. They got Mack in a second round in return with a conditional 5th.
I mean, that would be something I would discuss.
Picks.
I know you are Mr. F them picks.
Why wouldn't you be? It's Miles Garrett.
Because it depends on how many picks. It still does matter. I understand that this
2 first-round picks. Would you do it?
I probably would, because one of them would be this year's first-round pick, and yeah, I'd do that.
Because you'd be looking at picks that are.
But here's the thing:
starting at 28 and likely 32 after that.
Understand this, and I always think of it this way: if I'm in Cleveland, I want more than 2 first-round picks.
Of course.
If I'm doing this show in Cleveland, so I'm asking for 3 first-round picks and a player, and that would have me balking on this side, but. If we're gonna do this and talk realistically, if they can get them for 2 first-round picks, yeah, I do it for 2 first-round picks. The thing is but I do want to see the cap ramifications on year 2 when the Lions have to say, yeah, we got to let Kirby Joseph walk. We now can't pick up J-Mo's contract. He'll get to free agency. Whatever those ramifications are. But you're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Man.
And they haven't done that yet.
This is.
And here's
probably
the problem.
Best way to do it, other than getting Patrick Mahomes, is to, and no disrespect to Jared Goff, but the best way to do this is to get Miles Garrett or a Micah Parsons or Max Crosby, players of that ilk, to get that top pass rusher to go opposite a healthy Aiden Hutchinson would do it.
One of the challenges we have here in Detroit, one of the things that's awesome about our guy is our guy can crush the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Our guy also absolutely values his draft picks more than we do. He just does. If you're gonna, one of the I don't want to say downsides because I don't think it's a downside. One of the things that's going to make this challenging is that Brad Holmes loves his draft picks and doesn't want to part with his draft picks.
Well, he loves his draft picks because he's needed them to build this foundation to where they're at. Now that you're at where you're at, now you can say, I still love the draft picks, but I really love that player.
Yeah, the way he talked in the press conference he held last week, the vibe that he gave off was, I'm not rushing to get rid of my draft picks. I love my draft picks. Now, could be just idle talk, but I think his actions would tell you that it's true.
Hey, Brad, what if Miles Garrett were available? That's a different story.
Well, we may find out.
He also did mention the presser, Doug, that it's hard to get players because teams were unwilling to trade them, right? Well, now we know a guy has literally requested a trade, so maybe things change. And if you have to throw a player in return, do you say, are you familiar with Zadarius Smith? Oh, yeah, we are. We just had him.
Yeah. He's not under contract, though, right?
He's one more year.
Yeah.
Does he?
Yeah.
I thought he was a free agent. My man. 248-539-9797. All right, a lot of people want to talk. Flaherty comes to Detroit. Miles Garrett's now available. We got a wild trade in the NBA. We got one of the hottest hockey teams in the league. We got a Piston game tonight and a trade deadline in the NBA. Things are afoot in the world of sports here in Detroit. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Dark Car Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Wow. Tigers get Jack Flaherty. Bregman watch has reached day 36. You got Miles Garrett now asking for a trade out of Cleveland. We'll get to your phone calls on this in a moment. One of the things that may impact the feasibility of him coming to Detroit is whether or not Miles Garrett will demand a new long-term contract by the team that trades for him. That could present some challenges, and it could present some roadblocks. It might take some real creativity, but real creativity is something that NFL teams have been known to do. But yes, that could make this more challenging. I don't know if it would make it impossible, but it could make it more challenging. 248-539-9797. Willie's in Detroit, and he's on 97 on a ticket. Hello, Willie.
Hello, fellas. How you guys doing today?
All right, Willie, you?
Overwhelmed, quite frankly. There's so much going on.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot going on. So here's my take on Miles Garrett. So Jared Goff worries me, okay? I think about that they was 30 minutes away from getting to the Super Bowl against 49ers. That didn't happen. But we all said, well, hey, that's kind of like a pass for that year, because the Lions are still rebuilding. We still need one or two pieces to get to where we need to be. And I understand this year, majority of the defense was hurt. The Lions were stable to accomplish what they've accomplished. But here's where Jared Goff worries me. The way he played against Washington is very alarming. At this point, and this is just me, I don't trust him anymore. I would rather treat him like Trent Dilfer now.
Why?
And I'm saying that, and Jim McMahon too. I'm bringing those two quarterbacks up because what are those
Willie,
two quarterbacks
Willie,
have in
can I
common?
Can I stop you for 1 second here? I don't want to get sidetracked. Miles Garrett just requested a trade. Are you interested in him?
Well, yeah, that's. I'm making my points to say. So here's the point I'm trying to get to. I'm bringing up Jared Goff because I don't trust him anymore. I want to treat him like a game manager now, like a Trent Dilfer or Jim McMahon.
Right. You're interested in Miles Garrett,
Super Bowl winning defense.
Because I'm going to stop you, Willie, because all this is going to lead is to 50 calls defending Jared Goff, and I don't want to take it down that road. It's not today's topic. Real quick, you want to improve the defense.
No, real quick. No. But let me get my point across. What I want to say for Brad Holmes, you got to make the move. You got to pull the deal to bring in Miles Garrett because now what you got to do is get the Lions defense to where the offense is. Nothing's wrong with the offense anymore outside of Jared Goff. The point I'm trying to make, fellas, is he has to pull the trigger. Do not worry about these draft picks that Cleveland's going to want because you need to get this Lions defense to the point to where it's not going to beat 85 Bears, but it has to mirror them. It has to mirror that Ray Lewis defense, that Lawrence Taylor, Harry Carson defense. The Lions defense is going to have to be the reason why they win the Super Bowl.
All right.
They scored 31 points in the playoff loss.
They did, and on a bad day. If he's saying to win a Super Bowl, your defense has to match this offense, they have a great chance to win the Super Bowl if their defense and their offense are in the conversation, both for being the best in the league. I would agree with that. And if you can have the best defense and offense in the NFL, I like their chances.
Well,
I would agree with that.
I think we can all agree on this. If the possibility is there to sign to trade for Miles Garrett, and the possibility is there because apparently he wants to trade. But if Brad Holmes looks at this and says, "Yeah, we can make this happen," everybody's on board. Is there anybody that's going to be detracting and say, "No, don't try that. Don't try for Miles Garrett."
The price tag of Miles Garrett, the downside is what it might cost you in terms of return, what it might cost you in terms of signing your own guys, the plan to keep some of your own guys. Otherwise, it's an easy yes. And if you can get them at your price and it doesn't cost you players long term, this is an easy yes.
It might be uncomfortable down the line if you'd brought up just a name, just for the sake of throwing a name out there, Kirby Joseph. Mm-hmm. Would I rather have Miles Garrett or Kirby Joseph?
Well, would you rather have Miles Garrett and Kirby Joseph for 1 year, or Kirby Joseph long term and add other players that aren't Miles Garrett and keep them all?
Or would I rather have Miles Garrett and Kirby Joseph for a year and then Miles Garrett for several years without Kirby Joseph?
Well, it depends what else it would cost you potentially. I mean,
Give me Miles Garrett.
You keep crafting like this is really freaking ezy, and it's not.
I'm not. What do you mean? I'm crafting
these things are so complicated, and if it's a low price and it doesn't cost you a lot in terms of your own guys. It's a
what's
it's a
the low
resounding
price
yes.
part? You're saying the
Well,
low
they
price in
started
terms
with-
of the draft capital?
Yes.
Okay,
In
let's.
terms of
I'm operating on that. I would think it's 2 first-round picks. Okay.
if I'm in Cleveland, I'm asking for more.
Fair enough, but I'm going to say, let's say it's 2, because everybody else now, all these pundits are out there saying it wouldn't be that much. But if it's 2 first-round picks, I'm good with it. If you give up 2 first-round picks and now I got to sign him to a 4-year, $140 million deal, okay. I don't. That sounds like an awful lot of money to sink in there. But if let's say I can go ahead and re-sign him, I'm going to re-sign him knowing that you are going to have to make some uncomfortable decisions. But Miles Garrett makes you a better football team. And knowing also that these contracts that they've given out to St. Brown, to Sewell, to Jared Goff, to Decker, to all these guys they've given these contracts out to, they can be renegotiated to make it easier to deal with, to pay the piper down the road, which at some point, of course, you're going to have to pay, and it's going to be a tough road when they have to pay that piper. But in the meantime, you've given yourself like this 4-year window or 5-year window to be dominant.
I do want to say one thing real quick to help you out a little bit, Gator, too. I don't really generally subscribe to the hometown discount theory, but I do think that if you're going to be out there and request a trade and state the Super Bowl as your ultimate goal, you don't have to sign that max next deal if you really want to win a championship. Now, he's going to get paid, but he didn't have to max it out. Especially if you're going to put it out there and say, hey, I loved it in Cleveland. It's been great. You shaped me, but I want to win a Super Bowl. Well, if you really want to win a Super Bowl, you have to sacrifice something somewhere.
And if he's willing to come to Detroit without a new contract,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This becomes the make it happen yesterday, Brad Holmes. Tony is next. Hi, Tony.
Hey, good. How you doing, Pat? Hey, about the Miles Garrett, yeah. I just hope we can pay him with cash and don't have to give up nothing.
What do you mean?
What you think?
Well, you got to, if you're going to trade for him,
give them no, no draft picks.
you have to. You got to trade for him. He's not.
Cleveland's
he's
not
a free
accepting
agent.
nothing.
He's not a free agent. He's saying he wants a trade.
Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying now. Yeah, but anyway, can I go back to this here, that 3rd and 1 with Jared Goff?
No.
There's no point. Let's go to Don and Howell. Hi, Don.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So, if I know Miles Garrett, if we could trade for him, I'm going to give 2 firsts for him because with the way Brad Holmes drafts, I'm not worried about finding talent at later rounds. And right now, our window is here, right? So I let Zadarius Smith walk. I don't pick up the next option on his. Whoever else I can let go to have someone available, even if we promise to spend the money on him. You're right. We can rework, like Gator said, we can rework some contracts if it means that we're going to be the favorites for the Super Bowl. Even if our offense falls down slightly because of the offensive coordinator, maybe to the, let's just say, top 10, maybe lower top 10, somewhere in that area, and our defense jumps up to the top 3rd because of this signing, we are the favorite for the Super Bowl next year.
They might not do anything and be the favorites for the Super Bowl next year.
Yeah, but they really be the favorites.
They would be getting Miles Garrett would make them an overwhelming favorite is my guess to win the Super Bowl next year. And you have to explore this. The greatest reality that we live in now is that the Detroit Lions become a roster spot on the Lions is a coveted spot. A player of Miles Garrett's ilk would want to come to Detroit. He may not get the contract, and Kang, you make a great point. If he just wants to win a Super Bowl, you don't always get what you want. Will he be willing to come to Detroit and say, yeah, I'll play out this contract and get the free agency?
I'm operating in a world where Luka just got traded for what I think was not the max value. I feel like anything's possible at this moment.
Yep.
You got to call, right? But here's the awkward situation is Cleveland's put in a bad situation here. He's got this contract issue. He's got a lot of dead cap money, and they've already said they don't want to trade him, probably for a lot of reasons, I think cap included. And now he's come out and said he wants to get traded.
They're in a horrible. It's terrible.
How does this work?
I mean, Cleveland's in a rock and a hard place here, right? I mean, they can get some great trade offers for him, but the bottom line is they're going to have to eat $36 million.
Exactly.
And
How
that's
do you
not
do that?
easy to do.
No.
But if you're a team that is rebuilding, now's the time to eat that money. If you're going to rebuild, I got to eat it now, knowing that and the fan base is going to know, okay, it's going to take a couple years.
Yeah, how much money did the Broncos just eat with the whole Russell Wilson fiasco? And they made the playoffs. So it can be done. You can eat the contract and still build a future and, in fact, make the playoffs, like I just mentioned with the Broncos. So I think they're in a tough spot, but it's not unthinkable to do.
248-539-9797. Miles Garrett has requested a trade. The Detroit Lions would have to be interested. 248-539-9797. How far would you go? Jack Flaherty is a Tiger. Yep, he comes back on a very friendly contract. I think Flaherty gets, a chance to prove himself and as an opt-out after year one. The Tigers, meanwhile, have a number 2 starter behind Skubal and have just become a stronger team in the battle for the American League Central. Alex Bregman, are you seeing this? Wouldn't you think this would make Detroit a more popular destination for Bregman? 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, the Red Wings don't lose. The Pistons with a win yesterday. They are in the thick of a playoff chase. The Red Wings are in a wild card spot right now. Lots going on. You are next. Your thoughts, Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, so in my mind, I'm trying to put together, if we're doing this talk show in Cleveland, because we do this thing where we try and set up guardrails and not go crashing through and
Sell the team.
Talk about fantasy stuff. We're these deals, like when you hear Miles Garrett's available, you go, okay, what is he reasonably available for? Well, if I'm doing this show in Cleveland, what if the package that you want back is 2 firsts, a third, and Hendon Hooker? You do it?
Yeah.
2 firsts, a third, Hendon Hooker, and
I see
Malcolm
what you're trying to
Rodriguez.
do.
Malcolm Rodriguez.
It'd be probably more like Jack Campbell, to be honest with you, Doug.
And you might be right. Like, what if they ask for Jack Campbell?
No, seriously. Yeah.
If you're Cleveland, you're not looking to get rid of him cheap.
No.
So yeah, what if it is?
I'd want a
2
starter
firsts?
in return.
What's that?
I'd want a starter in return along
Yep.
with picks.
Of course.
Yep. So yeah, it's gonna be a big ask.
And you might be giving up one of those players that you'd have to think about giving an extension the next year or two, which Jack Campbell would fit in there.
Jack Campbell would.
Jameson Williams.
What if they ask for Gibbs? Is that a non-starter?
I don't think it's a non-starter, but I mean, running backs, you can get them everywhere in the draft. Jahmyr Gibbs is special. I like Jahmyr Gibbs a lot. And I don't need to get rid of Jahmyr Gibbs yet because he's in his second year.
No, of course.
And because he's a first-round pick, I get him for 3 more years. After 3 years, I may not want to bring him back.
Can you get Putney? Throw in Putney.
We get a pancake breakfast?
Yeah. None of I'm not like totally stoked to get rid of valuable players, but if you're Cleveland, you're trying to get some value back. Are they painted into a corner? Are they more desperate now? Did they just hurt their own? Did the market just get hurt where they won't get a market offer for them? Well, Cleveland F it up. That's the other thing that you got to consider is, does Cleveland have a history of making great moves?
No, sir.
Is Cleveland put together trades that everybody is in awe of? Wow, Cleveland really pulled a fast one there. No, so could something be done that we go, wow, they got him for just that? Yeah, it is Cleveland after all.
So according to Albert Breer, he's already on record as talking to sources inside Cleveland saying their stance remains the same. They do not want to trade Miles Garrett. They will not listen to offers. But what are you going to do, go into the season with your star player not wanting to be there?
No, but this is what they should say publicly and let everybody know. We don't want to trade. We're not going to trade him. We're not going to do it because it increases the value of the trade. They have to say that.
To their credit, they are saying that, which is a smart thing to do to try and drive up the price. You call anyway. Like if you're Brad Holmes, how long do you wait so you don't sound too eager? Yeah, the guy wouldn't make the call in the next maybe even the next day. Kind of come in casually. Hey,
hey, fam.
Hey, just interested.
I'm breezy.
Just wanted to totally. I'm relaxed. I'm good.
You got
just in case.
You got plans to watch a big game this weekend?
Hey, you want to meet up for a beer in New Orleans and just talk about stuff?
Yeah, those Cavs are playing well,
Listen,
while I have you on the phone,
yeah.
Just wondered if you thought about Miles Garrett.
Feedback coming in. I'd include Kirby in the Miles Garrett deal. We wouldn't be able to re-sign him anyway. I'd rather pay Branch, and we can lock up we can't lock up that much cap space and 2 safeties. Might put our offer over the top as well. This year's first, next year's third, and Kirby.
Well, the cap space is everything, and what they can do with the payroll, because you're going to have to pay Hutch. Are they going to give Hutchinson his big contract extension this offseason? It's possible. And then that's going to set the market. And you don't pay Garrett more than Hutchinson because Hutch is younger. So that would make sense. But now you're talking about 2 ridiculously high-priced players, but we know this going into it. There's going to be a cost on all this at some point. But in the meantime, you sit there and you enjoy it. And even though the Lions had all these injuries they had to deal with last year, I got to believe that that's not the norm and that next season You're not going to go and endure that many injuries to that many players on one side of the football.
Ken, you brought up the name Jack Campbell. And I'm thinking, if you offer them Jack Campbell, could you get Miles Garrett and one of their firsts?
Oh, boy. Took it that long to come up with that one, huh?
248-539-9797. Here we go. Barton, Oklahoma. How about a first, a third, and Hooker for Miles? If I were Cleveland, I would be 2 firsts, a third, and Hooker. Frank V. in Royal Oak. Hooker, a 1, and both 3s we got from the Glenn departure. Possible? Again, if I'm in Cleveland, I'm interested. The conversation starts with, what do you include beyond 2 firsts?
Plus, Cleveland's, they're getting ready for their draft, right? So the Browns are drafting, what are they, 2nd overall? For what they're where are they picking here? I got this in front of me. They're 2nd overall. So if they wanted to take a quarterback, they can take the quarterback. If they want Shedeur Sanders, if they want Cam Ward, if Jackson Dart is explosive and shoots up the draft charts, they can draft their quarterback. Or they can draft the replacement for Miles Garrett, which would be Abdul Carter. Mm-hmm. Potentially. Although Tennessee is the top pick, Tennessee might go that route.
They might. 248-539-9797. Sean in West Bloomfield, you're next. Hi, Sean.
All right, Doug. Sometimes I feel like we got to dial you back on these things a little bit. So, I don't see historically there were these huge trades where you had to give up all these firsts and players and everything. But in recent years, I feel like people are getting much cheaper deals on these trades. Like, I would use the most recent big-time defensive end, which is Brian Burns, right? Now, I know he's not Miles Garrett, but they gave up a 2nd and a 5th for him. That's it, right? So I don't know that we start your mind starts going to these like 2 firsts, a third, a starter. Like I just haven't seen that since like 1994. Like when did that doesn't happen anymore?
It happened with Khalil Mack. That was 2 firsts, correct?
Yes,
2 firsts
and more. It was 2 firsts. It was 2 firsts. It was 2 firsts, a third, and a 5th, wasn't it?
And they also sent a 2nd back to the Bears, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's like a 2nd back, and then like you're talking about like, do we give up like one of our premier starters?
Hold on, Sean. I'm just saying, if I'm the Cleveland Browns, this is what I'd be asking for, and just about anything less than that, I would do it.
Yeah, but it happens all the time. You got to look at more recent history on these trades, and I'm just saying.
Who is the Miles Garrett comp that it's happened with?
The closest thing that we can look at, in my opinion, is another premier defensive end, which is Brian Burns. Now, Garrett is far better, so it's going to be more than Brian Burns, but it's not going to be like, you're trading like Randy Moss back in 1990. Like,
let me help you out a little bit. Brian Burns, during the season a year and a half ago, the rumor was that Carolina was offered 2 first-round picks, and they said no. Mm-hmm. Right?
Okay.
So let's look at that then. It might be a legitimate comp to say 2 first-round picks.
If he's a better player,
the actual trade was a 2nd and a 5th, and I think that was it.
Well, that was after they blew it because they could have gotten more if they had traded him during the season.
Look, if they can get him for less, yes, 1,000 times yes. But I'm sorry, I don't put Brian Burns and Miles Garrett in the same category.
Well, but his point is that what defensive end is at this point.
Well, the closest, the last one was Khalil Mack. That was 2 firsts, a third, and a 6th for Khalil Mack.
What was Von Miller?
The other thing is contracts. Like Miles Garrett, you could be getting for 2 years.
This is defensive player of the year type guy. I mean,
yeah.
And you've got other guys like Micah Parsons and T.J. Watt, I think, are due for extensions after this season, along with Aiden Hutchinson. So you got 3 guys that are going to be setting the market here.
Dude, they have to call. They have to be involved. They have to know what the asking price is. And I suspect that they will. We got a guy who knows what he's doing. We also need to consider he is a guy, though, that very, very, very much values his draft picks. And he might look at his draft picks way more valuable than most of us do. Because he seems to feel that way. Now, would he be unwise to not part with 2 first-round picks for Miles Garrett? I would say it would be very wise to part with 2 first-round picks for Miles Garrett because the cost is really, I look at it as 1 first-round pick. Can you get a Miles Garrett player at 28? probably not. And even if you think you were, there's no guarantees. So the cost of assuring that you're getting a Miles Garrett at 28 is one more first-round pick. Yep. I'd do it without question. I can't imagine Cleveland wouldn't ask for more. But as a caller said, a player that is close-ish fetched less than that. The one that we could think of was Khalil Mack, and that was multiple picks that came back. 248-539-9797. We'll continue talking about Miles Garrett. We mentioned Jack Flaherty earlier this hour. Does that prompt Alex Bregman to sign? How realistic is that? We'll get to that. Later, we'll talk about our Red Wings, who are on just a great West Coast trip, and they could sweep the thing with a win at Seattle tomorrow night. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1. We had a packed show, and then the Browns, superstar Miles Garrett goes public with a trade request. At a position of need with Detroit with enough cap space to make it happen. Question is, what would the price be? Would he demand a new contract? Would he not demand a new contract for a chance to come play for a Super Bowl contender here in Detroit? 248-539-9797. In the meantime, Gator, there is already a list of potential suitors?
Right. Well, take this for what it's worth because it's from USA Today, which has kind of changed in terms of how reputable they are these days. But they have a list of 6 teams that would be potential landing spots for Miles Garrett if the Browns were to trade him. Now, it does not include return for the trade. It just says these are teams that would be very interested.
Are they listed just, here are 6, or are they listed in
It's
possible
descending
landing
order. So starting with 6, going down to 1.
of the most likely landing spots?
I'm going to guess that's how it is because it actually has a number to it rather than just the name of the team.
Okay.
So coming in at 6 in the NFC North Division, the Green Bay Packers.
I'd hate that.
They were 26 in pass rush win rate last year, so that would drastically improve if they had Miles Garrett. Number 5, the Los Angeles Rams. Now, this doesn't seem to make sense to me because the Rams have already significantly rebuilt that defensive line, but there you go. It says how unfair it would be for the Rams to lose Aaron Donald to retirement, only to land Miles Garrett a couple years later. Yeah, there you go. They've got Jared Verse there, along with Fisk and some others on the defensive line. It looks pretty good. Number 4, staying in Los Angeles, the Chargers. Jim Harbaugh got the Chargers back in the playoffs. Now the real work begins. How about replacing Khalil Mack with Miles Garrett? Number 3, the Washington Commanders. Commanders might have the widest championship window in the NFL thanks to having the best young quarterback. That defense needs some help, though. Number 2, in the NFC North, the Detroit Lions. Sure, the Lions have Aiden Hutchinson returning, but they were always thin on pass rushers opposite him. Can you imagine Hutchinson and Garrett on the same team? Yikes.
Yikes indeed.
Sounds like something I would write. And number 1, in the AFC, the Buffalo Bills.
Really?
Josh Allen can only carry the Bills so far on his own. They become a lot scarier if they get an equal game breaker on defensive side of the ball like Garrett, which I would agree with that.
It's funny because every single team that you mentioned was not Detroit. I had the same thought. Oh, God, not them.
Right?
Like, if he goes to any of those teams become extraordinarily legitimate in terms of Super Bowl contention.
I could give you 24 more teams, and we'd probably say the same thing.
Probably. That's
how
ones,
good he is.
There are ones that his addition would be scarier than others. Let's just say this. Are you confident that Brad Holmes will investigate this?
Mm-hmm.
I'm very confident that Brad Holmes will investigate this.
That's
Kang,
a yes,
are you confident that Brad Holmes will investigate this?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it may be lukewarm, but I think he has to test the waters and just see where they're at, right?
Yep.
He has to get hung up on. That's okay.
Yep. Make the call.
Yep.
It's funny because somebody on Twitch made a comment that, this is, pretty complex and they got players that are about to get paid, blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, you're probably more right than wrong. And his response was, that being said, getting Luka was once a pipe dream. So there's that. Yes. The Luka trade is the greatest example in recent memory, which is why you always call.
Honestly,
always,
the fact that
always call.
This news is coming out the day or two after the Luka trade. That's how I'm operating almost in every trade scenario now. Like, it seems crazy, but is it? Because there's like 3 untouchables in the NBA. It's like Luka, or was Luka, Wemby, and Bronny James. Like, that's it, right? Like, everyone else is tradable. Unless Dad says you got to go.
That's right.
Got to go.
Yeah.
Let's get back to your phone calls in a moment. We did say we'd get to some Tiger stuff. We talked about Flaherty signing. So the ripple effect of Flaherty signing. Does this make Alex Bregman more likely to sign in Detroit? Does this make Detroit more attractive to Alex Bregman? Because...
What, a football team making a move?
No, Flaherty.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Flaherty signing in Detroit make it more likely that Alex Bregman signs in Detroit. because he's got to look at this and say, okay, I can contend there. I can go back to Houston.
And contend in Houston.
But Detroit, last year, a on paper weaker Detroit team beat Houston. Given short series, anything can happen. But they did beat Houston. So, does it make Detroit a more attractive landing spot? It can't hurt.
It has to make him more attractive, but ultimately I think it's money. It's the contract. It's whether that's his ego or Scott Boris's ego, it's about the money in the contract. It has to be better than the $156 million offer that he's been made by the Houston Astros for over 6 years. The offer just has to be better than that. And if it is, and it has to be I don't think you get him for $160 million. Hey, we outbid you by 4. I think it has to be significant. So are the Tigers willing to step up and do that? Maybe they already have, and maybe this is just decision time for Bregman. Hey, what are you doing, man? You got, let's just say, $175 million on the table. Are you taking it or not? We just signed Jack Flaherty. We can't go any higher than this. Okay, we've already overextended ourselves, but we really think that you're a missing piece. This is our last and best offer.
Dude, I have been lukewarm to Bregman on the term, but the idea of adding Bregman to this roster, do they become the favorite in the American League Central?
Yes. They might be the favorite now by bringing Flaherty here.
Dude,
and we forget about Gleyber Torres, that his addition is here.
I like Gleyber
and how
Torres.
that's shifted things around, and that, okay, now you've got Colt Keith playing first base, and now Spencer Torkelson is playing for his career.
Which might be a great Spencer Torkelson, by the way.
Could be.
248-539-9797. More to get into with that, and we'll take your phone calls and feedback. Flaherty signs with Detroit. Bregman, dude, it's get on board or move on, right? You've got a chance here to come to Detroit, make a great paycheck, and be a playoff team. I don't know that they need to beg Bregman anymore. Like this is not, you're not signing on with a has-been team. This is a team that's going to contend. And you could be the guy that puts them over the top. Keaton, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Keaton.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right.
I was calling because it's right now it's kind of annoying that Miles Garrett's requesting a trade when we just went to Cleveland asking what players were available. Obviously, Cleveland's not the person that's, trying to get Garrett out. But why, it's just annoying that now he's saying, okay, I want to be out of Cleveland. Because imagine what could have happened if we traded, for him during the trade deadline. But I just also wanted to say, I feel like now's the perfect time to be trading away our first. We're going to be at the end of the first round anyways, like 26, 27, somewhere around there. And our second rounders obviously are going to be low too. But like, if you take a fourth rounder or fifth rounder and combine that with a second, can't you move up in the second rounder or the bottom of the first anyway? Like, I feel like now's a really good time for us to be using our picks. Again, you look at the Eagles and Howie Roseman, he flings his trade or his picks all over the place just to get any player to help his roster. And it's proven to be useful. So I feel like now's kind of the perfect time for us to be using our first to go get game changers, especially like a Miles Garrett.
It might make Detroit not be able to put together the best package to get Miles Garrett, right? It's because of where those picks are.
Sorry.
But yes, you're right.
I don't mean us giving them a second and a fourth, but I mean us, you throw in as many, basically, you're saying for the Khalil Mack, it was 2 firsts and a fourth and whatever. You give those to him, and then whatever you have left over, Brad Holmes finds his talent in later rounds, and he's been good about that. But and he's shown the ability and the willingness to move up from later rounds. So it's like it seems like the exact right time for us to get rid of. I don't want to get rid of the 10th overall pick. That's you get a game changer with that. But at 28 or somewhere later in there, you're basically starting to slip into the second round and then the later rounds, and Holmes can find talent there. And I feel like,
there's so many reasons to want to do this trade. It comes down to asking price, what it costs you off your own roster eventually because of cap issues. It comes down to whether or not Miles Garrett demands an extension from his new team. And if the asking price is reasonable, He doesn't want a new contract, and it might cost you one player, but maybe that's it. I mean, it becomes one of the biggest no-brainers of all time. Detroit would be very, very wise to explore this. And I suspect that they would. Ivory's in Redford and on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ivory.
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
Good, thank you.
I'm good. So first and foremost, of course, you would love to get Miles Garrett. Him on the opposite side of a healthy Hutch would be just dynamic for the defense. All that is true, but the thing is, once you step away from the excitement or the initial excitement of the possibility, keyword possibility of trying to get him, and think logically, if you want him, and if Brad Holmes and them want him, and I think this is one of the first things they think about when they're sitting down with Dan Campbell, and I think Disner's like their financial guy and all those people. Okay, well, and this goes for fans too. If you want him, if we want him, who are we prepared to lose? Because if you look at the ramifications of their cap people, Goff, having to pay Hutch, Kirby, Branch, after this year, after 25, once you start getting into 26, you look at their cap, and when certain things kick in and having to pay people.
Yeah, you'll have to lose a player more than likely, but is that player going to be Miles Garrett?
No, I agree. I'm just saying, like, I would trade. There's only a few people I would kind of be like about if somebody asked for them, but I'm just saying, like, the reality is if you want him, okay, you have to be comfortable with losing maybe a Kirby or losing Kirby and or Jack Camp.
Yeah, Ivory, there are costs down the road, costs to this that add to the total price tag of getting him. You are correct.
It just depends on what they want. It just depends on the reality of what it's going to cost and what they ask for. That's really the thing. I would do it. I agree with you guys. They're not Miles Garrett. So I would do it. It just depends on what they ask for, who they ask for. That's just the bottom line of it. But I would love to do it because I've been disappointed in them for the last few years of not putting more emphasis on getting on their pass rush and their defensive line. And once you got Hutch and knew what you had, knowing what you had to prepare for and elevating the things around it.
They'd be the Lions with Miles Garrett added would be scary going into next year. Absolutely scary. I hope that they can pull this off. I hope that they're involved here. But you're right. The overall cost includes a cost that we wouldn't see on paper immediately. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Champ and Chump, get your votes in as we do it every Monday and post on our website who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. 97.1 The Ticket. The FanDuel Kick of Destiny is happening on Sunday, and this time it's every Manning for himself. This Super Bowl, two legends will take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans. One kick to claim the ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now on the FanDuel app. And if you back the right brother, you will earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in and watch the showdown live during the Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Doug and bet with FanDuel, the official partner of Super Bowl 59. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. No purchase necessary. Bonus issues and non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. You know, there's the actual tangible signing of Jack Flaherty and adding him to the rotation, which now is Scooble, Flaherty, Reese Olson, Alex Cobb, and then, Job or Mize or whomever wins that fifth spot. I suspect it'll be Jackson Job. Gator, there's the tangible having him on the roster, which is a very measurable and good thing. Then there's the implications of signing Jack Flaherty. With the addition of Jack Flaherty, the Tigers have now added, by my count, $62.75 million of payroll this offseason, just this offseason. They appear to have maybe a $30 million offer out there to Alex Bregman, an annual $30 million offer to Alex Bregman. So there's the ramifications, the other things of a signing of Flaherty and the possibility of getting Alex Bregman as well. One is, if they add Bregman, that'll be a $92.75 million financial investment in one off season, if it indeed it's $30 million.
Mm-hmm.
Two is, by adding Flaherty, this has a chance to go down as a fantastic trade for Scott Harris when he moved Flaherty for Trey Sweeney and Theron Lorenzo. This could be one of those, great signs that maybe this GM knows what he's doing. And this all could be a great sign that maybe ownership is proving and is taking the time to prove that they will spend the money. That's the other stuff that can be implied in all this.
Sure. And in order to spend money, you have to have money. And clearly the Ilitch organization has money, but they've been reluctant until the team was good enough. But the message we've all been told is that when the team's good, they will spend. And they made the playoffs. So by definition, that's good. And they're starting to show it that they're going to spend. Can they spend more? Sure, they can spend more. But last season, the Tigers averaged just under 24,000 fans per game. That was 24th in Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
So they need to get more people coming through the turnstiles. Do I expect them to approach 3 million like they had those some of those great years? No. But can they be well over 2 million? Yeah. Last year was 1.858 million people came to Comerica Park. If that number gets up to like 2.3 or 2.5, somewhere in that range, which would be fantastic, then I think they're looking at, okay, we're making money here. This is money well spent, and they can continue to do so. With revenue sharing and everything else that goes on in baseball, with teams like the Dodgers spending like what they're spending, there's a cost to that, and it gets passed on to the rest of the league. The Tigers, what they're doing this offseason is showing that they are willing to use that money and spend it. So I hope they continue to do so. The Flaherty signing is certainly evidence of that. But to your point about, is this more attractive for Alex Bregman now? It should be. It shows there's a commitment, at least for the next year or two, because there's an out after 1 year for Flaherty. But this is a team that has a pretty deep pipeline when it comes to talent. And again, that's not major league level guys. These are minor league guys, and they're always prospects. You don't know what they are until they get here. But they're a pretty deep organization at this point. It's been a heck of a turnaround over the last 5 years or so. So it's an attractive spot, particularly when this is a playoff team that looks like now their pitching staff is much better than it was a year ago going into spring training. And that from an offensive standpoint, that this team is ready to take another jumping point as well to be better than what they were.
248-539-9797. Jay's in White Lake, and he's next. Hi, Jay.
Gentlemen.
What's up?
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Gator, Doug is my emotional support radio host. We haven't talked yet, but he's been really helpful to me with the whole Patrick Mahomes thing. So I want to give you a champ and chump today. My chump obviously is the Dallas Mavericks, but my champ is Trent Yawney. And I don't think enough people are talking about this guy, and I really believe that is why the Wings are having such a stellar performance the last, obviously the road stretch, we're killing it. And, when McClellan came on, everybody's saying, coach bump, but it's no coincidence that he immediately brought Trent Yawney on with him. And this guy, all we got to do is watch what the defense is doing in these games, I really believe that our defense, led by Trent Yawney, is what's turning this team around so fast.
Well, it is.
And
He's a guy that McClellan has brought with him to other organizations as well. And Trent Yawney talked about it over the weekend about how he's always kind of paired young defensemen with other young defensemen. Let's see what they do. And now you've got Johansson playing with Edvinson, and they look fantastic together.
Yeah, and even Gustafson. I mean, he's putting
Gustafson looks great.
It seems as though what Yanni's done is he's taken our defensemen and put them on a slightly more aggressively offense mindset. I mean, well, you saw it with Sherratt last night getting that goal. I think that our defense has become a lot more prolific with him. And nothing against McClellan. I mean, this change has been huge, but I don't think enough people are talking about the contribution that Trent Yawney has made. And it's exciting to watch. They're splitting the center ice. They're pushing guys into the boards.
Well, it's all around. It's not just the offensive component from what the defensemen are doing, but it's defensively what they've done. And the goaltending has gotten better. And they've given up, I think it's 11 goals in the last 7 games. I mean, that's important stuff.
Yeah. They're locking it down. It's exciting to watch, and it seems to have been kind of an immediate turnaround, which is so fun. And I think a lot of people are putting it strictly on McClellan's shoulders, but I just feel like Trent Yawney deserves a lot of this because it's definitely a defensive change.
They certainly spent a ton of time, Jay, on Saturday's broadcast pointing out that the impact that Trent Yawney has made on this team, and saying that McClellan wasn't going to come here without him. So. He is starting to get the recognition. I mean, it's sure McClellan would tell you it's a team effort, and that's a prime example of when you get to bring your guys.
The other morning.
And Yawney is clearly making an impact.
I think a lot of people are expecting a turnaround, like right now. I want wins right now, and Yzerman's starting to take a little bit of heat, but I really think Yzerman's on a kind of a slow burn. Where he is trying to recreate a dynasty, like a 97-98 kind of thing. And some mentality says, oh, go buy a bunch of expensive, superstar offensive players and try and make a 1-year run. But I really believe that Yzerman has the best interests of the city at heart. And I think he's really going for a solid long-term package. And I think guys like McClellan and Yawney are the guys that are going to do
Jay,
that.
thank you for the phone call. Is he – I don't know if I'd come anywhere close to comparing what he is doing to that, to be, teams filled with Hall of Famers. But is he – and does he have the best interest of the city in mind? Of course he has the best interest of the city in mind. Of course he has a plan that we all hope can work. It's a question of whether or not it will work.
I certainly like the direction. 14-4-1 since the coaching changes.
It has gotten better. And it's gotten better in a hurry. And on all fronts. Like, who would have ever imagined that the goaltending would look this good? I mean, the goaltending looks fantastic. They are, getting contributions from other players now. And what is it? What did we say? 11 goals in the last 7 games? Is that what it is they've allowed? And in the midst of all this, they've gone on the road. They've beaten some quality teams. They've played themselves back into the playoffs. Didn't they do this a couple of years ago? They got into the playoffs for like 5 minutes and then bounced out and faded quickly. Let's hope that it doesn't happen again, but they seem to be trending in a very, very good direction. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Busy day. We'll recap all that has gone down, including Miles Garrett requesting a trade out of Cleveland. Brad Holmes calling Cleveland in 3, 2, and 1. Not too fast. Don't sound too. You don't want to sound too eager. Yeah, time it right. Sound relaxed, calm, and we might have some interest. Perhaps we can talk. All right, let's set up a meeting at the Super Bowl. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Interesting follow on the Miles Garrett story today is Diana Rossini, The Athletic. Gator, you read a tweet from her earlier, quoting an NFL GM on what a trade for Miles Garrett could look like. Quote, probably a 1+. Can't wait for the it'll be 3 number ones crowd. Not happening. A 1 and a 2, a 1 and 2 threes, throw a player in there. Well, I hope this GM is right. The problem with this GM is for the Lions, given where they sit in the draft, their one isn't as valuable as others' ones. So their next piece might be a second one. You know, if a team picking in the top 15 offer a first and a third, the Lions might have to offer 2 firsts or 2 firsts and a third to match a team that's got a top 15 pick that's willing to move in. But, you know, because the price is not every one is created equal. But that is interesting. That GM thinks the price isn't going to be outlandish. She then tweets, this is all at this hour, another GM texted, the Raiders should consider trading Miles Garrett to pair him up with Max Crosby. Whoever that GM is, I wonder why I thought of the Raiders pairing him up with an elite edge rusher instead of Detroit pairing him up with an edge rusher.
Well, because the Raiders just made a head coaching change. That's the new team to talk about? Is that because they're top of mind? I don't know.
I wouldn't imagine that the Raiders would be any more attractive a place. In fact, I think the Raiders would be a less attractive place for Miles Garrett to go. But next one from an NFL executive. Again, Diana Rossini putting this out there. Buckle up. This isn't going to be a clean/easy breakup between the Browns and Miles Garrett. As one NFL executive put it, it's going to be a wild few weeks. And then moments ago, she tweets, while Miles Garrett's public trade request is the story of the week already, it wasn't a surprise to the Cleveland Browns. They've known about this request for some time. When did their GM say they weren't trading Miles Garrett?
Last week, like the 30th.
So is it safe to assume that he made that comment knowing that Miles Garrett had requested a trade?
It's possible.
Yeah. So did he say that because he was setting the table for getting the best offer, or did he say it because he means it? I guess you don't know unless you call Brad Holmes. Again, jump on this. Not too fast, but jump on it.
But don't let it slip either.
Yeah, don't be late to the party here. You don't want to be the first other GM that calls. You be like the 5th. And you don't come in hot. You come in asking to meet up for a beer in New Orleans at the Super Bowl.
That's right. How about a hurricane?
248-539-9797. We got that. We got a Jack Flaherty trade, or a signing rather, by the Tigers. We haven't even gotten into the contract. What do you make of this contract? They pay him $25 million this season and $10 million for next season. He has an opt-out for 2026. The only way he plays on that opt-out is if he has a bad 2025, right?
Correct.
So the second year is almost a moot point.
I mean, is it possible to do the same thing they did this last year?
It's totally possible.
You get to the trade deadline, team's actually playing well. You've got, if you wanted to improve yourself, you could trade him again.
Well, that part I'm not
hang
sure.
on to it.
What you just said, if the team's playing well, I think it's less possible.
Well, I'm sure it is less likely. I'm just saying but it would still be a possibility. Is it possible that, other starting pitchers in this rotation have taken a step up? That Reese Olson gets back to what he was when Reese Olson was really, really, really good. Skubal is Skubal. Alex Cobb has been reborn here, or maybe Alex Cobb is the guy that ends up getting, traded. But just the point is that it would be kind of funny if it works out exactly the same way last year and they get more assets out of it.
It would seem to me that the only way they trade Jack Flaherty is if they're not playing well and he's pitching good. Because I think this offseason and the added $63 million now in payroll with a potential for that to push $90 million with Bregman, it seems to me like the mentality of the organization has changed. Last year, even though they won in the end, in terms of got to the wild card, won a round of the playoffs, the mentality of the organization was we're playing for the future. it feels like the future is now. Now, that doesn't mean they're set up and I think of them as some sort of favorite or something here. It just means, doesn't it seem like the Tigers are trying to win now? And so they'd be less likely to make this move unless they've sort of faded out of it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, anything can happen when you get to the trade deadline. You look at players, the positions of need on your team, and sometimes to get something, you got to give something. Maybe it works out or maybe not, whatever. There's tons of flexibility with it. And this is one of these contracts that you and I talk about all the time. You front load the first year of the deal. Everything else seems easy.
There's also a stipulation regarding he has to start 15 games this year for him to be able to say no to the second year of the contract. So
fair enough.
Yep.
I mean, I think he started 28 last year, so
seems probable.
Yeah.
It's the only thing.
There's a little protection in there.
Yeah, it's just if there's an injury. 248-539-9797. Alex Bregman still out there. He is, a guy that would definitely help him in the short term, and they seem to be thinking a little bit more short term at this point. We await a decision here as Bregman watch continues. All right, Gator. Let's get into this Red Wing team a little bit. We had the call about the addition and the help, what Trent Yanni's provided. But the reality is they've got themselves in a playoff spot. Can they hang on to it? Can they hang on to it moving forward? There are so many teams in the mix, but the sample size keeps getting bigger and bigger from a standpoint of what we're seeing under McClellan, which means it gets more and more credible. 6 wins in a row, overtime Vancouver last night, 14-4-1 since he took over. They're looking pretty damn for real at this point.
They look inspired. They look like they're fully engaged. They're having fun out there. And, before they looked like they were just going through the motions. Like, oh, God, how long is this season? And, now it's a can't wait to get on the ice type of thing. Hey, who's going to score tonight? Hey, let's get out there, everybody, have a good shift. Elmer Soderblom has looked amazing in the last handful of games. Like, he gets his opportunity to play here. And he's a guy who I think he's on a little bit of a point game streak, if I'm not mistaken. But it's modest, but it's a type of player that we're hoping pans out. I mean, you don't find guys that are 6'8", 6'9" that are willing to play hockey in the first place. So you get a guy with that kind of size and to have the ability to shoot and pass with the soft hands that he has is great. What he doesn't, he's not a mean streak kind of guy, but it's nonetheless, it's a big player that you like to see and taking advantage. Marco Kasper taking advantage. Albert Johansson taking advantage. This is great.
As we approach the trade deadline in the NHL, there are only 9 teams in the league with more cap space than the Red Wings. Now, they don't have a ton of cap space, but they got some cap space. They could make a smart. They're not going to probably with that make a huge addition, but they could make a smart, lesser addition to help this team win now. And they feel like they'd be motivated to do so more than any other league. It feels like it's a just get in kind of postseason. So can they do something to solidify a spot in the playoffs? Certainly. And I would suspect that they are more inclined to be buyers than sellers for the first time in a while.
Yeah. I mean, were they 52 games into the season or whatever it is, 50-something games in, and okay, you got this sprint of 30 games left in the year, but you're getting a little break here coming up with the Four Nations play, and it's knowing that they've got just a wild card spot, but right now they're in the top wild card spot, and they're also just a point back of having the third place spot in the division, and the second place spot isn't that far ahead either. I think they're only 5 points out of that. They're playing hockey better than anybody else in the NHL since Todd McClellan took over. That's exciting. That's damned exciting.
248-539-9797. Coming up today at 1 o'clock, Gator, I've got something for you and for Kang.
Oh, thank you. I didn't get you anything. Oh, yeah, I want to try that. Yeah.
You're excited, Gator?
Yeah, I'd like to try it.
Okay.
Something that I mentioned last week. We'll try it on the air live at
do
102.
We're going to do it live.
Do it live. Coming up today at 102. Stay tuned. You might want to be on Twitch and YouTube to watch. That is in the 1 o'clock hour. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. A lot of feedback coming in on the Miles Garrett demanding a trade out of Cleveland, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy, and certainly does add to the interest of this offseason. From an unnamed texter, the draft picks aren't the problem. The money is. We won't be able to afford him and Hutch and everybody else. Probably not, eventually. I mean, it's going to cost you. There's a little bit of going all in right now, and it doesn't feel like a Brad Holmes kind of move. But I think one of the things that makes the best is an ability to be flexible and build in a variety of ways.
And he's right. You can't afford them all, but it doesn't mean you don't want them and that you have to make a tough decision. Okay, I can't have these 5 players, but I can have 4 of the 5. Somebody's the odd man out. And if you're talking about having the ability to put Miles Garrett on this defense, I'm sorry. I don't have a problem of saying goodbye to player X, who has done a great job here, and you'll be you're very glad that he played as well as he did, but I'm sorry, the possibility of adding this guy to the team is just too good to pass up. You have to give something to get something.
I'm a little bit more concerned about the price than you are, and I'd like to see what that exact price, short term and long term, is. Short term is what you'd have to give up just to get him from Cleveland. What would be the trade? Long term, it'd be, does it cost you just one player? Does it cost you more? And who exactly those players are? We've given a bunch of guys whose contracts are going to be renewed in the near future. You think are going to be renewed, but I'd like to see that price before I'm 100% convinced.
Well, let's say, for instance, that you know that, and again, I like Kirby Joseph a lot. I don't know why I feel like I'm picking on him, but I'm not. Well, it's just a name to come up because he'll have a contract coming up in another 2 years, right? Or after next year, they have to make a decision on him. So let's say, for the sake of argument, that to make the deal better for Cleveland, you're offering a first-round pick, Kirby Joseph, and a third-round pick.
So
that way you hang on to, you're not giving up the 2 first-round picks. You know you're going to have to lose a player eventually at some point, so why not offer up the player in addition to less draft capital?
Yeah. I'd like to see the numbers and make sure that they'd still have enough money to bring Carlton Davis back, because I don't want to lose Carlton Davis and Kirby Joseph in one off season out of the secondary. That sounds like then you're getting pretty thin back there. And if the addition of Miles Garrett means you can't afford Carlton Davis or a player of that ilk, that you'd have to downgrade at corner, you'd have to lose Kirby Joseph. And I would have some concerns about that, but I'd like to know exactly what that would do to their cap situation, but I wouldn't hate that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at everything. I'm sure which Brad Holmes and his team do, right? It's, hey, are we? Is it worth, cutting some guys or losing some guys in the secondary when you know you're getting Hutch back? Like, do you need Miles Garrett opposite Hutch, or is this overkill, right? The contract issue is a big issue. I think Miles Garrett is trying to get a new deal. This may be a way of forcing Cleveland to get him a new deal. Who knows? Or if it's with a new team. You can't forget that you do have Zadarius Smith on this team for one more year. Hutch is going to be, everything points to him being healthy next year. So do you need secondary more, or do you need a guy, a defensive player of the year every year type player like Miles Garrett? I think all these things they have to weigh.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Tony in Madison Heights. You're next. Hi, Tony.
Hi, guys. This is on the Red Wings. So we all know, don't fix it if it's not broken. But what if it's broken and you fix it, and then you got a couple extra pieces, and the biggest piece is Petrie? I mean, what do we do with Petrie? I mean, I like the guy. I mean,
well, Petrie
I
is
wanted
hurt.
him to play for Detroit.
He's hurt, and it sounds like he's not going to be available till much later in the season. Like the reports that he's had surgery.
I have a conspiracy theory that says, they're just kind of letting it go, and
I don't know. You can believe it. I'm not a conspiracy theory guy, so I'll trust the reports that are coming out that he's hurt and going to be out for a while.
Okay, well then I guess that's it. What about a couple other guys though? Anybody there that? I mean, I hate to when the other guys are not producing, and then the young guys come out, and then they show that they should stay. They're going to end up going back down again.
Like who?
Oh, number 11. I forget his name.
Tarasenko?
We just got. Yeah, there you go.
Well, he's playing.
I mean, do you notice? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's taking up a spot. and we thought more production was going to come.
Okay, and
it looks
what
like
young player is he blocking?
The couple that are just out lately,
Huh?
just to give them a chance.
Who?
I see your point.
Yeah.
No, it was mainly Petrie that I was worried about.
All right, cool. Look, they're managing to get by with their current roster. If you're talking about in the offseason, I mean, Tarasenko's under contract for next year. Maybe they eat the money, try and move him.
Or maybe he steps his game up.
That would be
he's
great.
been better, but he hasn't taken this giant leap forward like Casper has.
I had somebody in the league tell me they had no idea what the Red Wings were doing with Tarasenko and don't understand it. And, I kind of felt like that's been proven to be true all along. But this is not my biggest concern right now. They're playing well. You worry about that later. Just keep doing your thing. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Nick in Canton. Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys. So on this Miles Garrett stuff, my gears are turning. And if you're going to trade from the Lions, you trade from a strength. And clearly the strength is the offense. And clearly you have Jamison Williams, who's up for a fifth-year option. You don't know if he's going to get signed long-term. He's a pretty good asset to move for somebody like Miles Garrett. And I think he's easily replaceable. You can always pick up somebody with speed in the draft in the second or third round. I feel like him with a first-round pick might get it done.
Well, guys that get 1,000 yards receiving don't fall off trees.
Yeah,
I mean, he's been very good. He is a speed guy. But no, that's a player it's an example of somebody that you could move if you're trying to land Miles Garrett, because that's somebody that, again, you have to consider how much money are we going to bring him back after a fifth year? Are you going to give him a second contract?
If part of the premise is that Jamison Williams is easily replaceable, then we have a fundamental disagreement.
Yeah.
I would disagree with that.
But he's talking about doing it from a position of strength. I understand that part.
But can I also add that Jamison Williams comes with a little bit of a bozo factor? Like, he's kind of a wild card, and he's showing some immaturity. So, I mean, he's put the team behind with his suspensions and, even his, celebrations. He comes with that part, too.
I don't know. I mean, look, that's part of what you get with him. You hope he becomes more mature as he gets older, and I think he will. But
I did.
Getting suspended in the long run, did it hurt the team? Even in the short run, did it hurt the team?
You can make the case that it did, but those things. I don't expect that stuff to keep happening. If they have feedback that they don't believe that he is ever going to grow up, I could see it happening. But I'm not in a position to really to go there yet. I'm too inclined to think that the player is going to grow up a little bit and that you'll see less taunting or personal fouls or anything like that. My opinion. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator. Last week I mentioned that I love the Blue Diamond Elote Mexican-style street corn-flavored almonds. They got mixed reviews from the listeners. I bought a new tin. I brought it in for you and Kang to try. Kenny as well. I want to get your 2 cents. We're going to do a taste test live on the air at 102. If you want to watch, go to youtube.com or twitch.tv. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, before we get to Almond-Geddon, my question is, I have the impression that both you and Kang and probably Kenny are predisposed to just say you hate it. If I like it, you're going to be biased to say you hate it.
I think that's untrue.
I am asking for an honest evaluation of my new favorite snack food.
I think you've given us crap in the past.
I've given you crap?
I mean, to eat.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's not about.
You don't like the stuff.
If
But-
you meant
No,
literally.
I mean, look.
I thought you meant
I can think of two off the top of my head. Dulce, which was awful. It's like seaweed crap.
So good.
So bad. And the other one was the
Quest,
the feces.
the Quest bars, the fake Reese's. You guys
Fake
call them
Reese's,
feces.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, these are available in gas stations,
So you know it's good.
which is
Oh, yeah. You had Gator at gas station.
Hello.
so are you ready?
Yeah.
To try these? Kang, why don't you come in? Kenny, come in. I'll pour out a little bit. I got a fresh tin of the. Oh, here I go with packaging again. All right, I got it open.
Oh, that was a good sound.
Yeah, that's right.
That was worth it.
A fresh tin of almonds.
Kang's getting some
I
almonds
gave
there.
you a lot. Do you want your own handful, Ken?
Can I get a handful? He's leaving Kang's nuts alone. All right, thank you.
Okay, these are the Blue Diamond elote corn almonds. If you,
Okay.
I want you.
They smell a little corny, which is good.
Yeah,
I like
so
corn.
the elote Mexican street corn is one of my favorites. You know, that I like to make in the summer on the grill, and you get.
Which is crazy because it usually contains mayonnaise, and you hate mayonnaise.
It is true. It is true, and I mean, it's mayonnaise, melted butter, and then the.
I'm going into this with an
tortilla
open
cheese.
mind.
I'm glad.
Because I do like corn. However, I had a couple things with corn that are absolutely horrific.
Okay.
One was a corn whiskey, which is one of the worst things I've ever tasted in my life.
Okay.
The other thing, which I thought was going to be great and really wasn't, was an elote corn dip.
Oh, really?
It was really disappointing.
That's too bad.
I'm willing to try this.
All right, Kang, did you take a whiff?
Yeah.
And
It's not bad. It
All right.
smells fine.
all right, Kenny, did you take a smell of those?
You did.
Okay, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah, he's up.
He's a little. All right,
He's not against it.
I'd like you guys to try these and
All
give
right,
me
here
your
we go.
honest evaluation of the elote corn flavored almonds from Blue Diamond, my personal new favorite snack.
They're good.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yes. Kang?
Yeah, they're not bad at all.
A little buttery and it's a sweet corn flavor to it.
I'm pleasantly surprised. This is better than I thought it was going to be.
There you go. All right. So I actually like something that you guys like.
I'm gonna try another one.
Hey, I gave you like a $1.50 handful.
I know.
These things these tins aren't cheap.
You gave me 6.
Is that all you got? Yeah, I got better at pouring them out. I gave Kang
Yeah,
like
you got better.
30.
Sorry, Gator.
So 3 thumbs up.
Yeah, these are fine, man.
Yeah, they're good.
These are fine.
There you go.
I can see it.
Now, do you take back what you said about us earlier?
About what did I say about you?
You said that you think that we're predispositioned to say that everything you're going to offer up sucks.
I don't know, but I'm glad you like them.
These actually taste like elote corn. Like,
isn't it crazy?
It's weird.
A little bit.
Yep.
These have more flavor than the almonds that you get, the cinnamon almonds at the ballpark.
Well, you hate those.
I don't hate those. I hate the disappointment that comes with it because it's nowhere near
They
as
smell
flavorful
so
as you
much
expected
better.
them to be.
It is
That's
the
what I'm saying.
weirdest thing.
It doesn't match the flavor doesn't match the smell, the aroma. The aroma is fantastic, and then you taste them like there's just not enough flavor.
I
They're
go
not
back.
bad.
I go back every year going, I'm going to give them another shot because they smell
Yeah.
so good.
These, not only is there an aroma to it, which is fine, it's pleasant, but the taste is good. They're a little back heat too, a little bit of back heat, back of my throat.
A little bit. It actually could even use a little bit more if you like, if you
I
like
like
spicy
it.
ones.
Can I have some more?
Sure.
Dude, wow. You know how expensive they are, man.
We'll do it during the commercial break.
Oh.
So you don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. So all those listeners, and we got a bunch of them last week.
Well, yeah, we did.
That did not like them. So are you guys saying that they're wrong?
Doug, do you remember the one caller was like, I promise you, Kang, you'll hate them?
Yes.
And he called us, too, after he texted
called.
us.
Yeah, he texted us and
Said no one in his family would eat it.
Yeah, he said he bought a big serving from Costco.
Yeah, like
the
Gatorwood.
the giant bag, and
regretted
nobody in his family.
I will tell you this: if next time I go to Costco, I'll look for him.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in Costco. Probably more cost efficient than what
I'm very pleasantly surprised with these.
Awesome. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Greg is in Dearborn and on 97.1. Hi, Greg.
Yeah, didn't that caller say you basically put $100 of almonds in the trash? And you guys all like them. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's
really good.
Yeah, he should have swung him by the station.
It's going about the Wings. It's been so much fun to watch this turnaround, and the DeBrincat to Raymond connection has just been awesome.
Sure has.
And Mo Sider is he's just otherworldly. It's so cool. But I can't get past that. Every time I look on the ice, that Hall's out there, it's just an absolute liability. And but I think there's a solution to that. I think we're about a month out from the trade deadline, and there's this rumor going around about Ryan Lindgren from the Rangers. He's just a defenseman, tough. He's like, when you watch a team and you're like, man, I don't know why, but I just can't stand that guy. Like I don't think the Wings have that guy, and he would be that guy for us. But we got to kind of hope that the JT Miller pickup by the Rangers is kind of a swing and a miss. And if the Rangers don't make in the playoffs, I think he's on the trade block.
I think it'd be intriguing to see for sure. The one thing that I said to Gator during the break, just about every team has this. Even contending teams have a player or two that make you cringe a little bit, and you think any ice time is too much ice time. But the totality is they're probably playing the best people they have in the organization, and if they can reasonably replace a player that they think is a liability, I'm pretty sure they would do that.
I like what they've done with this team. I think they've I think they've made the additions in the offseason that actually are starting to pay off like I thought it would. I thought that this team was going to be better defensively than they were last year because the goaltending was better, and I thought some other additions of getting more defensive type guys, letting go some of the offensive guys. You're going to lose a lot of goals because a lot of that to make up, but defensively you should be better. And they are now with the 11 goals in the last 7 games that the goaltenders have given up. It's proven to be better. When you see the top 2 pairings, you got Sider and Sherratt they look great together, and now Edvinsson and Johansson together. That's great. And now that third pairing, Gustafsson is one of those free agent pickups you had in the offseason that looks good on this team.
Pistons beat the Bulls yesterday. They are back over 500 tonight. They are actually tied for the 6th spot tonight. They've got the Atlanta Hawks. They've got a trade deadline coming up on Thursday. Doesn't look like they're getting your guy Zach LaVine, Kang.
Yeah, they didn't even get the third team action on that, which is surprising. I thought at least, I never thought they were going to get Zach LaVine, but I thought at the least they're probably going to be the middleman, help facilitate a trade, and they weren't even that.
Well, they still are one of the few teams that can have some flexibility to make a trade with some cap space that doesn't have to pay, any luxury tax. But at this point, can they make a move? Well, a local writer put out 4 potential options for the Pistons ahead of the NBA trade deadline. One is a name that I brought up last week. Like to see a deal go down. We'll get to that today at 1:20. Plus your open line calls mixed in. Hey, just a reminder. You can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. I've seen some feedback coming in from around the country, mostly about the Miles Garrett possibility. Is it something that could go down? We've been discussing it now that he has requested a trade publicly. Again, get the Odyssey app for your mobile device, AUDACY. Then you can listen to the show anywhere in the United States. Same thing through our website, 971theticket.com, where the Birch Kid and Evan are responsible for great content. Also, streaming with video, go to twitch.tv and youtube.com. Numbers went up as people watch you guys try and give approval to Blue Diamond Elote almonds. I'm stunned. I'm happy. I actually feel proud.
All right, relax.
Not complete rejection. I'm not used to this.
Validation.
It is Carson Anderson. And we'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, there's some horror stories that can go out right around this time of the year, right? If your furnace goes out, middle of winter, you don't want that to happen. God forbid you have a pipe burst or something like that. What do you do? Who do you call? Here's what you do. Here's who you call. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You call the expert technicians over there because they know exactly what they're doing. They're going to get your 2025 started with some peace of mind. You don't just take my word for it, even though I'll tell you, they've come to my house a couple times over the last few years and diagnosed the problem, fixed the problem like that. These guys are awesome, and this is why I talk about them. There's a reason you see the red, white, and blue trucks everywhere with the logo on its side. People have problems. They have the solutions. Give them a call today. They've got the A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They've got 5-star reviews all over Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797.
Kind of stingy with those almonds.
Oh, sorry. I forgot. I'll get you some next.
Sorry.
I'll get you some next.
I see what you're doing.
Next commercial break.
Doug, he's like the squirrel you feed one time at the door, and then they just
keep showing up.
Yep, exactly.
I'm sorry he offered him.
Yeah, like
actually,
I said.
I asked.
Yeah, I offered him once.
Yeah.
You've asked
once.
for more.
I did ask
Yeah.
for
And
more.
I
Now
don't
you're
mind.
back.
I don't mind. Hey, the first hit, maybe the second hit's free, but after that, you have to make the financial investment that is the Blue Diamond almonds, because these things aren't cheap.
They're good. They're really good.
I'm very pleased.
Kind of want to know what that seasoning is so that you can make them yourself, right?
Yeah, I've taken the regular old almonds and
I've done that.
Yep.
Throw some cinnamon on them.
bake them in the oven.
Yeah.
Sure. All right, so lots going on. All of a sudden, you got a Red Wing team that can't lose. You got a Piston team that's back at 500, north of 500, and back tied for the 6th spot. You got the Tigers making a very encouraging signing of Jack Flaherty. We await an Alex Bregman decision. We've got Champ and Chump. We've got shock and disbelief on an NBA trade, and we got Miles Garrett requesting a trade out of Cleveland. Wow. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in on the Lions. Why is nobody talking about Zadarius Smith coming back as a player opposite of Hutchinson for next year? And we keep talking about the possibilities of others. Miles Garrett, no thanks, would cost too much. That's from Rob in a tiny truck.
Well, I mean, that'll be the consolation when they don't get Miles Garrett, right? That's how we'll console each other. Well, hey, we got Zadarius Smith coming back. Zadarius Smith, I think, is a fine player, but I mean, come on. There's a major difference between what Zadarius Smith offers you and what Miles Garrett. Miles Garrett's a defensive player of the year.
Well, his point is you got one for no additional salary, and you got the other one for a price and additional salary. But, yes.
Yeah, but the guy at no additional salary didn't do a ton.
So, no, but what if he's opposite Aiden Hutchinson?
Well, surely the numbers should improve. But I was disappointed because I thought we were going to see more from him as a pass rusher, knowing that Hutch was out.
Well, what would you realistically want opposite of Aiden Hutchinson out of anybody that's returning? If Hutch gets back to form, the other edge rusher, any in-house edge rusher, what is a goal for like number of sacks?
Opposite Hutch a full season? I mean, anybody that they already have in-house?
Yep.
So Zadarius Smith, I would hope that he can get double digits, get to 10.
So last year he played 8 games in Detroit and had 4 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a realistic goal if you play a full season.
I suppose it's realistic, and yet in games I watched,
understood,
which was every game, I didn't see it.
Well,
I mean, yeah, the number is there. Sure, he had 4 sacks in the 8 games, but was he a complete no-show in the playoff game? Yeah, he was a complete no-show. He had a pass defended when he dropped into coverage and knocked the pass down. But outside of that, no, just didn't see a ton.
I mean, I think one of the things that I try to do is, okay, realistically, it would be great to have all pro performers at every position. But realistically, it's not possible. So we're kind of at a spot here where at some positions you have to try and save money. You can't have a $20 million player at every position. So where can you get away with not breaking the bank and not pursuing an elite player? Can you afford 2 player of the year candidates, 1 at each edge rusher? Maybe short term.
Well, how about this? How about having them both? Zadarius Smith is here, and I get Miles Garrett. Okay, that works.
Right.
And last year, he played with Miles Garrett for the first 8 games of the season, 9 games of the season, 8 I guess, and he had what do you have? A handful of sacks in that time.
We're talking
1,
about
2, 3, 4, 5 sacks.
He finished last year with 9 overall in 17 games.
Yeah, 4 with the Lions, and he had 5 with the. I'm sorry, I'm looking at it. Yeah, no, I have it right.
No, he could be a double-digit sack guy, and that's an acceptable Robin to Hutch being Batman.
Yeah, but thinking about 2 guys who's the way that they get after the passer,
I think
the pressure rate.
The caller's point or the texter's point, I think, is if it's not affordable, it doesn't mean they're doomed. They've got another guy over there that is under contract that could be a pretty productive player for them, and I think it's valid because the truth is, as much as we can talk about this, if you had to bet right now, are they getting Miles Garrett?
No,
I would say the same thing.
That's what I said. It's a consolation prize. I'm fine with it. This is the consolation prize. It's going to be disappointing, because you'd like them to go out and get the obvious player that makes sense. But if the price is too high to pay, then you don't do it. If there are we've talked about the factors about having to sign into a long-term contract, what it means to disrupting the rest of your roster because you're not going to have to be able to sign everybody in making sacrifices here and understanding where it is. But a football world that has Miles Garrett and Aiden Hutchinson on the same team,
scary,
is unbelievable.
If you can make it work, great. If not, there's still ways for this team to win. 248-539-9797.
Well, it's crazy because before when we shut down like Max Crosby talk, because there was it was just coming out of nowhere. People just wanted to dream that up.
Yeah.
Now Miles Garrett has come out and publicly said, I want to get traded. So now we can actually kind of talk about it, even if all three of us don't think it's going to happen.
Yep.
Zadarius Smith is a consolation prize here. I mean, we have to see what he's like with someone opposite him, right? He played with the Lions last year, and Hutch was out. And
well, he played with Miles Garrett.
Yeah, and he was better when he had Miles Garrett on the opposite side. Imagine him here with Hutch on the opposite side. Because there was times when he was with the Lions, right? He didn't play every single snap. You kind of wonder where he was. But I think obviously, breaking news, he's probably a lot better when there's someone strong on the other side. But yeah, I think you have to talk about it. You have to wonder, is it worth giving up, draft picks, maybe a player or two, and to see what it would be like with two studs like Hutch and Garrett. I mean, the league... People always try to get the bookend guys, but I don't think anyone's ever seen a pairing like Hutch and Garrett.
248-539-9797. All right, we'll get to your phone calls in a sec. Detroit news story. We mentioned it before the break. 4 potential options for the Pistons ahead of the NBA trade deadline from the Detroit News. Cody M. Davis. Malcolm Brogdon was one. Colin Sexton was one. Lonzo Ball was one. And Brandon Ingram was one. I mean, all of those guys make you better. I probably want Brogdon the least, although he's listed as the best option, given his agent's salary. I'm a Colin Sexton fan. I don't know if I particularly want Lonzo Ball. Brandon Ingram would be a yes, please.
When you say no about Lonzo Ball, is that strictly because of his father?
No, but it doesn't help. Kang, any of those names stand out to you?
He's never lost, right?
Never.
Undefeated. Do they stand out? What stands out is I think that the league thinks that the Pistons need someone else to handle the ball. Mm-hmm. Like Cade can't be the only guy. Like since they lost Ivy, he's had to even have the ball even more in his hands. Sasser's more of like a scoring point than he is, bring the ball up the court and facilitate type guy. So if the Pistons do make a move, it looks like, hey, let's get Cade some help as far as bringing the ball up the court, facilitating, because right now, Cade is dependent. I mean, the Pistons are so dependent on him carrying the load for this team offensively. That's why I wanted to go out and kind of get a big name. I understand, you don't want to force anything, but the market might have been there, but maybe now it's gone. They're not going to be on Jimmy Butler or any type of player like that. So it is probably going to be a smaller move like this, and I'm not against it. Like I said, I think you need to help your star. And whatever that is in the short term, because I think it's important for this team not only to make a playoffs, but win a series. I think it helps the psyche of these young guys a lot.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Drew, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Drew.
Morning, guys. Good afternoon.
What's up?
I just don't see how you can't do everything possible to get Miles Garrett. We know that teams all the time have to make moves like this to win championships. Look at the NFL landscape. If you go, you're going to have to probably beat Allen or Mahomes or Jackson. You're going to have to beat Saquon and the Eagles. We have to make a counter move to counter what other teams are doing, because staying complacent and not making a move like this, I know, we'll be good no matter what. But we're not here to just be good. We need to win a Super Bowl. And I think it's like $20 million over the next 2 years. You won't find a better bargain. 2 first-round picks for the next 2 years of Miles Garrett, and you are immediately probably the best defense in the NFC.
Do you think they can win the NFC without Miles Garrett?
I think they have a lot better of a chance with Miles Garrett.
Well,
but yes,
unquestionably, there's no doubt. But I guess the point is, if you think you can win the Super Bowl and it's not a pipe dream, one of the things you're probably giving up on if you get Miles Garrett is you probably are creating a window. that will close. And don't forget again, I'm in favor of this, and I'm in favor of pursuing it. But sort of the way that you put it, you have to do this. I think the argument against it is we think we're good enough to win it now. We're going to add, but it's not going to cost us nearly as much. And we're going to keep making runs at Super Bowls because we're putting together a sustainable model. Getting Miles Garrett actually will eventually close a window for us, and we're not interested in doing that. Now, if you believe Miles Garrett and there's no other way about it, you're going to go get him no matter what, then you don't want to hear any of that. But that might be Brad Holmes' thinking on this. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. The football season may be over, but the sports action never stops at Twin Peaks. It's a great time to be alive for Detroit sports fans. Detroit hockey and basketball teams are in the middle of a playoff hunt. Watching their games has become enjoyable again. And what makes those games even better? Well, enjoying them at Twin Peaks. It's beyond just a great sports bar. They serve up great draft beer. They serve up big chicken wings. Their draft beer system pours your favorite drafts at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for at least 6 hours and is only used once a day. They boast an extensive bar with all your favorite bourbons and tequilas, as well as handcrafted cocktails that, well, they rival a speakeasy. Now, pair that with a scratch kitchen serving up dishes like New York cut strips, hand-breaded and fried to order boneless wings and tenders, salmon, trout, and smashed and seared burgers. And what takes it to the next level? The beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Talk about the ultimate man cave, wall-to-wall TVs, amazing food and drinks, beautiful and personable Twin Peaks girls. Why go anywhere else? And if you are staying home for the big game Sunday, be sure to call Twin Peaks to enhance your party. They got wings, and more wings available for your party to take home. Call today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brandon in Detroit. You're on 97.1. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, Brandon.
Hi.
What's going on?
Nothing much, man. Just wanted to chop in about this Miles Garrett situation. My biggest issue, us as football fans, we always speak on we need this one player that'll change the game. Miles Garrett definitely will be one of the greatest additions alongside Aiden Hutchinson. But if it causes us to lose Kirby Joseph or even somebody as simple as Jack Campbell, why make the trade? We just need someone serviceable that won't affect our long haul.
So
And
I just want to
Miles
understand
Garrett
this.
would do it.
So you would rather have Kirby Joseph or Jack Campbell than Miles Garrett?
No, definitely not saying that. I'm just saying if I'm going to lose someone that got 9 interceptions in a year versus someone that's almost 30 years old, or if not, he might be 30, to sit alongside Aiden Hutchinson, re-sign Zadarius Smith. He gave us 4 sacks in 8 games, gave us 9 total over the course of a season. That's all you need, someone on alongside of Aiden Hutchinson to get you another 9-10 sacks a game, let Aiden Hutchinson be a phenom, and you set your defense up to win in the long haul.
So, Brandon, I tend to agree with you more than not. We're going to – when we've a couple of calls we've taken are I think, foolish in that they're starting to border on making the argument that the only path to the Super Bowl is through signing Miles Garrett. Trading for Miles Garrett. If you trade for Miles Garrett, it is a hell of a wow move depending on what the return is. If I'm in Cleveland and I'm doing Browns radio here, I am asking for the sun and the moon and the sun again to before I'm giving up Miles Garrett. That doesn't mean I'm going to get it, but that's what I'm asking for. And all it takes is one other team to give you that, and then you're out of the deal. Detroit would be out of the deal if they're not willing to do it. But this team was a Super Bowl contender and a strong Super Bowl contender without Miles Garrett before everybody got hurt, and even then they were still a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah.
So
if you get 2 firsts and a third, cool. Draft picks, we're done with. This draft pick has to be the one to change the face of our franchise. We're over that. We need complementary players in depth. So if you can give up 2 firsts and a third, fine, give it away. But trying to sacrifice one of our actual core players that are young, heck no.
Well, the thing about it is you're right, because you're talking about, hey, they can still win a Super Bowl. They got a great chance to win a Super Bowl without making this trade, and they're not going all in for 1 year. They're going to be able to keep doing it. But, are you better with Miles Garrett even if it closes the window next year? Yeah, and that's a decision that people have to make. Some people say, do it. Absolutely. I'd do it. Others are saying, I think they're good enough to win a Super Bowl and don't have to make that move. And that's kind of where the category I'd fallen. For the right price, I'd do it. For the right price.
Even if they don't add Miles Garrett, they're probably going to be right up there with the 2 people in the Super Bowl right now as far as odds-on favorites to win the Super Bowl next year.
Yep.
Because you're going to get all those guys back, right, including Hutchinson. So this would be kind of an over-the-top type move. But then again, you have to also, think about, well, who do they lose right now, right away, if they make a move like this? Do you lose a Jack Campbell right away? Do you lose a Kirby Joseph or a Brian Branch or a J-Mo?
Carlton Davis ain't coming back is a possibility.
Yep.
Well, if I'm going to lose Carlton Davis but I add Miles Garrett, I think that I'll take that, because I think what the pass rush can do. I mean, you got to look at how it works. Okay, having great corners is awesome. Having the pass rush is more important to me, because they force the quarterback to throw the ball before he's ready to.
I think the bridge too far is if you lose Kirby and Carlton to make this work. Then I'm like, you're talking about really thinning out the secondary, giving Terrion Arnold CB1 status, which he might be able to get it done, but then you're getting into a lot of ifs back there. But I would rather come back getting Carlton Davis back and taking a run at this thing with a healthy roster. But We all have the line that we wouldn't cross. Rich is in Detroit, and he's next. Hi, Rich.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
So, window. Well, the Lions have lost 2 successive bids to go to the Super Bowl, focusing on keeping this window thing and being very arrogant about the way that they were going to build this team. We're going to do it our way and our way, period. And their way was to neglect putting someone opposite of Hutch that would have built the D-line the way that you have to have a D-line in order to win a Super Bowl.
What do you mean by neglect? What do you mean by neglect?
Because at the trade deadline, not this year, last season, it was clear what they needed to do. They needed to add a D lineman and maybe even another cornerback, and they did neither. And that blew a Super Bowl opportunity with the loss to the 49ers. I mean, I think if they had a Zadarius or somebody opposite Hutch, people were clamoring for Garrett then. If they had somebody then, they'd have went further. They didn't do it in the offseason.
But the players, I guess you go back to that trade deadline a year ago, the players that were available at the defensive end were Young and Sweat. Yep. And Sweat you would have had to sign to the contract, so that kind of took him out. And then Chase Young wasn't an impact player.
Whoever it was,
but that's who was available. All I'm saying, Rich, is
done, and they did nothing.
But that's who
so
was
you
available.
would have rather done something that didn't work than not do anything.
No. I think if they'd have did something and if you'd had a real player opposite Hutch, I think it would have worked.
The problem I have, Rich, with this call is you insult them right away, call it arrogance, and now you're criticizing them for a trade that you have no idea what was actually available.
Okay, but wait a minute. They didn't do it at the trade deadline. They didn't do it in the offseason.
They didn't do what? You don't know.
Add another integral player opposite Hutch.
You don't know what was available and what wasn't.
I mean, okay, so you're assuming then that nothing would have been available.
No, I'm not assuming that nothing was available. I'm assuming that the player that San Francisco traded for, which did very little and he got released right away, and another player that needed money before he signed, which would have cost the Lions somebody potentially this year that they didn't want to do. I'm okay with them not doing that.
And what they did in the offseason, they didn't address the defensive end spot, but what they did do was address the secondary, which was another monster issue with the team, right? They went out and they got Carlton Davis. They got 2 draft picks, and they went out and they went all 3 routes: free agency, drafts, and trade with Meek Robertson as well.
But check this out. What happened was when this trade deadline came, by not doing it at last trade deadline.
So this trade deadline comes and they go out and they get the defensive end.
Nope. See, when you had Hutch, you needed one really good end to go with him. Once Hutch goes down and they go and get Zadarius, you knew they were going to come up.
They did sign a free agent
defensive end. 2 ends.
They did sign a defensive end in free agency.
That's true.
He got hurt.
Marcus Davenport, and
he got hurt. And look, if your point is, because it sounds like, I'm sorry, but I'm pretty comfortable with Brad Holmes calling the shots here. I think they're set up to win for a long time. I can't believe we're revisiting the 2023 trade deadline now. Speaking of trades, the Tigers just made one. We will get to that today at 1:46 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, so this time of the year, it is really cold outside. We know this. And if your garage door is making some weird noise, if it's squeaky, and if you're not even sure it's going to make it through the next time you hit the clicker to open it up, you've got to call Precision Garage Door Service. These guys are amazing. They'll come out to the house. They'll assess any problem you have, because with this cold, it can really wreak havoc on your garage doors. You got the springs and rollers, any of those moving parts, they can break when the temperature drops, and the temperature is going to drop again significantly in the next couple of days. So do what I did. Schedule an appointment. You can do it online. It's great over at precisiondoormi.com, or you can pick up the phone and give them a call. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. Again, it's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or online at precisiondoormi.com.
was kind of hoping the previous caller was going to bring it full circle in some way, but he was really hung up on them not making a move at the trade deadline 2 years ago, and I don't know what we're going to accomplish relitigating that. They're in a very healthy situation. If that is something you don't think they'll ever overcome, then I guess, or as he put it, wasted 2 seasons because they didn't make a move 2 years ago. I'm always hesitant to be super as critical as he was when we really don't know what was and what wasn't actually offered and on the table. Those players were made available. Sweat obviously required a contract, and Chase Young, I think it's been proven over time, hasn't really been worth it. But, hey, man, he obviously had his belief that they've wasted 2 seasons now because they didn't add last offseason or last trade deadline, not the 2024 trade deadline, but the 2023 trade deadline. Meanwhile, the Tigers have made a move. They've moved Alex Flaherty, player that they designated for assignment, and they trade him to the Tampa organization for a unranked 20-year-old switch-hitting catcher named Anderson Delgado, who's coming off a big winter in Australia. That's the best I can find.
No, it was not a big winter in Australia. He only hit he hit 204.
One of them was a grand slam.
Okay. 2 home runs and 11 RBIs in those 31 games. But what he did last year in the organization for Toronto, between A ball and rookie ball, is
for Tampa.
Sorry, for Tampa, is he had a 782 OPS, and he's 20 years old. So you start looking at what the Tigers had. Jose Briseño was a catching prospect who hurt his knee last year, and now they've said he's no longer going to be a catching prospect. He's going to be a first baseman, DH type, and that's what he played when he moved up to high A ball, and then played in the Arizona Fall League and was outstanding. So did that create a spot where they need to get another catcher, another young catcher? Well, you got a 20-year-old in Briseño, now you got a 20-year-old in Delgado, who they just got. So maybe this is all this is, replacing somebody on the roster. They had waived Flaherty anyway. So Flaherty's time with the Tigers is done. Does he have some major league ability? He does. But the Tigers have like another 5 pitchers just like Flaherty, so why not move
This
on?
feels a little bit like we're going to need somebody to catch our pitchers at single A.
Right.
And so we do need to field a team down there.
Well, I mean, he did hit in Charleston last year. He hit 255 with a 773 OPS. The numbers were okay, but he's 20 years old. So that's pretty good for a 20-year-old. I don't know if there's any future for him or not. What was clear is that there was no future for Flaherty. And what sucks about that is this is a former first-round pick. Yeah. That sucks that it didn't work out.
248-539-9797. Dave is next. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
Okay, Dave.
Good. I'm a longtime Lions fan. I've watched them from growing up as a kid, Barry Sanders, to now, right? And now, back then, when I used to see certain names on the TV that's coming up for trade opportunities, I used to get excited. But it feels like, and y'all guys probably agree with this or disagree, the culture of the Lions is, if it's out there, if it makes sense, we'll get it. We heard Brad Holmes say that for years on years. But I think what he's going to probably do, as we all know he's probably going to do, is he's going to go draft, right? He loves to get young talent from the draft, get within. If they're asking for something crazy, he probably won't get it. He probably won't even go out there to get them because he builds off the culture of the people he has, right? Last year was tough because we had all the injuries, but I think it showed us of what kind of talent they do have on the team, where they're okay with going ahead and getting some names that we don't know just to continue to build them up. So I would love to get Miles Garrett, but honestly, I think he's going to probably pass on it and go get somebody else deeper in the draft where 2 years from now we could be like, hey, remember that kid from drafted 3rd round? That kid's freaking awesome. Where did he come from? So that's my take on it. Big fan of the show, guys. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I think you're more right than wrong, Dave. I mean, if you look at his pattern and you look at the things that Brad Holmes has established that he likes to do, then, yeah, I think that the more likely scenario is that Brad Holmes, who covets his draft picks, loves his draft picks, and has success with his draft picks is less likely to want to give them up to make a move like this. Does that mean he wouldn't consider it? I hope he would consider it. I really, really hope he would consider it.
Well, I also don't know if this is the first time he's been in this position where he's had this good team, now back-to-back division championships, and he's no longer rebuilding or building up the team. Now you're hoping to sustain and continue moving forward and find those players that make you a special team.
You know what it feels like to me, though? It feels to me like he is eyeing down the probability that he's going to have to let players go that he doesn't want to have to let go. That's just the way the cap works.
No, there are players that he drafted, yeah.
And so he is saving. I think it's his pattern his approach is more likely to be, I'm going to save these draft picks because I got to replenish my roster with cheap players. Otherwise, I'll lose even more. And this is how I sustain it. And this is when he said last week, I found it really, really interesting when he said, I don't believe in windows, meaning I don't believe that the window ever has to shut. Hope he's right. And I hope they can pull that off and keep the window open for as long as possible. But you have to win Super Bowls. It's just like everything else. You have to win a Super Bowl. I shouldn't say Super Bowls. You have to win a Super Bowl to justify doing it your way. If he never does, and it eventually runs out of steam, and you become the 2006 to 2014 Detroit Tigers, that's the agony of coming close, and the long drought will continue. But I am far from thinking that is the logical conclusion here. I think an analysis of this roster and where it stands, they're in good shape.
Well, one thing's going to be for sure, over the next few weeks, it's going to be really interesting to watch and see, what teams are interested. I don't know if I can't imagine that you're going to be trading him if you've got Miles Garrett. If you're Cleveland, you're trading him right away. Let this play out a little bit. Or do you want to get it done before free agency starts?
Do you wait to the trade or to the draft rather?
I mean, you've got the second overall pick in the draft. And it's quite possible that Abdul Carter will be sitting right there for you, the best pass rusher in the draft. Is he Miles Garrett good? He's pretty good. I don't know if he's Miles Garrett good, but he'll have the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this draft, who's the team with the quarterback that they believe in that might be looking to make a splash? Could New England at 4 and Vrabel want to say we believe in Drake May? We'll add Miles Garrett. What's a team near the top that has somebody else's pick that might say we can, I tell you what the Armageddon scenario is. I do not want him in Chicago. I do not want him in
Miles
Chicago.
Garrett?
Yeah.
No, I don't want him in Chicago. I don't want him in Green Bay. I don't want him in Minnesota.
Another team that I think it might make a move for him, and I guess I'd have to look at the cap ramifications, but I think they have a high enough draft pick that where their talent is, they're closer than their draft pick indicates, is San Francisco. I don't want them in San Francisco. But I'd have to take a look at their cap situation and see if that would make sense. But those would be two. Again, I really, really don't want those scenarios to be.
Yeah, I understand.
Anyway, Tigers make a move today. Alex Flaherty for minor league catcher named Anderson Delgado from Tampa. I will say this. Anytime Tampa is willing to make a trade with you, I tend to think, oh, crap. Tampa.
I tend to agree with that, but we've seen Flaherty. He's okay. He's nothing that they don't have already in stock with the Tigers. And like I said, he was already designated for assignment, and nobody picked him up. So they're getting a 20-year-old switch-hitting catcher. I don't even want to say he's a prospect, but it's somebody in their organization. We'll see if they can develop him and look down the road, whatever. I suspect you're going to see Flaherty pitching for Tampa. Mm-hmm. And did you give him away for nothing? I mean, you tried just letting him go, which literally was getting for nothing, and now you got something. So
might be time to get.
I always thought that was your boy, Gator.
Alex Flaherty?
Yeah.
I like Flaherty. But, I mean, how many Flahertys do you need on the roster?
Okay, true.
They still have several Flahertys on the roster.
That is Rico Beard. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just getting over the shock. I'm not the Grammy person, so Mike was like, "Hey, did you see this Kanye thing?" Yeah.
Oh, with
just watched the video with him and his
girlfriend or wife, Bianca.
Showing up with no clothes.
Yeah.
Walking the red carpet completely naked. Nothing but shoes.
Like, whose idea is this?
I thought of coming into work that way today, but
And you thought better.
It was too cold, so I decided.
No.
Clothes.
Do I look fat in this outfit? Nah, you're rocking it.
So weird.
Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. What are we doing today? Before you ask, a perspective on the Luka trade that happened, plus learning to love again, Detroit style.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
You know, that is the general mood of the show today. This is quite a Monday, isn't it? Red Wings can't lose. Pistons can't lose. Tigers spending money. Enrico jinxing Michigan State basketball. No, I'm only kidding. We have a lot of ground to cover, so we're not going to waste time. I want to get into the Jack Flaherty stuff to start. Then I want to know what you're going to do when she's moved on. She is the Lions, and she's pregnant with someone else's baby, which means you better find something else to do with your time. It's called Red Wings, Tigers, Pistons, and who you're falling in love with. 4 o'clock, I'm going to offer you something I haven't heard all day on this station, a nuanced take about Luka Doncic. And we're going to party. Got an NBA blitz to do with major trades. We got a football blitz. A major superstar has demanded a trade. But I want to start with Flaherty because I think, bar none, this is Scott Harris's best movie he's ever made. And let me explain before people are like, well, wait a minute. Hear me out on something.
Wait, whoa. But I thought you hated Scott Harris.
I don't hate Scott Harris. I don't really like the way they choose to build their team, but with the Jack Flaherty move, Mr. Rico L. Beard, I think, it's a 1-year deal. So don't get lost in the sauce. It's 25 in year 1, 10 in year 2 with a player option. If he's good, he's opting out. If he's bad, you're stuck with him. Risk it, biscuit. I'm good with it. If he's good but you're bad, you could trade him. And this is why I want to salute Scott Harris in this regard. The trading of Flaherty, which one person on this station, not affiliated with this show, had some weird nervous breakdown about. The point is, you got Sweeney and you got a top 100 prospect out of it, only to bring Jack back and not have to sign him to a 5-year deal. I said last week when we talked, I said, this pitching staff is not insulated enough. Remember we said, I don't ever want to look at pitching chaos.
Yeah.
Well, Maeda and Mize and Olsen, you're talking about injuries, Cobb. Mm-hmm. Getting Jack Flaherty back, you're running out in a 3-game set. You're running out Tarek and Jack Flash 1-2. This now allows Job to develop at a different curve. Mm-hmm. We'll see you middle of the season, Jackson. This allows for an injury. But here's the biggest thing for me. This is where I want to know if you, looking at you, Founders Day, you, looking at you, Kenneth, and you, yes, David, you, I'm looking at you, and you, the people. I think the Tigers actually graduated by doing this. Do you realize you have the top payroll in the AL Cialis, a.k.a. AL Central, right? The AL Flaccid? You have the top payroll now. Do you know with this signing you cracked the top 20? You're sitting at 17th. You know my rules. If you don't have a league average payroll, you cannot win a World Series. Look, they're never going to do it the way I want to do it. So I can either sit here and be pissed, which I haven't done all offseason. I didn't love the Cobb thing, just on basis. I didn't have a problem with Torres. It's cheap. It's 1 year. Don't ask me to salute it, but it's fine. The Canely thing, I didn't have an issue with it. I sure as hell don't have an issue with Flaherty. Here's my thing. They're one move away from being a World Series caliber team. They're one move away payroll-wise. They're one move away with a bat. See, this is where I think if you brought in Bregman, as risky as it might be, I think all of a sudden Tiger fans, the light switch flips on and you go, we're winning the Central. That as fluky as last year was, and make no mistake, when things happen once every 50 years, it's a fluke.
Yes.
We're actually just good now. So, look, it's a tip of the cap. And again, if we're going to bitch when Chris doesn't spend, no, it's not the $200 million, Corbin Burns, Max Fried type thing. They're not going to do it that way. I've let it go. I can't do anything about it. But what I can tell you, they've gone out, they added Alex Cobb. Do I like him? Not really, but he's going to give you some innings. They added a reliever who's really good. They added one right-handed bat. And now they've added the guy I think they needed most, which was, who am I putting with Skubal? Right. So, look, for me, this makes this a solid B+ offseason. And if they want to make it an A, we know what the move is. But I would love to hear from the people on this, because I think this absolutely puts you at the top of the Central. I think you got a better rotation than Cleveland. I think you got a better ball club than Cleveland. And I'm not holding this against you, but you're very lucky The rest of this division can't get it up. And whether it's Minnesota, Kansas City, Cleveland, Chicago, none of them spend. None of them. They're all cheap dirtbags. So the fact is, you finally lifted a finger, top payroll in this whole deal.
So B+.
I think this upgrades it from a C+ to a B+. Jack Flaherty was a borderline Cy Young candidate here. Is it risky? Absolutely. But it's 1 year. You've mitigated it.
We're splitting hairs. I would have probably went a B, but B+. All right. No, I like it because you know what? Finally, you always hear, well, if you make the trade and they're free agents, you could always bring them back. Well, they actually did that. They got prospects from the Dodgers. One ended up becoming your starting shortstop because Javi just kind of had to go get himself healthy for the season. You got a top prospect, like you said, and you actually brought him back. So it kind of looked like, I know it doesn't happen that often, like you won the deal over the Dodgers.
100% you did.
You rented out a player to them, and then you got that player back.
And you got a prospect who's flippable. You got a shortstop who's playable. I love it. I really do. And I think it elevates you to the top of the AL Central. Would I love to sit here and go get me Alex Bregman? Yes, here's the problem. As I have said all offseason, and I will not have my words misconstrued, I'm not offering him 5, 6, 7 years. I just can't do it. And do I have concerns about Bregman? Of course I do.
See, after what you said the other day, I would even do this short-term Pete Alonso deal.
I wish. I know, and he's got holes in his game. But they're one right-handed thunder bat.
But you know what? This team has holes. Let's just be real.
I agree with you totally.
Okay, so there's no perfect person out there, and if it is, you're not willing to spend the money to get it. So if you are going to piecemeal, you're doing a good job piecemealing. You just, as you said, need another bat.
And again, maybe it's something they address at the deadline. Maybe a young player steps forward. I'm leaving open the world of possibility because here's the deal. On a game-in, game-out basis, Rico, I truly mean this, you're going to be sending out a better pitcher and a better plan than the teams you face. And you're in the flaccid Central.
Right.
Let's call it what it is now. So I loved it. And clearly you guys are hyped. Whoa. Kenny can barely keep up with the calls. I mean, wow.
Because there's nothing to complain. No. And I think it's because there's nothing to complain about. Because we would love.
Why can't you just be happy?
Because that's not how things work with people, Mike. If we were out here bashing Scott Harris, phone lines would be, oh, well, he's an idiot. He's this, he's that.
But he's never been that. I just don't think he wants to do it a different way.
Guess what, guys? This worked. It was a win-win. The Dodgers got what they wanted out of it. And then they said, you can have him back now, Detroit, if you want.
Right, you still made the playoffs. You got a prospect.
We got our ring. You can have him back.
And now you re-signed the player.
Yeah.
I believe the Tigers are the favorite in the Central with the move. Yes, I would love to see them add a bat, but I don't want to push my luck. But
no, I do. I need some certainty with Skubal. Maybe that's just me.
Good luck.
I just would like to know you have a plan and it's not, we'll just figure it out later. That never works.
See, but while I also want to bat, I'm excited about what the Flaherty signing does. And what it does is it pushes Olsen down in the rotation. It pushes Cobb down in the rotation.
That's right.
And now helps, and we don't have to rely on pitching chaos anymore. That's what I'm excited about because you're right. I do want to bat. Yes, I do in the end want to bat. But I have to be excited for what we have right now, which is bringing Flaherty back is big to me.
And you know what, David? You're right. Pitching chaos can now go back to Getaway Thursdays where – you know what? We're just going to kind of throw everybody out there. We're going to clean out the refrigerator and see what can happen. You give me 2 innings. You give me a couple of innings. And let's see if we can win this thing.
And I'm just going to say it. Don't take this that like, oh, you're letting the team off the hook. Guys, Bregman's not a perfect player. You have to understand. Like I will yell about certain things. It's why I didn't yell about Chapman or yell about Cody Bellinger. I mean, did I want one of those guys? I would have been happy with it. Sure. But these are imperfect players. So I don't want them to sign a bad deal just to make me feel better. Now, I never believe you can go into an offseason and do nothing. Well, they haven't done that. They've added things. And I would love to do it, but you got to be careful. I mean, it's a guy who, look, just one thing that scares me with Bregman, the ballpark. That's one. Two, you got to explain a 50% reduction in walk rate. That just, how did it fall off the table? One thing Bregman's always been good about is getting you 100 walks a year. How did that happen?
I'm hoping that's an anomaly. I'm hoping that's a one-off.
And again, I'm just bringing up, and again,
Mike, it's a legitimate gripe.
The power thing. Look, I don't think as he ages, he's going to continue hitting 28, 30 homers. This is probably a guy profiling closer to 20. So just, you got to be careful about it. Is he a pro? Does he give good at bats? Does he know Hinch? Does he understand what winning is? All of the above.
I'm hoping that because he knew what this offseason was going to be, that maybe he bought into the fact I need to try to hit more home runs, and he was more aggressive at the plate, which is why he didn't get the walks. That once he gets his money, he'll go back to being who he was, and you'll see the walk rate go back to where water will find its level.
248-539-9797. The excitement is palpable. You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe I should have just opened with Luka. Has nothing to do with Detroit, but maybe it would have been a better way out.
There's no right or wrong.
I feel pretty wrong right now, I got to tell you. I was actually amped up about the Jack Flaherty thing.
As you have a right to be.
I feel like a horse's ass. I mean, what, did they sign a dead guy? Did Jack fall down the stairs signing the deal? What happened here?
Oh, dude, we had a great discussion. And we're still having a good discussion. And you know what?
Hey, here's my message to everybody. Your baseball team spent some money. Where is it? How's your mom? Well, we'll get to
Okay.
we'll get to the. I'd say we'd get to the people, but
there's people. We got ticket text. We got a ton of ticket text.
The baseball team just blew $25 million on an arm. I think that's going to put him at the top of the Central. Maybe we should have opened up with Tater Tot Day. All right. We'll get to David. We'll see how his weekend was. 97.
Crispy tater tot. All right.
This town.
All right.
Woo!
Got it out your system? Yeah. All right. Specs at LTU is the place for you. If you're looking to make that career switch, you want to go into radio, you want to go into TV, you want to go into graphic design, you want to come up with a show topic.
Yeah. Don't talk baseball.
Let Specs at LTU get you started. It's very simple. You just need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech by instructors who actually work in the business like myself. What does that mean, Rico? Well, it means that from day one, you're going to learn what it takes to make it in the business. We will not waste your time. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you'll learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, folks, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
And don't talk baseball. America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games. Great viewing experience built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. It's right in the heart of Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, we'll get to the people momentarily. For a second there, I was starting to feel like Kanye's wife at the Grammys. What happened here?
You had on clothes.
Well, I mean, you do a topic, and I'm pumped up with the Tigers. Did we spend some money? We're on the threshold of league average. I think we're going to win the Central. I'm happy. And all of a sudden, I'm like,
That was it. You were happy. So people didn't know how to react to that. It took them a second.
Okay.
Like, wait, he's not setting us up with a rake.
But here's the thing. Do you need Alex Bregman to be satisfied? It's your prerogative. I don't love the player enough to demand that.
I would like another bat.
The problem is they waited till there aren't many left.
I know. So now you're hoping that one of the kids comes up here and does something.
David, ticket text first. What do you got?
What this team added besides yesterday getting Jack Flaherty, it's a B+ for me. They haven't added anything other than him. I still think it's a C-.
All right, but time out. Let me say this. Okay, do I love Gleyber Torres? No. He had a very nice postseason for my team, but he's not a good defensive player. And when he's bad, he's really bad. But can he hit? Can he give you some quality ABs? Can he work counts? Yes. You can't say that's nothing. Tommy Canely. Again, do I envision him being the closer here? No. Can he get guys out in a big spot? Yes. He has limitations, but he's good.
Okay, and the reason why I like him, you can add him, mix him into the pitching chaos.
Correct.
And it just got better.
Right. So that was my point now, the Alex Cobb thing, you're on your own. I think there's a lot better ways to spend 16, 17 million. But they added pieces. You can't say they did nothing. That's not fair. Come on now. David, go ahead.
I am thrilled with this offseason, but they have to get a bat. I want Bregman. Someone else says, in all sports lately, seems like we only get guys to come here for one-year deals. We never make big signings anymore. I like Flaherty, but a one-year deal isn't something to celebrate.
Well, it's about putting it all together. And again,
you're not a championship team yet.
If Flaherty is going to get replaced next year by Jackson Jobe or by, let's say, Olsen takes another step forward. Guys, I've told you what their plan is for 18 months now. They're waiting for the kids. And they're only going to do these fillers and one-year flips. They're not good. That's why I didn't start this offseason with this, oh, my God, let's go get X. Oh, God, I was crazy enough to say maybe Christian Walker, 3 at 60. That was like my big idea. Rico, I've tried to be incredibly fair.
Right.
Overall, they've pieced this together where I do think you're winning the Central. And you can't really ask for much more. You want Bregman? Sure. I'd never say no to letting him in the clubhouse, but he has some things I'd be concerned about, and they have a right to be concerned.
The sad reality is you're not in that upper tier of major league teams. That's why the Dodgers can go out there and spend what they can spend, because they're sitting there saying, you know what, we're offering a championship. We're offering you a ring. Detroit's offering you a division title. A little bit of a difference.
It's true. It is.
I know people don't want to hear that, but that's why you're not getting, oh, well, how did we not get this person? And why do they all go to these certain teams? Like, even though the Mets are spending ridiculous, they're saying, hey, we put enough people around you, we can win a title.
Here's your other problem. And Kenny could speak to this on the Red Wings side. Both Ilitch properties don't seem to want to sign people to term. Just going by the balance sheet. David?
Flaherty is a great signing. It makes Cobb, Olsen, and Jobe, etc. the 3, 4, 5 starters. Big trade coming for a right-handed bat. I have to believe power bat. That is from Carl.
Look, I think a trade. Okay, now this is a conversation for during the season, but if you want to have some fun, we can go around the room momentarily. If you're asking me, pay Bregman his demand of a 5-year deal at whatever this AAV is, or bleed a little bit and trade some of my cachet of prospects and trade for a right-handed bat, on a much better deal and probably a younger player, I would do choice B.
Absolutely.
You would as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I would as well.
Okay.
Bregman on 5 years? No. This is one where I would need a short-term deal. Like everybody else has been signing, but on 5 years, I'd rather roll the dice, get a younger prospect, trade somebody, and see what you can get.
Mike, Rico, David, I am ecstatic about this Tiger. The Tigers getting Flaherty back. Brilliant move. What can they do at shortstop with Baez? What should they do? I'm still worried about it. David from West Bloomfield.
I think Javi Baez contract is, what is it now? What is it, 25, 26, whatever. Basically, Javi's presence is a part of your payroll, but he's not. Look, I don't think he's going to be here. Okay. I think Harris left himself a lot of outs for him not to be here opening day, but you're still going to pay him.
I think what you saw was, you saw an example of that last year at the end of the season when they kind of told him, why don't you go get yourself fixed and worked on and get your surgery done, and the team got better. I noticed it. You noticed it. You noticed it, David. I'm sure the Illich family and Chris and Scott and everybody else noticed, hey, you notice who's not here and we're getting better? So
I
we
doubt
can
he's
pay you, but I've often said, just because you pay somebody doesn't mean you have to play somebody.
If he's here opening day playing, it will destroy whatever credibility they've built this offseason. You cannot put that man out there. Cannot.
Son, you'll get your checks.
Let's go to Aaron, 97.1. Aaron, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I was just calling because the signing was exciting for me just because I bought into season tickets after the playoff run and felt kind of like a sucker all off season, thinking, I gave the Illiches my hard-earned dollars, and I wasn't seeing the Illiches spend any of their maybe they weren't hard-earned, but their dollars. So just gave me a little bit of hope and some faith that my investment was worth it. And I do agree with you. If Baez is out there, I look forward to booing him mercifully on opening day if he happens to find himself anywhere near Comerica Park.
No, and again, Scott Harris left himself a lot of outs to where he wouldn't be here. There are a lot of ifs, and if he does this, and we'll see about that. There is no scenario you can be a serious championship contending ball club and have Javi Baez playing opening day. You can't do it. You can't. And I'm with Rico. Just because I paid you doesn't mean I have to play you. You got to move on.
Yeah.
Look, they're gaining credibility because they're actually spending a little bit of money here. And again, I know it's not the long-term expenditures we want, and it's not the sizzle. Guys, it's the way they run the team. You can't blame Chris for that. This is Scott Harris wanting to run a baseball team a certain way. What do you want to do?
I like the fact that they're making these short-term deals, and they're really banking on the kids. By the time all of these deals fall off, at that point, all of the young prospects that we've been waiting for, it should be their time.
Right, but the key
we'll
is
see if this actually comes to fruition.
They spent $25 million on a pitcher for this year.
Right.
Like, I give them credit for that.
Right. It's like they're not punt. See, what I like the fact that they didn't take this playoff success and just say, well, we just got lucky. They're not punting next season. They're saying, okay, let's put together enough to get back into the playoffs, see what happens. You added a couple of arms. Like I said, you add a bat, fine. And now you wait for the guys behind you. And if one catches fire, then this all looks like it works for Scott Harris. Like, look, I tried to tell you guys, I knew what I was doing.
It's not that he didn't know what he was doing. I hate that narrative. I can't stand that narrative. No one has ever said he doesn't know what he's doing.
I'm not saying you saying that.
No, I know that. But, like, it's in this town, you get attacked if you just go, you know what? I don't like that flavor of ice cream. I don't want to run a small market team. I don't want to do a bunch of flips. I don't want to wait for the kids. Like, it's okay for people to say that. I mean, Christ, it's like everybody. Like,
but see, I think the way he's doing it now is kind of the best of both worlds. I realize I want to wait for the kids, but I'm not going to squander an opportunity
to make the playoffs
division
again. Yes. This division can't get it up. Well, you know what? Okay. Here come the Tigers with their blue pill. Somebody's got to pop one. I mean, that's it. Then you check in on the rest of the division. Nothing. Sad hot dog. So step to the plate. You got the best payroll in the division now. Go win the damn thing. All right, big game around the corner. Is your man cave ready? LG, Samsung, Sony TVs are the lowest prices of the year. And just like the NFL season, the sale ends on Monday. So what do you got to do? You got till the 10th to go to Paulson's, your technology partner. Don't forget as well, February is audio month. Speakers, sound bars, and everything in between. Best pricing of the year. And at Paulson's, their showroom, you'll be able to see everything, hear everything. They have demo rooms. Stop by their showroom in Farmington Hills. They've been doing it right since 1991. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. rapping about the Jack Flaherty signing and whether you are satisfied. And I've brought a few things to the table, which is, look, I love the move. As Rico put it, 1 out of 100 times do you trade a guy and get him back. You won the trade with the Dodgers in that you still made the playoffs. You got a guy who's going to platoon it short for you, plus a top 100 prospect. Then you get the guy back, and it's not on a 5-year, $100 million deal, because I don't think anybody wanted to pay Flaherty that. I told you last year, those reports about the Yankees and the physicals, those are real. This guy was getting injections to pitch. But 1-year deal for $25 million with an opt-out, to me, it's perfect. And it elevated the payroll to a point where, no, they're not quite league average, but at least they're not down at 25, 23.
They're not poverty.
Yeah, they're up to 17. And they spent $8 million on Tommy Kahnle. You don't have to love Cobb or you don't have to love Glaber, but collectively, did they get better? Yes. And they're starting. Look, the Flaherty thing is the first thing I went, you know what? Now they're serious about winning this year. Everything else to me was more wait for the kids. Flaherty's about winning now.
Yeah.
Do you need another? Do you need Bregman? I don't, because I'm not yelling about the Bregman thing because I can totally understand the team side. There's some things in that profile where I go, oh boy, I don't know. This year I think you'll be okay, but man, you sign a guy to a 5-year deal and he goes bad after 2.
You're looking at the Javi deal. You're looking at the tail end of Miggy. That's what you're looking at.
You got to be careful on this one. It would be amazing if they could get him on a Matt Chapman type deal with opt-outs after every season. You pray to God he pops and gets the hell out of here. But let's go to the people. We got a lot of ground to cover today. Yes, we're doing this at 4 because I have a take on this Luka thing that I haven't heard on the station yet. And we got to do it. We have to. Let's go to Harrison, 97.1. Harrison, what's going on?
Hey, before I get on Flaherty here, I looked at the Michigan State basketball score late last night, and I had the vision of Rico sitting in a middle seat in the back of a red eye from L.A. eating a sad piece of pizza out of his tailgate bag.
It did not happen, I promise.
He
did not go to L.A.
Please tell me you didn't do that. Please tell me you didn't do that. Okay.
No, I did not. I said if I was going to L.A., I was staying out there, and I would have stayed for the UCLA game as well. So I'm here. I didn't go.
Okay, good.
I got to eat sad pizza at home.
Well, that's probably good. Although Calipari at Rupp would have been kind of fun, but I'm feeling better about the Flaherty signing. My issue is that like 30% of the salary spend that the Tigers have is Baez and Kenta Maeda. So like, are they at 17th in payroll? Yeah, but they haven't locked up Skubal. I don't need them to sign Bregman, but like, I'd love to see them flip a couple of these prospects for a competent third baseman that's not, a Frankenstein over there. I'm not asking for that much. Just like, give me a little more something than this, and I'm at like a B+ right now.
That's where I'm at.
That's where I'm at.
I'm a B+. Yeah, and again, without Flaherty, it was a C+. It was just not acceptable. Now, I mean, Harrison, do you believe they're a playoff team? Do you believe they're the favorites in the AL Central? I do.
Yeah, I'm there. The one thing is maybe I'm greedy, but do I think that this roster can sneak, a best out of 7 away from the Yankees?
No.
And my answer's still no.
No.
And to me, this is basically the Seattle Mariners East.
See, I don't know. Because, I think with Flaherty, you give yourself a shot with the Yankees. A shot. That it's not just, okay, we can bank on Skubal, and then after that, we got nothing. Okay? If Flaherty can get hot or the 1-2 matchup like that.
All right, I'll live with that rationale.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you can, but you had no shot last year.
That's how I feel about the Dodgers. I just feel like, what's the point of any of this? Can they go play in their own league? Aren't there a group of aliens with a payroll of $500 million that can go play? Jesus. They make the Yankees feel cheap. Go to Garrett, 97.1.
Mets.
Garrett, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, it's been a minute, my friend. Hopefully you're doing well.
Excellent.
You and Rico, I was watching the game, MSU game on Saturday. I was envisioning they were going to cut over to Rico, dapping up Magic as he's sitting there dapping up Gilbert's kid.
He was actually sitting with Magic Johnson. It was a real gala event. What do you make of Flaherty?
Yeah, I'm on board, man. I was kind of like you in thinking, okay, a lot of the moves didn't make sense. It still doesn't make sense to some instance, and I've wrapped my head around the fact that it's better to have pitching depth than not. I mean, because right now you have 6-7 pitchers on the rotation, if you will, if you factor in Mize. I know Brant hurt or whatever. He's probably a minor league guy, may end up in Toledo, but you have to at least factor in what he did when he was with the Tigers. Obviously, Maeda, but I think this is what really set it off. Would I love Bregman? Sure. I'd love to, honestly, Mike, I want to throw a name out there to you, see what you like with the baseball side of things. At third, if they can't get Bregman, I'd love to get Ryan McMahon from the Rockies. He is 30, but he's got 2 years left before he hits free agency. He's on a cheap contract, decent glove. He might only hit you 20 bombs and maybe 75 ribbies, but decent bat, can pick it at third. And
he's their type of player.
Somebody to look at.
No, he's their type of player. I mean, look, Garrett, you're looking at it through the appropriate lens if you're trying to be accurate, which is they believe they can moneyball their way to doing this. That's their type of guy. So I won't say no.
I think, like I said, I think that's still my only concern is that, sure, I'm happy with Skubal, I'm happy with Flaherty, and I'm happy with Reese Olson if he can find magic in a bottle again, right? If he can find those 3 months what he had last year. Jackson Jobe should be on the roster, but he still has to earn it. But it's like outside of those, for the number 5 pitching spot, like I'm not excited about any of that, and I'm not supposed to be. But it's like I kind of want to see Scott Harris and his team use some of those pieces to maybe make either a minor move to make a bat if they do sign Bregman, or if they don't sign Bregman, go out, get 2 bats of some of those pitchers and maybe a prospect you got. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. So that's why I'd be at a B with you, Mike. I would be, and I think that's where I'm at. But I'm also, this has me reinvested in this team again. It really does.
Yeah, I think this is the separator. If they didn't bring in a Flaherty or bring in an Alonso or bring in a Bregman, one of those names we talked about last week, I was all out. I mean, I'm bored by it. Don't waste our time. But by doing this, I do think you walk through that threshold of unserious to serious, at least about winning your division, at least about keeping the momentum of last year going. And to what Rico said, guys, I think there's a lot of value in what you said. If you go into any playoff series and you got Skubal and Flaherty, and it's the best of the best, you absolutely can believe in your heart you could go up 2-0 in a series. Mm-hmm. I will say yes.
A 5-game series, you're golden. A 7-game series, you have a shot.
You do. Now, again, if it goes, bleep up.
Without having to rely on pitching chaos to bail you out and win 3 of these games.
That's nonsense. But if Flaherty gets hurt, it's the risk. There's a reason he's still available. There's a reason he didn't get 8 at 220 like Max Fried. There's a reason he's sitting here. There's a reason Jack Flaherty said, I think, 10 days ago, why does nobody love me?
Hey, but here's the thing. But he has a history working with Feder.
Yes.
That, you know what? Maybe he can come back here and it'll just keep working.
Let's go to Max, and then we're moving on. Max, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? I like the Flaherty thing. I do. As far as Bregman, I could take it or leave it. And then I'm going to go to the home opener this year. If Baez is playing in the home opener, I feel like there should be someone at the gate just giving everybody the finger and saying F you, and that's how it's going to go. That's what I expect if I see Baez playing the home opener.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
In the face.
I'll agree with that. And I don't have a problem saying it. The Baez thing would send a god-awful message to this fan base.
They can't buy him out because they spent all their money building the secret society seating behind home plate. So
no, you just listen. The bottom line is you can do all of it, but I'm with Rico. You can just pay the guy to stay away.
Yeah,
you don't play him.
You Allen Iverson him. There's your money. Do what you want. Just don't show up to the park.
I was going to say
no.
What?
No.
All right.
No. I already knew where you were going with that.
David, I just got scolded.
No, you didn't.
I say yes.
No, you didn't.
We will get a football today. Next, Super Bowl 59, and there's no better way to get involved in FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. SGPs are the way most people are going to play the Super Bowl, and whether it's Saquon, 25 or more rushing yards, in every quarter, or either quarterback to catch a pass. Maybe we're doing a little Philly special. No one will have more exotic off-the-wall prop markets than FanDuel. So place a $5 wager, and if you win, you get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. Let's wet the whistle a little bit, shall we? Like Kenny at a dive bar. It's time for football today.
All right, Mike, David, let's have some fun. It's Super Bowl week. So I found this article. It's a ranking of current NFL quarterbacks who have not won a Super Bowl, but we're going to rank them.
Okay, so the guys without a ring.
Guys without a ring, but we're going to rank them from 13 to 1. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
At 13, it's Trevor Lawrence. Jacksonville, a lot of injuries, a lot of potential. Duval.
That weirdo is going to be his saving grace. Yeah, I'm good with it, but this is Bleeper Get Off the Pot. Liam Cohen, Dave Canales started it with Baker. Liam Cohen continued it. If Liam Cohen has that effect on Trevor Lawrence, he'll be up to 6 or 7 on this list next year. It's now or never, though. Enough's enough.
It's because they have to do so much around him to build that franchise up. So, yeah, I agree. 13th.
All right. Let's move to the NFC South. We're going to go with Baker Mayfield, Tampa.
I think it's a little low. Listen, Baker has not been on really good teams. Yes, Mike Evans is a real blessing, but when you look at the rest of what Tampa Bay has, the fact that he walked in as an alleged bridge quarterback, he's led them to back-to-back playoffs. He's led them to playoff wins, and he has it all on him. I think this is a little low for me. Plus, he has now gone into a franchise, and the entire franchise has rallied around him. The off-the-field personality that some of these guys don't possess. I think he's here. I'll regret saying this when Rico does receipts in 2027.
Where's the stylist?
He's a franchise quarterback, and I think
That's not receipts, Mike. That's, you know what? If anybody who gets upset with what you just said, you're a hypocrite in this town, because the same thing happened with a certain quarterback who's here. Went to a different place, and all of a sudden, football started working for him. Go ahead, David.
I understand what you're saying, Mike. I understand what you're saying, Rico, but I'm looking at the roster around him, and his number one weapon is old. He's getting long in the tooth, and that's the concern when it comes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Baker's great, but when the roster is getting old around you, that's a problem.
Okay. At number 11, Green Bay Packer quarterback, Jordan Love.
Similar to Lawrence, next year's a huge year. Now, I think this year got sideswiped by injury, right? Opening week, MCL, comes back, blows out his groin. I'll chalk it up, move on. But next year, I think he'll be a lot higher on this list. But he's got to tighten up some of the mechanics. The throwing off the back foot for no reason drives me insane.
Yeah.
Maybe the NFL shouldn't send a team to Brazil, and maybe the footing would have been just fine. But I agree with everything Mike said. That's all I have to say is Brazil.
All right, then, David, I'll let you start this one then. At number 10, Justin Herbert.
That was a ghastly finish to the season.
Go ahead.
Justin Herbert is a really good quarterback. What they've done is they try to limit his mistakes now. It's now a run-first offense. And I think seeing what they've done, building that offensive line to help him, they need defense, though, for that roster to take the next step. I still think they take a next step this year, though. Justin Herbert's really good.
Maybe they get defense. They jump into Miles Garrett.
I think they get DK Metcalf and Colston Loveland. That's what I think they get. And that little gym rat lad McConkey is going to turn into, modern Pro Bowl like Danny Amendola or something ridiculous. Some annoying player.
Yep.
You got to compare him with another white wide receiver.
Okay, fair. Wan'Dale Robinson, undersized but tries hard. I don't know.
Tyreek Hill. All right,
definitely not.
At number 9, Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud.
Wow, they really dinged him for the second year slump, huh?
They really did. He has to take a huge jump in year 3. They found out what he was on tape, and they blitzed him a ton this season. He has to get better.
Yeah, but O-line was bad. Nico was hurt. Woods died, or not Robert Woods. What am I saying? Numbnuts.
Dale.
Steph Diggs died.
Oh, yeah.
Tank Dell's leg is in 7 pieces. The O-line sucks.
And basically the knock on him is he's reached the divisional round in both seasons, but he can't get past that.
Well, the Texans, period, can't get past it.
Oh, wait just one effing minute. Lamar Jackson's been in the league for 7-8 years. This kid's been in the league for 2.
Lamar Jackson
easy.
has made the championship game.
Did he?
Win an MVP or 2.
Oh, I'm making a point. The kid's in his second year. Don't start that narrative.
Okay.
The Texans can't get past the division round. That's not C.J. Stroud.
That's
the
more than your
Texans.
Steelers can do.
You know what? Keep this same energy because at number 8 is Brock Purdy.
It's probably an appropriate rating. He's played big in big games. He's had more success than the guys beneath him on the list. I don't have to like him, but the reality is he may have gone to 2 Super Bowls if he didn't blow his elbow out in the championship game in Philly. Hate to see it. But yeah, it's probably fair, okay? There, no slander. I'm in a good mood.
All I have to say about Brock Purdy is see what he is when he loses a few of his weapons. See what
like he did this year.
Mm-hmm.
And they still were in games.
Were they?
Well, he didn't kick the field goals. He didn't miss the field goals, David.
Oh, so you want to blame the Michigan kicker on your season?
See, this is what David does when he's doing marital counseling with people. This is how he judges them.
Right.
They come in the room. Oh, really?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. It's all your fault.
He wasn't on the
What about
defense
you?
that lost 5 games in the final 2 minutes. So, all right, at number 7,
yes,
Jaden Daniels.
I'm fine with it because it's a 1-year sample size. I mean, he could be number 1 on the list from ability, projection, but from actual data, resume, it's probably appropriate to keep him right in the median, like right in the middle. But I could make a case he's number 1.
I agree with you, Mike. We'll see what happens next season, but he can go either way.
The only
He can have
way
the
I'll be
second-year
upset,
slump.
if he has Caleb ahead of him on this list, I'm going to have a problem.
Well, I think he probably is.
Can't be.
At number 6, we have Dak Prescott.
Oh,
get out.
Come on.
If this is a top 13, he'd be 14th. No respect for Dak. Also, terrible soup commercials. I'm out.
No, thank you on Dak. I'm good on him.
I'm out. I'm not kidding. I'm not even being like slanderous about it. I don't like him over any of the players you just listed, maybe with the exception of Trevor Lawrence. Because
I'm glad
Lawrence
Dallas
has been
is stuck with him.
Bitterly disappointing.
Okay. At number 5, Jared Goff. The MVP of the Pro Bowl.
Okay. Ready?
For those who watched.
Too high on the list. He should be down by Purdy. That was a total dud that he laid this year in the playoffs. I'd probably have him around 7 or 8. Go ahead. You guys can yell at me. I still think he's good. I'm happy he's the Lions quarterback.
Dude, he won the Pro Bowl competition 7-on-7.
Woo!
I would swap him out with Jaden Daniels. I just would.
There you go.
Put him at 7?
Yeah, right in the middle.
At number 4, here's where it's going to get interesting.
Okay, go ahead.
Joe Burrow.
I mean, I have no problem with him being in the top 4. I got to hear who the top 3 are, but he's already been to a Super Bowl. He's one of the only people who can beat Mahomes in Arrowhead. And he had that team a whisker away from the playoffs this year after catching fire and carrying them. Last year, getting hurt with the wrist thing. I don't know. I'm good with it. I love Joe Cool.
Yeah, I'm fine with him at 4. I probably would have him higher. I guess they're putting him at 4 because of the question mark of losing T. Higgins and what does the offense change and look like without it. But, I mean, he should be number 1 for me.
Well, that's what I said. Because at number 3, and this guy has a chance to right a wrong, is Jalen Hurts.
I'll live with it. He's in his 2nd Super Bowl. I understand he's with one of the preeminent organizations in the league, and Howie Roseman is an evil genius. I don't think he's better than the players behind him, though. If that's like, I can say he's not bad,
right?
But if I have a chance at Jalen Hurts or Joe Burrow, I'm taking Burrow. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think he's a little high on the list. I'd probably drop him down to 5.
Okay.
Yeah, Burrow will be over him.
At number 2, Josh Allen.
He pooped his pants in Kansas City, man. I thought he'd grown out of it, but he was nervous at the start of the game, and he bleeped himself at the end. I'll live with it because I don't feel like getting into a fight, but there are a couple guys. Like, I'd put Burrow ahead of him because he's actually done it.
Well, I said Burrow at 4 was a little controversial because at number 1,
Lamar
Jackson.
I'd have him down at 5. We're done here.
See, I can't have anyone ahead of Burrow when Burrow has actually beaten Mahomes. They have not.
I'd put Lamar right around Purdy, where I'm at with him.
3-time MVP.
That pick, that fumble, terrible throw to Mark Andrews.
Just going to let him off the hook.
I'm done with him. I've had it.
Jeez.
But I like the list. But I'm with David. I think making a Super Bowl, you got to bump Burrow to 1. I think Goff's a little overrated. I think Dak shouldn't be on the list. DQ. DQ,
All right,
DP,
that's
coach
the-
CD,
that's
coach's
a-
decision.
Current ranking of current quarterbacks that haven't won a Super Bowl, 97-1.
All right, so let's get to it. It is one of the biggest stories in the sports world, maybe only outshadowed by Luka Doncic, but that can wait. Miles Garrett is a player I brought up during the season, got mocked for it. They would never do it. He loves Cleveland. He hadn't been happy in Cleveland in a while. And the Browns are not caught off guard by the story today, the statement where Miles Garrett has asked for a trade, demanded a trade, whatever you want to call it. He is the reigning defensive player of the year. He is a first-team All-Pro defensive end. He is one of the singular best football players in the entire sport. If you subtract quarterbacks from the conversation, he might be a top 5 overall player in the sport. He is a dominator.
Right.
Look, here's where we're going to go with this. Look, I'll get laughed at. If the Detroit Lions don't get in on this, someone you're going to face on your way to a Super Bowl next year will. The teams are already lining up. The Buffalo Bills, the San Francisco 49ers, the Baltimore
Packers.
Ravens, the Green Bay Packers. This is life at the top of the food chain. My whole proposal is more about there are very few players or assets I wouldn't trade rather than what I would be willing to do. Meaning you could call up and say right now it's going to be 3 first-round picks plus Brian Branch. Okay. I'm making a point to you that if I can have Miles Garrett in his prime and Aiden Hutchinson in his prime, you can just shut it down. Mm-hmm. You will basically recreate what the Denver Broncos had in their heyday of Defwoo. Don't ever bleep with us. And it was DeMarcus, excuse me. It was, oh my God, I'm spacing out. Von Miller in his prime, and then Numbnuts played for the Cowboys. Not DeMarcus. DeMarcus Ware. Thank you. I was like, what is my problem? So they had this pass rush. He couldn't block it. He just couldn't block it. Mm-hmm. They killed people. They went to back-to-back Super Bowls. If the object is winning a Super Bowl, what have I said? We need another Hellraiser on this defense. Now, before all the Brad bots come out and say we want to be built for a long time to be good, I want you to just remember your feeling at the end of this last season. And remember, being built to be good ends with how you feel right now.
Congratulations. You might as well change your colors to red, white, and blue. You're the Buffalo Bills.
So the other side of this will be, well, the Browns don't intend on trading him. Great. The fan base hates the organization. The fan base sides with Miles Garrett. And Miles Garrett here on this team, let me be unequivocal. I do not care about the long-term ramifications. I do not care if it costs you players later. I do not care if it triggers a rebuild a year earlier. If I get a Super Bowl, here's the other thing. Imagine this front. Miles Garrett on one side, Aiden on the other. Aleem in the middle. Mm-hmm. Who's drawing single cover?
Let me help you. No, exactly. Let me help you with this, Mike. With those three, just those three on the front line, your secondary gets 1,000 times better.
Correct.
Because quarterbacks are running for their life. So you don't have to sit there and be like, oh, we got Kendall Vindor back there. Doesn't matter. Because they don't have enough time to throw the ball to him for it to bounce off of his face mask. They don't. You have to do
Vildor, man. Nobody's incurred more slander.
Well, at least he stayed on the team. Reynolds didn't. Jeez. Reynolds had to take the bullet, and they just got rid of him because he didn't make the catch. But when I look at this, you're right. Your window is right now. Lions fans, I guess, are there sacred cows that you don't want to see gone? Because to me, there aren't any. Because you look at what Philly did, and they said, screw it, we're going all in. Let's go get Saquon. He's been that difference maker. I think Miles Garrett would be that difference maker on your defense. You're going to have to, if it's a bidding war, it's going to cost you, but that's okay. Think short term, not long term. You think short term, okay, we're giving up this piece and this piece and this draft picks for the next couple of years. That's okay. Because if you get a ring, you get a title, consider yourselves the Rams. You know, once again, they just said, screw it. We're going for it. They brought in Matthew Stafford. They made the trade. Yep. They won a title. They haven't been back, and you know what? They don't care because they got a title.
Here's an example. All right, so a couple of these proposals have been put out there, and because you're picking in the later stages of the first round and probably will be for the next couple of years, you got to give more. So they've got a Kansas City Chiefs proposal here on Bleacher Report. It'd be a first round this year, a second round this year, and a fourth round this year, plus Mike Dana, who's a starting edge for them. Chicago Bears are on this list. Packers are on the list. Bears are giving up starting corner Kyle Gordon, a couple of first-round picks. So understand, guys, it won't be cheap.
No.
But I'm with Rico on this, and I'd love to know where you guys are at. I don't think it's just sports radio idiocy to suggest that one of the generational players in the league who fills a position of great need for you is potentially available. I don't think it's Madden or anything to make fun of.
Mike, it's not. I mean, I was reading something, and I was telling David, the Niners' pitch right now is take the number 11 pick this year, take next year's first, and we'll throw in Debo, and let's make this thing happen. Like, you're going to have to come off of a player, and it's not going to be, well, what about, can we give up Rodrigo? No.
You know where I'd be scared if he ended up from a Lions perspective? Not just divisionally, obviously, Chicago, Green Bay. The team you don't want this guy landing on? Washington.
Ooh, and they're in the mix.
You do not want Miles Garrett as a commander because the minute that defense adds a pass rusher, look out. They've got Jonathan Allen. They have Deron Payne. They're building a secondary. They just need that edge for Dan Quinn to do what he wants to do. So, look. Part of this is you should do it on merit. The other part of it is if you don't do it, this guy, there is a high probability because the Browns are in the AFC and because they will not want to trade him in the AFC, you will then have to deal with this man.
Mm-hmm.
And God help it if it's potentially in division. Look, what are you willing to give up? And are you willing to finally come down off the altar of Brad Holmes and the let Brad cook stuff? Do you just say, you know what? You gotta go. It's time. And honestly, I'm with Rico on this. You're not keeping everybody around anyways. And if there's one player I'd be willing to screw around with contracts and adjust them and end up with a poison pill 3 years from now, a guy like Miles Garrett, who I do it for.
Yeah. And it's not to say that it will work because I'm sure we're going to be, how do you know it's going to work?
I don't know that it's going to work.
I don't, but you're taking that chance because if you get this right, then your defense is going to be all that. And as I say, with the remaining pieces that you keep in your secondary, let's say you keep able to keep a Brian Branch back there, man, your secondary becomes that much better because the pass rush is going to be phenomenal. You can't double team anybody, and mobile QBs, you're going to be running for your life.
Think about what the Bears would create. Montez Sweat on one side, Miles Garrett on the other. See, again,
it's the guy who designed your offense coaching the team.
I know. Guys, tell me what you're thinking on this. For me, if you called up and said a first, a third, and Laporta, I'm doing it. That's not hyperbole. I don't care if I get made fun of. Doesn't matter to me. It's principle, okay? They're going to get a starter from you. They're going to get multiple picks from you. Now, the Bears are picking 10th overall. Well, the Bears probably can get away with giving up the number 10 overall, a number 2 or a number 3, and a starter. You can't. You're picking 28th. You're going to have to pay more.
Yeah,
well, who are the starters you would trade? Think this over, right? You're not trading Jahmyr Gibbs. You're not trading Amon-Ra. You're not trading Sewell. None of the other offensive linemen are tradable because they're old or unsigned or unproven. Fair? Done. Okay. Now, J-Mo, Laporta. Those would be the two offensive pieces if I'm the Bears I look at. Defensively, okay, we're not going to trade Aiden. We're not going to trade Terry and Arnold. You're probably not going to trade a Kirby Joseph. You're going to pay him. So that's what led me to say, okay, do you trade Brian Branch? So you get my point is you're not trading Lee McNeil on a blown tire. You know, I don't think the Bears care about Jack Campbell. So I'm saying, like, when I say these things, because no one critically thinks anymore, like, oh, there goes Mike. No, I've already thought about it.
You know what? To me, there's only two people that you can't trade off this team. I'll
tell you about it next.
I'll give it to you right now if you want it. But I'll give it to you next.
David, can you put that in the sandbox for me? Thank you. Yes.
All right.
Please.
You ready?
Be curious.
Grow up. Hey, guys, look, the winter is almost done. The days are getting longer. Soon we'll be in spring, summer. And what does that mean? That means you can go out and hang on your deck. Let Koi Construction build one for you if you do not have one. I couldn't be happier because why? I got a beautiful Trex deck that I don't have to worry about cleaning and staining every year. I just go out there and I enjoy hanging out in the backyard. Let Koi Construction design and build one for you the same way they did for me. I couldn't be happier. And it's very simple. You don't have to wait till the weather warms up. You call Koi today and you get on their schedule. Your weekends can be spent relaxing on your deck, whether you want a stylish outdoor living area or relaxing space to unwind. Koi's expert team will make your vision come to reality. Call Koi Construction today and get your project started right now.
If your furnace isn't running right, you need reliable service, and now. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too, and if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they'll I'll take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about the winter bundle up discount as well. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. Well, thank you, Rico. Miles Garrett is the conversation, and not in a Fantasyland way. He's asked for a trade, put a public statement out. I can tell you from Cleveland's side, they're not surprised. They know he's unhappy. He's a face of the franchise. He's a generational talent. He's everything you hope Aiden turns into. And I don't think there's a need to make fun of anyone saying the Detroit Lions need to do everything in their power to go get him. Because if you don't, as I said last segment, not only do you not have him, but someone you compete against will. This is the type of move. And here's what you're getting, by the way. This is a 6-time All-Pro, 4-time first-team All-Pro. This is going to be a unanimous first-time eligible Hall of Famer. This is a guy... Here, tell me what these numbers mean, Rico. 13.5, 10, 12, 16, 16, 14, 14. That's his sack production.
Yeah.
And largely on a bad Cleveland team. I just, guys, at a certain point, you got to let go of the rope. You don't get to keep all your players. And if you trust Brad Holmes the way you do, you don't get to keep all your picks. This is an all-in move I would make with zero hesitation.
To me, there's only two people that Sewell is untouchable. You got to keep him. The other one is Aiden, because that's what you're trying to pair him up with. Anybody else?
No. Rico, no. You can't trade Amon-Ra.
Why not? No. He's a wide receiver, Mike.
I understand it.
You can go out
Culture,
and get
grit, captain, toughness, signed him.
Okay.
I can't.
You know what?
Plus, if you're the Browns, you're not taking that kind of salary.
No. But what I'm saying is you have to be willing, because
I'm willing to do just about
it's a different position, but to me, it's like how everybody embraced Jamal Williams, and he was the culture of this team, and he was this, and he was that. And then you found his replacement, and you moved on, and we don't talk about him anymore.
See, Mike, you have to understand who you're talking to here. This is a guy that didn't want to pay Debo, didn't want to pay Brandon Ayuk. He does not want to pay wide receivers.
I don't value receivers.
He doesn't value them.
No, more importantly, he doesn't value black receivers. I think that's really the centerpiece of this.
Well, you're right. It's just February now.
All right. No, on a serious note, listen. I'm 99% of the way there. My list is like 4 or 5 people, not...
I also would not include St. Brown in the deal either. I wouldn't include Gibbs as well. But I can understand where somebody might say trade Gibbs.
Because you probably may. Let's just say you had to give up one of those and you still kept everybody else. Your team has enough weapons. You could survive. Okay, yes, we all love Amon-Ra and the blue hair and standing upside down in the end zone. But if that meant you brought in Miles Garrett, and if that meant that, okay,
I'm not
going to J-Mo.
No. That is a Rico opinion. I am not a part of this. I will not trade that man. There are certain guys you can't. I can't. I can't do it. I'll trade J-Mo. I can't do it. Take J-Mo. Take an extra pick. I can't do it. I offered Brian Branch.
I'm saying Brian Branch. Once again, there's just 2 guys. We want him. No. We want him. No. What about it? We can talk. You want Branch? Fine. We can negotiate a Branch. But if they came in and said, well, we kind of really like Amon-Ra, all right.
No, because then my offense is broken.
You can find another receiver.
Okay. All right. Hey, that the trademarked or whatever, the express written consent, that's Rico's opinion. Leave me out of that one. I want no part of that blast radius.
Remember talking about Memphis before the show? That's what I'm doing to you, Rico.
All right, let's do this. David, ticket text first. I mean, is this something people are at least willing to listen, or is it a shred fest where it's like, this is stupid radio?
No, let's go. Get Miles. He's going to be cheaper than he once was. Yes, still expensive, but yes, make the deal. That is from A2 in Tecumseh. Garrett has double-digit sack totals the last 7 years, the premier pass rusher in the league. oh no, let's not trade our 24th pick or lower picks. Yes, make the call now. Next year's the year to do it. It's not going to if it's not going to happen, they have to go all in on Miles Garrett.
Okay, I'm glad the texter said this. Rico, do we have commonality in this that next year is their last best chance at a Super Bowl? Meaning 2026, obviously the cap's not real, but when you see $4 million of effective cap space for 2026, it is suggestive there will have to be a lot of heavy lifting by Brett Holmes.
Mm-hmm. You know what you become? At that point, you're looking at the Cincinnati Bengals. You got to make tough choices. We can't keep everybody.
So let's go all in right now. In an offseason where you lost both coordinators, and I know the discotheque doesn't believe that matters. Well, we live in reality.
Jason and
Meanwhile, Costa's dressed like Santa Claus, like Travolta in that commercial on the dance floor. No, you lost both your coordinators. You know a way I can offset some of that? Here's Miles effing Garrett. Players, not plays. And don't hit me with, well, we might be able to find a pass rusher at 28. Who? We're talking about a gold jacket. First team. This is a Hall of Fame player in his prime. Opposite Aiden Hutchinson. Come on, man. Please.
My only concern is this. Are we on an island? Because
apparently
I'm hoping that Holmes, because when he drafts, he's not really drafting defensive linemen, not early. So is this just a position that he feels we can get anybody and make this thing work? It's not. I'm with you. You got next year. After next year, you go from sitting at the head table to you're now sitting out there with the rest of the people.
Yep. And listen, I mean, maybe it's a minor point, but don't you get 2 draft picks from Aaron Glenn getting a head coaching job, right? There's a couple of 3s. I'll take the next 2 first-round picks and a player of their choice, and I'm doing the deal. I don't think that's provocative. I don't think it's hyperbole, and I don't think it's, well, radio stupidity. No, guys, all in, parade, Super Bowl. You call Cleveland, and you make them turn the receiver and do this. You just try. Miles Garrett is one of the rare players. He is better than Max Crosby. He's a more complete player than Max Crosby. Like Max, maybe someday could earn his way to the Hall of Fame. Miles Garrett already has a bust in Canton.
You turn up the defense, Mike, and that's another reason why I'm not saying this just to try to be provocative, but, man, you look at the Chiefs. They really made their defense good. They lost Tyreek Hill. They haven't missed a beat.
Can you imagine if the Chiefs get Miles Garrett?
Right. But that's what I'm saying. So I'm not locked in on a receiver because history has shown you improve your defense, you can win a championship. You can have 5 great receivers, and you're sitting at home in January.
You better pray to God he doesn't end up in Chicago or Green Bay. I mean, you know, listen, we'll get to the people next. David, a couple more ticket texts, then we'll go to the phones. I'm all in on it. Miles Garrett's demanded a trade. He's done it publicly. The Browns can say whatever they want because they're probably trying to figure out the damage. I mean, I'll give you a great example. I've read a couple of things out of Cleveland where you've got a couple vets on that team that if they traded Miles Garrett and triggered a rebuild, Joel Bitonio is one of the best offensive linemen in football in totality. He'll retire before being part of a rebuild. How do I know that? He said it publicly. Mm-hmm. Like, the Garrett thing, they just have to go, no, everything's okay. They're the puppy with the cup of coffee. The whole house is on fire.
I mean, on top of the whole Deshaun Watson fiasco, it's bad. And really the only thing to do is to file NFL bankruptcy, meaning blow the whole thing up.
And it's in a year they have the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
So, or number 2 pick. So you can now go, okay, we can now have this force multiplier of trading Garrett. In a year we have number 2. Now let's say we added a couple of picks and a starter, or added 3. Let's say they added 2 1s, a 2, and a 4. Now it opens up other possibilities in how you do this rebuild.
Right. Especially like if you trade with the Bears, because now you're sitting there at 2 and you're sitting there at 10.
There you go.
You trade with the Niners, you're at 2, you're at 11. So, yes, now that's how you jumpstart a team.
I just, I don't know. Maybe Lions fans are still staring at a wall. We'll talk to the people we do have. I'm shocked this isn't Floodgate City. Be curious. 248-539-9797.
On you.
All right. Let's talk about beer. Let's talk about the dead of winter. Old Nation, their complete lineup, but also special releases. They like to do it from time to time. My is a triple IPA, hazy, tropical fruits. Yes, it's a summery beer, but they like to roll out just a little bit in the winter because how much heavy beer you going to drink? Respectfully brewed in Williamston with natural, high-quality ingredients. They are truly local, truly independent, right? No Portuguese overlords. It's Old Nation Brewing, 21 and up. And as always, Old Nation reminds you to please drink responsibly. Always so generous, R.L. Beard. Let's get to the people. Miles Garrett's demanded a trade. I'm all in on it. I don't care about 2027, 28, 2030. Yes, you've built a wonderful football team. You have nothing to show for it. I want to win the Super Bowl. I don't care. And here, I'll be candid. I'm not extending J-Mo. I'm not extending Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm not extending both of Branch and Joseph. Those are moves I've accepted that. I want a 2-year window, and Miles Garrett has 2 years on his deal to try and go win the Super Bowl. Yes, if it costs me a 1, a 2, a 4, and a starter, I'm doing it. Because this idea about building for the long term, I don't know what the long term is. I want to win a Super Bowl, and I don't care if the team disappears after that. So I'm all in. Miles Garrett demanded a trade. I'd like the Lions to be a part of it. There you go. Slander away. Brandon, St. Clair Shores. What's up, Brando?
What's going on, gentlemen?
How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. I got two potential trade packages. Want to get your thoughts real quick.
Sure.
Obviously, we'll receive Miles Garrett. Browns will receive the following: 25 first-round draft pick, 26 first-round draft pick, and Hendon Hooker. Number 2, Miles Garrett. Obviously, we get him. What do they receive? 25, 26 first-rounders, and one of the 25 third-rounders, giving them more multi-high-value draft picks in the second option and get a potential quarterback, which, as we all know, they value heavily, even though they're about to go bankrupt. What are you guys' thoughts?
These are done before I ever check with my owner.
Two first round picks and Hendon Hooker.
Done.
Did I get that right, Brandon?
That's correct.
Yep. Heartbeat.
That's
Done.
correct.
I'll even pay for shipping.
I'm thinking if I'm yes, I would do it if I'm the Lions. I got to think that the Browns are like, Hendon who? What?
No, I mean, Brandon, the point I'm making is, look, whether it's Hendon Hooker, I don't even care about the name. It's all secondary to landing a 6-time All-Pro, 4-time first-team All-Pro, Hall of Fame player at 28 years old who will walk in here opposite Aiden Hutchinson, and you can mark him down for 14, 15, 16 sacks. Mark him down for 20-plus TFLs. Mark him down for an automatic double team every time he's on the field. Every snap. Brandon, it's anything you want. It's BOGO.
Because think of it like this. Aiden Hutchinson still led the team in sacks.
He died in week 4.
I mean, I'm not laughing at it, but it is funny. When you think about it, you had an entire season and he still led everybody.
And this is what this fan base isn't prepared for. And I'm not mad at them. They're not prepared for it because you reach the stage when you're chasing a championship at the highest level. You do have to be cognizant what other teams are doing.
Mm-hmm.
And if now this is a bit of projection, but we're having some fun with the topic. If you find out the Bears and Pack are interested in this, yes, that type of stuff affects you. Yes.
If you find out the Bears are interested in this, then that defensive line that you're hoping to have, the Bears now have.
With Montez Sweat opposite him?
Yes.
Yeah. Problems. Same thing with the Pack. I just believe if you make this move, you're the favorite to win the Super Bowl. Full stop. Even in an offseason where you lost both your coordinators, and it's never been done. That's how much I think of this guy.
So, you put him with Edger and Cooper for the Pack?
Yeah. Listen. Miles Garrett is built different. He is as close to Michael Strahan in his prime as I have seen. A guy that plays all 3 downs, a guy that plays the run, a guy that knocks down passes, auto double team, or model citizen.
Or just think, not in the division, but imagine him on the Philadelphia line. Or
I don't want to.
Or with the Commanders. Or imagine him next to Bosa.
Yeah, I know.
Like, these are people that you're going to have to go through to get to the Super Bowl. And it won't matter if you play the game at Ford Field or not. They're still coming after your quarterback. So,
yeah, it's a no-brainer to me. Go to Chuck, 97.1. Chuck, what's going on, buddy?
How are you guys?
Good.
Hey, Chuck.
Hey, I'm of the mind you have to empty the vault right here. This I think you said it, Mike. This is your window, isn't it?
1,000%. And I believe you're in your last year or two of your best shot at it. Yes.
Right, because you're not going to be able to keep all those guys. And they've already got the offense. Plus, as a caveat, they won't have to be forced to score 28 or 35 a game just to stay in it.
Chuck, what it allows you really to do, and I think Rico could speak to this effectively because it's how his team has prospered. It allows you to rush 4, cover 7, and you punish people because their 5 or their 6 can't block your 4. It's how the Niners have made their hay. I know the Niners play a different system, a lot of cover 3. You play a lot of man. This would allow you to do different things, to bracket more people, to help more people.
But see, and I think you played man out of necessity because you just had to you weren't getting to the quarterback unless you brought extra pass rushers each and every time. You had to blitz.
Right. This, Chuck, it just changes the things you have to do versus getting to do more of the things you want to do. And you have this bookended. It's an investment in Aiden Hutchinson as much as it is I just want a really good player. I truly believe if you made a move like this, you would launch Aiden's career into the stratosphere. You would have a pair. You could end up having a pair of first-team All-Pros at the position. You could have 2 guys. One of them's already in the Hall of Fame. You could launch Aiden to a 2-3 year run of success of 15-plus sack seasons. I mean, I just truly don't. I hate when I have to hear the whole, no, look, we just want to be good for a long time.
You don't.
I want to win a Super Bowl. Ask Buffalo what it's like to be good for a long time. Ask Baltimore. How much fun are they having?
We can attest to that, Mike. David, is it fun?
No, not at all.
I agree.
Not at all.
I
concur.
And I'll say, David, I'll be honest with you. You think it's time to move on from TJ Watt?
That's the only way to kind of reset things.
Start to retool this puppy a little bit?
Yes.
I don't think you went high enough in the food chain.
They're not getting rid of Tomlin.
Okay.
They're not.
Okay.
Well, that was a formality in my world. Professionally, he's already dead. So I had moved on.
My key card's not working. Well, Mike, we need to talk.
He's trying to put that wooden cross in the scanner.
It's just red light, red light.
My card doesn't work. He's trying to scan his cross.
Hey, Russ, could you try it? His goes through. Wait, his works, but mine doesn't? Well,
personal injury of any sort is indeed personal injury. Attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career. He delivers results to you. Now, David is dedicated. He will ensure you get the care you need and put your life back together. So when you're injured, and whether it's automotive or personal, he has you covered. Call him today. He will answer. 855-65-CRASH. Or go to the website, getpaid.com. Straight to the people. We got a lot to talk about in the 4 o'clock, including I want to give you some perspective on this Luka Doncic trade because I feel like people have either lost the ability to think, read, comprehend. Oh, my God, I can't believe 48 hours later, believe it. It happened. And I'll give you some reasons why.
People may still be in shock.
Oh, please. Learn to read. Not you. I mean, you're a verbose reader. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, buddy?
Good evening, good afternoon, gentlemen. 100% in. When I first heard the news, I thought of players I wouldn't trade. And with a player like this, the list was like one on defense, one on offense. I mean, that's all you're allowed to protect. So, of course, Aiden, because why trade him if you're trying to make them mine him?
Yep.
And I was first thinking Amon-Ra, but that darn Rico, he's got me convinced now. I say it's Aiden and no one else. Aiden and no one else.
No, Sewell.
Because
Sewell.
Boy, Sewell's tough.
That's a future Hall of Famer right there.
Agreed. I'd trade Ymir. I know that's sacrilege. I know how incredibly you'd be ripped to death for trading him.
No, hold on. Breathe. We're going to do this together. Okay. I know it seems bad, but remember, you trade away one piece, you keep all the rest, and you add Miles Garrett. That's enough to win a Super Bowl, and then you won't care.
I agree completely. I 100%. Why you might have to trade someone like Ymir or even St. Brown is because your first-round draft pick is so low. You got to pay to get. Mm-hmm. And if your coin is low value, 28th pick or whatever they has, you might have to do something that will drive people crazy. But I'm 100%. Thanks.
I'm not participating in this.
I mean,
listen, you made a huge investment in your quarterback, and I would just caution the Rico bots. The things you're doing are going to hurt Jared Goff, and I'll leave it at that.
Right, but if you...
Nope.
Okay.
I don't want to be curious.
Okay.
You need to stop trying to trade people. I won't trade.
I am saying if you want Miles Garrett, because, as the caller said, because you're sitting at, 27, 28, you're going to have to sweeten the pot. You're not offering a top 10 pick. So you're going to come on. It's going to hurt a little bit until you see Miles Garrett out there with Aiden Hutchinson. And I promise you, you won't remember who you traded away.
What do we always say about Jared Goff, though? Is, he needs weapons around him. He needs a good O-line. He needs a good run game. He needs good receivers. I don't feel very comfortable taking one of the key pieces of that away.
You still got Laporta. You still got Gibbs. And you would still have J-Mo. You can't win with that? Then maybe we need to shop and get a better quarterback.
I don't want to take away St. Brown or Gibbs. I think that's where I draw a line in the sand.
Same here, Kenny.
Okay.
What? I'm just agreeing with the senator from North Dakota. Jesus.
There's going to be competition.
The opinions and views expressed by Rico Beard have no relation to those of David Hall, Kenny Cott, or me.
Offering up Hendon Hooker will get you this.
I didn't do that.
No, I'm just saying.
Hey, let the record show I offered as an example
Brian Branch
and multiple picks.
Yes.
That's it.
And no. And I'm saying, to me, there's only two people that I'm like, no, and no. If you want Branch is a part of the deal. But I'm also saying, if for some reason they're like, hey, we want that wide receiver, take him. Let's make it happen. Because we want Miles Garrett here.
Let's go to Anthony, 97.1. Anth, what's going on, buddy? Or I hit the wrong damn button and I'm stupid. What's up, Anthony?
What's going on, fellas? How are you guys?
Well, Ant, hold on. I got to put you on with Kenny because I can't hear you for the life. You sound like you got a drill going on back there. We're on speak. Kenny, will you check on Anthony? And I'll get him back on in a moment because that audio was terrible. Go to Jamie, 97.1. Jamie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, I just want to say thanks for letting us listen to and pick your brain with you. I think we should do everything we can to get Miles Garrett into Detroit. I don't care who it is, with the exception of Aiden Hutchinson and probably Amon-Ra. Those are the only two people that I wouldn't let go. Brian Branch.
Jamie, let me ask you a question. Let's do it a different way. I want to have some fun for a second with you. So, okay. I guess my question is, do you believe it's time for Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell and the Brain Trust to not do what they want to do, but do what they need to do. Meaning they like to draft, develop, pay their guys early. They don't want to do FDM picks. Do you believe Miles Garrett is a player where you just have to shatter the glass and you break tendency?
There's only two players that I would do that for, Max Crosby and Miles Garrett. Miles Garrett, break the glass. Do what you got to do. Bring him to Detroit. We're going to bring a championship home. That's all there is to it.
I'm with you.
Again, thanks for entertaining me while I pick up my kids, man.
Oh, you got it. Enjoy the pickup line. Don't lose your mind. You're going to be okay, Jamie. But no, I mean, Rico, maybe his list is right. Crosby or Garrett. And I put Garrett a tier above Max Crosby.
I do too. And you know what? He's motivated, whereas Crosby is like, well, maybe I want to stick around Las Vegas for a while. Miles, I want to win. So
and he's got
get me out.
And he's got 2 years left on the deal. You could, now again, could he make a demand? You got to redo the deal? Yes. Salary cap's not real. You don't get to have it both ways, guys. You can't sit here telling me you're going to re-sign all your players when 2026 you got an effective cap space of $4 million. And then in the next breath, tell me, well, we can't get Miles Garrett. We don't have the money. Well, then how did you plan on playing all these guys?
And like I said, I know, not a popular opinion, but...
Oh, no, I know.
You win Super Bowls with great defensive linemen, great rush edges, not with great wide receivers.
The opinions expressed do not reflect that of Mike Valenti, David Hall, or Kenny Cotton. They are the explicit written consent of Rico Beard.
I'm trying to get a Super Bowl champion here.
Bro, you are welcome to your opinion. I am simply removing...
put a disclaimer out there.
Because I don't want to be associated with it.
You want to be so far away from this. You have put out multiple disclaimers.
Because I love
I'm literally waiting for you to hold up a sign saying, nope, not me, not me.
No, I'm just...
I like him as well. I don't want to run him out of town, but what I'm saying is... if you want a guy like Miles Garrett, it may hurt initially. That's all. Let's hope that they want Branch instead of Amon-Ra.
We differ in opinion.
And that's okay.
Yeah,
I'm just saying I do not want to go on that bobsled run.
That doesn't matter because no matter what I say, it's all going to be, I heard Mike say this.
No, I did. That's why I don't want to be associated with it. I didn't say it.
Okay.
I think Rico's right. It doesn't matter. They always associate you with
I say.
everything.
I did not say it.
Dan Campbell is an idiot.
No. No. I did not say these things.
You know, I heard Mike's show today, and I think he said Dan Campbell is an idiot.
Didn't say it.
He goes for it way too much.
How is your madness being now I have to pay for it?
That's what happened at the barbershop Saturday, man. I heard Mike say, I'm like, that was actually me.
David, it's many times like, yeah, Mike said this. I actually said it, but you know what? Thanks for listening.
I didn't say your thing about Amon-Ra.
No. I'm saying in life when I'm out, people are like, well, I remember when Mike said that. I'm like, I actually said that, but sure. Thanks for listening.
Okay, you know what, Anthony 97.1. Anthony, how are you?
You guys kill me.
There we go. Now I hear you clear. Now we're good. What's up?
Sorry about the disruption, boys.
Oh, you're good, brother.
All right, just real quick, the whole getting Miles Garrett, it's a no-brainer. Whoever doesn't want him, just like you would say, Mike, F off to the sun. But for the most part, though, I am getting talked down into what I originally called for.
Okay.
And giving up Hendon Hooker and a first-round pick, along with, and I hate to say it, Amon-Ra St. Brown, but I'm getting talked away from it because I do value Amon-Ra. I think Amon-Ra is a top 3 receiver, regardless of who his quarterback would be. But if that's the case, Brian Branch, couple first-round picks. Let's bring home a Super Bowl, boys. Enough is enough. Like, it's time to be a big boy now.
Yeah, and Ant, understand, I have no slander for Brian Branch. I love him. I don't get the mouthpiece and the helmet thing, but I let go of that. Look, the bottom line is you start to look at who's cheap, who's got a few years of term left, who's a difference maker that a team would want, need. And look, no one knows what Cleveland's thinking. They may only want draft capital. And if
Didn't
that's
their GM say that? I'm sorry. Didn't their GM say that he wasn't going to trade Miles Garrett no matter what? And then
he has to say that.
here we are.
Yeah, he has to say that. And look, I think privately they knew he was unhappy. This doesn't surprise them. Publicly, you have to say certain things. But when push comes to shove, the town is already turning on the team. And if you polled Clevelanders, they would side with Miles Garrett on this. And frankly,
I'm siding with Miles Garrett.
well, of course, we want him to move to town. Anthony, of course. The other thing is, look, what would be best for Cleveland, candidly? They have to retool. They got the number 2 overall pick. You're not getting out of this Deshaun Watson deal. Trading Miles Garrett now would net you a massive return, and they can start over. They don't have a choice. It's just, it's what it is. So, yes, I want the Lions to be at the front of that list. I'm terrified they won't be. But I all we can do is try. I will not do it the way Rico's done.
I'm just saying.
Rico said.
When Mike.
No.
When we heard on the Valenti show.
No.
That.
Also,
look,
no.
Here's the thing.
No.
Wide receivers get moved all the time, and teams keep going. You look, Steph Diggs, how many times has this man been traded?
The opinions of Rico Beard do not reflect those of anyone else at 97.1 The Ticket or 97.1theticket.com.
All right. Amari Cooper, Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, A.J. Brown.
I'm just not doing it for this.
Twice.
Rico said.
Just saying.
All right. Noted. We'll get with the people. We're having a conversation about this. 97.1. 4 o'clock, great to have you. Odyssey.com rewind. If you want Jack Flaherty signing, our thoughts, I thought it was phenomenal for the Tigers. Tremendous job, Chris Ilitch, Scott Harris, and I think it puts you right to the top of the AL Central. That's the type of move you needed. Insulate that pitching staff. But Odyssey.com rewind and our YouTube. I'm sure the video is probably up already because Evan and John are maniacs. But we're talking Miles Garrett. Why? He's demanded a trade. Rico and I are both in that the Lions need to be at the top of the list. Not only because it's Miles Garrett, but because it solves a direct problem for you, which is guy who died in week 4 still led the team in sacks by week 20. The difference is Rico's willing to go somewhere I'm not, which is invoking the name of Amon-Ra. Now, let me tell you something. If you want to get provocative, fine, okay? This will be my attempt. This opinion is the equivalent of Kanye's wife at the Grammys last night, okay?
Oh, boy.
Listen, I'm not the one who showed up with no clothes, okay? She did. Here's my point to you. Also, he's a maniac. Someone needs to step in.
He's a genius and a voice of a generation.
I don't know which generation. I would trade Jahmyr Gibbs before Amon-Ra. Not that either of these are in consideration. But let me just explain something. I'm not re-signing Jahmyr Gibbs because I'm not paying a running back $20 million a year. And why, David?
We don't pay running backs.
Damn Skippy. But here's my point. Gibbs is cheap. Mm-hmm. Cleveland's drafting a QB at 2. Nick Chubb's leg is still on backwards. They're going to be a running team. You can offer them Jahmyr Gibbs. Now, all of a sudden, you've lessened the draft capital. I'm not telling you I would do this. I'm not telling you they should do it. I'm saying that in order to be a good friend to you, and in order to not read disclaimers about opinions I said the express written consent, I'm just making a point that Amon-Ra is the heartbeat of this team, and he's vital to Jared Goff's success. And I do love him. I am biased, but
I like him as well, Mike. But when you look
doesn't sound like it.
No. But when you look at the last few Super Bowl champions, tell me the wide receiver that stood out on this team. Kansas City,
Kelsey.
Okay, you have that in Laporta. I think he's up and coming. Kansas City again, Kelsey.
Yeah.
Okay. The Rams was Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, he's
but
awesome.
He wasn't Cooper Kupp at the time.
He's Cooper Kupp.
But now he's Cooper Kupp, always open. Before the Mike Evans, the Chiefs again, the Patriots. Like, there's no top receiver that you're like, oh my God, they had this guy.
Okay.
They had good running games. They had other people, and they had defenses.
Let me do and by the way, Rico said that. Let me do the disclaimer. This is simple. The initial thing I said was 2 firsts and Brian Branch. Okay? We made a comment saying, look, it's really just about there are very few people I wouldn't trade as a part of a package to land Miles Garrett. Why? You're in your Super Bowl window. It's close but no cigar. I want to win this thing. And putting him across from Aiden, I think it's just, I hate saying unblockable, but I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do with that.
McNeil and yeah.
So here's the deal. That's why I'm offering this. That if you're going to go right to the top of the pops, and we're going to have some fun with the topic, if Cleveland called and said one of Amon-Ra or Jahmyr, is it a flat no? Or are you selecting one, but not the other? Or are you saying, Cleveland, take my money? Because that's the fun angle. Now, I don't think it would take that. But I wanted to be fair to the senator from North Dakota over here, and I want to make sure.
Well, it started off because I said that just Aiden and Sewell are the 2 guys. No, that's just a hard. I'm ranting. No, that's a no for me, dog. Anybody else, we can talk. Does this mean I'm trying to ship off Amon-Ra? No, but if it tells me if that's the last piece of the puzzle that Cleveland wants, okay, I'm going to make this happen.
Here's the other thing. We all trust Brad Holmes, right? You telling me Brad Holmes can't find a running back to go with Montgomery?
You telling me he can't find a receiver?
Not ready to roll for a Super Bowl, no. No, rookie receiver? No, I don't.
I mean, if
you just don't like his blue hair.
That's no, I mean he traded up and he got J-Mo here.
Why is this stressful? I just wanted Miles Garrett, and this guy's making it stressful. Stressful.
You want to know why?
All I wanted was Miles Garrett.
Because you're going to see Green Bay and Chicago and Washington and Philly. And a lot of teams are going to say, hey,
all right,
we're
I'm going to make
offering
a bet.
this.
I'll make a bet with you.
And if you're saying Hendon Hooker,
no, I'll make a bet with you. Okay. No team is giving up a Pro Bowl player to get Miles Garrett. Put it on the board. If they do, 10 lunches. 10.
A Pro Bowl player.
10.
Okay.
No one's doing it. But for the sake of the argument, because I don't want to do what other people on this station do, Costa, I don't want to be obtuse.
A current Pro Bowl or a Pro Bowl at any time?
No, we're not talking about future Pro Bowlers from the pig.
No, I'm talking about they were a pro. No, I
right
just want
now,
to get the parameters.
As
it's
of
kind of
today,
like when we do Who Said It. I just need to know
hate
who's
that
eligible.
game.
As of today, you've been in the Pro Bowl.
Thank you, David.
Before.
Was that so difficult, David? Are you stressed, David?
Oh, my gosh.
I wish Mike wouldn't come up with this topic of trying to get rid of Amon-Ra.
I did not. If hell's real, you're going.
I'm not.
Go to
It
Paul.
is, but I'm not.
Let's go to Paul. 97.1. Hello, Paul.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are you, sir?
Good stuff, man. This is good stuff. Keep it up. I'm halfway with Rico, and I'm fully with you, Mike. I think these last 2 years have hurt them, obviously, more than us, and I think they're going to make a big move like this, and I'm absolutely giving away 2 firsts, Jahmyr Gibbs, anybody not named Amon-Ra St. Brown, Aiden Hutchinson, and what's his name, Penei Sewell. The rest, okay, see you later. I want to win a Super Bowl, guys. And here's the other thing, too. If we don't win a Super Bowl, then we've officially lost the Stafford trade. And people can say what they want about that. That's controversial. But, man, they got it done. They won a Super Bowl. We didn't. And I'm with you, Mike. Like, our window is now. We have to win within the next 2 years. And, no, I don't want to hear about, well, let's be a playoff team for the foreseeable future. No, I want to win a Super Bowl. And if we disappear after that, fine. Just get me a ring. That's the only thing I care about at this point.
No, Paul, I actually agree with you.
Screw around and make the playoffs, that's fine.
Paul, when it comes to that Rams trade, yeah, you're right. If you don't win a title, you didn't win the trade. Plain and simple. You could chant the quarterback's name all you want, but they got it right off the bat.
Never thought about it in those terms. Jesus. Paul, now you're bumming me out. I mean, what is going on here? I was all excited like
Nothing,
Miles
Mike.
Garrett.
I just want to win.
I know, and I do too.
We need to win a Super Bowl.
But, Paul, this is what drives me
get Miles
crazy.
Garrett.
This is what kills me because it's not you. And there's a portion, I don't know what amount, but there's a portion of this fan base that drinks the bathwater of the franchise. Well, Brad said they want to be good for a long time. And I'm like, what does that mean? Does that mean I'm Baltimore and I'm eternally frustrated?
No.
I want to win.
It's the evolution of a fan base because this is still very new to a lot of Lions fans. They want to experience this feeling each and every year instead of realizing, no, you almost want to treat it like a hockey shift. Go all in and then rebuild and go all in again.
That's what I want to do. I don't want to, make the playoffs every year and be like you said, Baltimore and never, or sorry, Rico, I'm really sorry, man. San Francisco
you don't
and never
have to
win.
Be. No.
A Super Bowl.
Paul,
win a Super Bowl. That's all that matters.
Paul, you know what really made me depressed is when I think I saw a stat that like Jaden Daniels wasn't born last time the Niners.
But can you live? But here's the difference. Here's the difference. No slander. I think you're able to do. It allows you to get closer to accepting what's happened with your team because they have gone all in.
Yeah.
They have done these unthinkable things. They have gone to the
limit.
limit.
Doesn't always work. But you make it to the Super Bowl.
Twice.
You've had the lead in the fourth quarter.
Twice.
And you lost the lead. But you know what? You risked it all. And you fell short.
But you never look at it as, damn, we could have done X, Y, or Z.
No.
I believe, look, I just don't see a scenario this offseason they're able to find an edge rusher. Clearly not the capability of Garrett, but no, I don't think you're just going to go in the draft and find a guy. I don't.
No, because even as good as Hutch is, it took a little bit of time because there was a lot of people in this city was like, oh, he's a bust. Funny thing, David.
Rico said that.
No,
I'm kidding.
I actually defended him and said, guys, maybe you play him like you did at Michigan. He'll do a lot better. No. And what happened? They started moving him around, But it's going to take some time. If you draft somebody with pick 28, I don't think you're going to get an instant impact. I don't think Abdul Carter's going to be around at 28. Okay.
All right. Winter can be brutal on your roof. Victor's Home Solutions has the solution. Now, look, if you have doubts, maybe you think there's something wrong with the roof, or outright signs there's an issue, like staining on the ceiling or icicles from the gutter, look, let them come out. They can get to you within 24 hours. They'll do a 21-point roof inspection, and they are open 52 weeks a year, no excuses. They'll do a 21-point roof inspection. They'll go over the findings with you. Then they recommend the course of action, and they repair or replace your roof no matter the conditions. If it's time for a new roof, Victor's offers an industry-best 50-year leak-free guarantee. That means anything goes wrong, they fix it for free. Make sure your roof's ready. Schedule that free 21-point roof inspection today, 734-773-1100, or make an appointment online anytime at victors.com.
The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who's going to be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. ESPN's Bet Big Game Giveaway promo is offering a chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Download the app and opt in today. Odds and lines are subject to change. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
All right, David, a check on the ticket text and right back to some packed phone lines because the Miles Garrett thing deserves this type of discussion. And whether you believe it's the right move or not is only step one. How far are you willing to go? Rico and I are fully aligned. It's the right move. This guy's an automatic Hall of Famer. He's a 6-time All-Pro. This is a guy you would pencil in for 15 sacks next year, 20-plus TFLs, a win rate, a pressure rate, a double team rate. Pairing him up with Aiden.
Imagine Aiden's stats with him.
That's the whole point, and I'm with you. Where we differ, and again, I don't think either of these guys would ever be featured in something like this. If they weren't for Khalil Mack at age 27, they're not going to be here. But it's a discussion about how far are you willing to go. Now, in that sense, knowing these players probably wouldn't be involved, it's fun to just ask if this is how bad you want it.
So I think it'll be a little bit of a bidding war.
All right, Rico's over here with Amon-Ra, and I said I'm not doing it at any cost, even Miles Garrett. But I would trade Jahmyr Gibbs if I was forced to. Now, it won't happen. That just doesn't that doesn't happen in the NFL.
So you're saying that if we find out, let's say Garrett goes someplace and then, Ian Rappaport comes out and says, he could have gone to the Lions, but the Lions did not want to come off of Amon-Ra.
Right.
You would be okay with
I would
this.
be okay with that.
Okay.
Yes. I would be okay with that.
I would be livid.
Understood, and it would make for incredible radio. David?
Zach from Macomb says, we saw what Philly did last season, signing Saquon and another litany of moves to get them into the position they are now. Garrett would be that version of Saquon and instantly transforms that defense from middling to elite. Brad needs to get the deal done.
I also think it helps a first-time coordinator really simplify what needs to be done because your 4 are not going to be blocked by any 5. It's not going to happen.
Aaron at work says it's now or never. F them picks. Pick up the phone, Brad. Do it now. Deal Branch, first-round pick, third-round pick, and a side deal that takes Torkelson to the Guardians somehow. Gary from Detroit. Another one says, listening on the rewind here, but Rico should be walked out of the building for offering St. Brown in a trade. Unforgivable.
It's not unforgivable. Actually, he's making a point.
He is.
No, but for the people who think I should be walked out, tell me that great wide receiver who's played on Super Bowl teams. I'll wait. Because there's no great Hall of Fame wide. Mike Evans. And congratulations. We went all the way back to where? 2021. Yeah, the 21 Super Bowl.
Can I count Kelsey?
No, because he's a tight end.
But he's not really.
You have Sam Laporta who does the same thing. So, no, I'm not going to allow that.
I'm not going to say that, but all right.
Okay, he doesn't date a pop star. But other than that, he does the same thing. But other than that, okay, you got Mike Evans, Edelman?
No, but here's okay.
You got Cooper Kupp.
I don't want to get
Cooper
in this
Kupp
argument, but there's a common denominator here that the constituent here over from Minnesota doesn't want to talk about. You had Tom freaking Brady. Nothing else matters.
Very much so.
They could have had us running around at wide receiver. He would have.
And same with Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, and I'm glad you two brought that up.
What about Plaxico Burress?
So when you had all of these other teams that couldn't get past those guys, they had great receivers.
But they didn't have Michael Jordan.
No, but they had receivers and they couldn't win. Last time I checked, Mahomes ain't retiring.
All right.
So in order to stop Mahomes, defense. You don't want to get in a shootout with Kansas City. You just want to stop Kansas City.
David, help me.
Aline, 2025 first-round pick and a 26 first-round pick.
Stop. Cleveland's not trading for a guy after a second catastrophic leg injury. Stop.
No. He's not coming back until maybe October.
I'll give you an example. Bleacher Report. Do what you want with it. They're showing you what it would take to get him. So whether it is Kyler Gordon, starting corner for the Bears, a 1, a 2, and a 4. That was one. Mike Dana. They didn't say Chris Jones. They said Mike Dana. They didn't say Nick Bolton. They didn't say McDuffie. They said Mike Dana. And picks. Guys, the whole point is you're not going to have to go there. It was just an exercise in how bad Rico wants Miles Garrett.
Right.
Please.
I'm not packing up St. Brown's bags. I'm saying there's two people, and he's not one of them.
Hurtful. David.
If the Lions don't get Miles or Max, then it will be a failure of an off season.
Good luck selling that to the Bradbots.
Oh. If he ends up in Philly, I'll scream.
Oh, God.
Because they'll win the NFC again next year.
Look, bottom line is this. The Philadelphia example is good, and then we're going to go to the phones. 2 words, Howie Roseman. You have to take these big swings to win the Super Bowl. It is very difficult to get there without ever having to do something bold, brazen, or borderline FDM picks. It's very difficult. We do not have Patrick Mahomes. We do not have Tom Brady. You have to operate. Hey, look, the Rams gave up 2 first-round picks for a guy that couldn't win a big game. Super Bowl. The Bucs got Tom Brady, the old version, then spent a ton of money. They got Gronk out of retirement. They did all kinds of zany stuff. Super Bowl.
That's right. He retired because he didn't want to be a Lion. I forgot about that.
I would have too at the time. Go to Scott, 97.1. Scotty, what's up, bud?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How we doing?
Scott. Excellent.
Hey, so real quick, Mike, earlier, I think you nailed it when you said the teams we really don't want him to go to. You said Philly, and it's an obvious answer, but you said Washington and Chicago. I think that's nightmare fuel.
Yes.
If he goes there. Lions, this whole Lions Super Bowl, is going to take a real hit if he goes to one of those 2 teams.
That's my fear.
And honestly, do you think Brad Holmes even has the stones to make a trade like this? He's so focused on the future. Does he know what he has right in front of him in this window? Does he even see a window, or is he too focused on this future and these picks?
Let me say this. I don't think this is a Stones thing. Let's step away from that. How about this? I think he's meticulous about his plan. He's been very successful with his plan. You have to have the openness, not Stones. You have to have the ability to be flexible when you get to this point where you're almost at the mountaintop. That's not Stones. I think it's, are you willing to let go of everything you know? Are you willing to let go of the comfort zone?
Do you think he is?
I don't know that answer. Scott, I'd be lying to you if I gave you that answer. I don't know. No one knows.
Agreed. And I think,
But let us read a report that Miles Garrett wanted to come here and the Lions weren't interested, or the Lions wouldn't part with picks. Well, then we get a window into it. But it's not fair to Brad Holmes for me to answer that question.
Agreed. No, and I even think trading Gibbs and Amon-Ra is still a stretch, because you don't want to boost you want to boost the defense, but you don't want to totally kill this whole offense side we have.
So what do you make of my offer? Like, what if it was 2 firsts and Brian Branch?
Would you go 3 first-round picks?
No.
Would you go this year, the year after, the next year? Because you got a 2-year window.
I don't think I have to. I don't think I have to, because here's the deal. The deals you're seeing framework on from people covering the league, when it's a good team, they're giving up 2 firsts. When it's a bad team, they're giving up a higher first plus a 2 and a 4. I don't think I need to. If you're asking me, would I be willing to? Sure. F them picks. I want to win.
Fair. Yep, that's fair. And then when you trade Gibbs, you're going to bolster the defense. Then you go maybe look to sign a guy to complement Montgomery. You're not going to find Gibbs 2.0.
No.
But you'll find somebody to complement him. And, with a bolstered D-line like that, it might not even matter who you have in that position.
And let me give Rico credit in this regard, guys. Because, look, if you're going to give Brad Holmes all this credit for being a genius, you can't then not give him that credit when it fits your narrative of, well, I don't want to trade good player. How will we replace him?
Brad
Flow
Holmes.
chart. Genius.
Raz score. There you go.
Elite Raz.
Right. So that's why I'm not worried.
248-539-9797. We get more of the people next. 97.1.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. And by judgment-free, I mean a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time and feel your best and become your best self with the in-class equipment with a full-body workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching. And they have a lot of new equipment in their places: free weights, cable towers, upper and lower body strength machines, treadmills, Stairmasters. You get it, folks. The gym is loaded. It's just waiting for you to join and become a member. They have convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. You know what that means? That means no excuses for you. Oh, let me add something to this. Free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. Guys, what are you waiting for? Head into your local Planet Fitness right now. It's $15 a month. They've extended the sale, $1 down, $15 a month. Find your nearest club and join today. You can do it in the club, and there's over 50 in the Metro Detroit area. You can go online, or you can even go on the Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
All right, straight to the people. Miles Garrett's demanded a trade. You in or out? How far are you willing to go? And again, there's realistic, which is multiple high draft picks and probably a starter, a cheap one. And then we've waded into just, more provocative waters, which is like, hey, if it was gun to your head, would you? Look, you can do what you want with it, but we're all in. I mean, I just don't care about draft picks anymore. You've already wasted 2 years of the Super Bowl window. I think this next year is your best last chance. You might have a shot in 26. You're going to have to get creative. But it's not an endless loop. Enrico's hockey analogy, I do. It's a little bit like a hockey shift. You can have a productive shift, and then you got to go to the bench for a minute, and then you give it some time, and then you retool it up again and go all in. Like, yes, Miles Garrett's that type of player. He's that good. And if you don't get him, I got a bad feeling somebody you're going to need to deal with is gonna. Because the Browns, I'd be stunned if they traded him in the AFC. Let's go to the people. Go to Rob, 97.1. Rob, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
First of all, I think Amon-Ra is one of my untouchables along with 4 others. You got Gibbs, Sewell, Aiden, and Branch. You could trade J-Mo. I haven't heard anyone talk about that. You could trade Laporta. You could obviously offer 2 first rounds, but
sure.
I'm not giving up Amon-Ra. He's honestly, he's more Detroit than Jared Goff is. That guy is tenacious. He has a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, listen,
backbone of that offense.
Rob, there's no way a player of that caliber is put in this deal. It'll never happen. It's just a fun discussion about how badly. And look, I do agree with Rico on this front, Rob. I don't know where you are on it. I'll do whatever it takes within reason to get Miles Garrett.
Within reason. And I just think that Amon-Ra is a little bit beyond reason. But I think J-Mo, who knows if he's going to have more problems next year. It seems like he's gotten, under the shoulder of Dan Campbell and all the other guys to keep him in check. But he's really good, though. He could be traded. Laporta could be traded.
Well, see, the Laporta thing's more interesting to me. If I'm Cleveland, why do I want J-Mo? If he's so sweet, how come there's even a conversation about picking up his 5th-year option?
Yeah. His skills are good. He could be a liability in the locker room. That's why.
No, I view J-Mo and Gibbs as the same thing. I'm going to enjoy them while I have them. I'm not paying either guy. I don't pay running backs, so I'm the wrong guy to talk to about Gibbs. I love him. I'm not
so fast.
I know he is.
Nobody is as fast as him as the running back. There's no one. We just won't find a replacement. Didn't he have 20 touchdowns this year? 18 to 20 touchdowns. And I know Jamal Williams did that similar too. And it's just. I have something about Gibbs. He just seems like
he's lightning
of this team from the next two years.
Look, he's fantastic.
2 years,
but he's fantastic for the value you have him at. The minute you got to sign him to a 4-year, $80 million deal, and more than half of it's guaranteed. Okay, so you get my point. I'm going to enjoy him for 5 years, right? Now I got 3 more years left. And then I'm saying
goodbye. Then draft another one.
That's right.
You can find another one eventually.
Running backs are toothpaste. You use it and you throw it away.
So good too. He can find diamonds in the rough at every draft. He drafted Hendon Hooker, but you're
not going to bat 1,000.
No, and guys, for everything you're saying about the running back, you can throw in wide receiver as well.
Oh, you got to stop with this.
There's a couple of wide receivers that are untouchable, but other than that, wide receivers move around just like running backs move to different teams.
Yeah, the divas do, but Amon-Ra's not a diva.
He's not a diva. Oh.
No, you're good. It's Rob. Rob, I'm with you, and it's okay. It doesn't make Rico evil. No, I'm not doing it.
It's if you want
to. Look at him. Look what you did to David.
I didn't say that.
While they did not win that Super Bowl, the Eagles traded for A.J. Brown and made it to a Super Bowl because of that trade.
And they're in it again.
Right. But if you want to stop Kansas City, you have to stop, as you say, Michael Jordan.
Can I just
you
offer
need
one
that
thing?
defensive player, and if it means you have to lose that one offensive player to get the defensive line that can corral Patrick Mahomes,
I agree.
That's what you have to do.
But the point is, why would it's not happening.
Let's hope that they don't.
It's not it won't happen.
But I'm saying, if Sewell is the only offensive player.
But again, why would Cleveland take an expensive player? It doesn't make any sense. At least Gibbs is cheap, even though you don't want to trade him. If I'm Cleveland, why am I taking payroll? I already have Deshaun Watson's dead body on my roster.
I understand.
Yeah, David, are you okay, or are you having an aneurysm?
I'm fine.
What are you?
You just can't trade St. Brown. That's all.
Okay, David, like it's a moot point because they'll probably, if they had their choice, they would probably say, give me Gibbs, give me J-Mo, give me someone else. What I am saying is there's only one that's untouchable, and that's an offensive lineman who's going to the Hall of Fame.
Let's go to Mike, Sterling Heights. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas, listen, great topic. Just for people who may not understand this guy, the guy is 6'6" to 6'8", 275, strong as an ox, set the edge, cremates one-on-one. With this guy on one end, the two guys in the middle, and Aiden on the other end. Right now in the NFL, we're in a war for talent. Philadelphia and their general manager aren't joking. 3 years ago, they said San Francisco was the team they were going after. Bypassed them, got to the Super Bowl, said we got to get better to beat KC. Right now, if we add a guy with this talent, this level of talent, nobody on our defensive line will – they all can win one-on-one battles. It makes the linebackers better. It makes the defensive backs better. We can play a base defense now. So I'm saying I'm with Rico. I give up everybody. I'm not going to underestimate the running back. People are saying running back. No, not a guy like this. So I would prefer they get anybody but Sewell, Jamar, and the other defensive end. But you got to make this happen. We're in a war. We are in a flat-out war. Philly ain't playing. They haven't been playing. And we got to match them guys. They got Davis in the middle, Carter in the middle, Smith on one end, Graham is back. I don't know. We got to match that. We got to match it.
I'm with you.
I agree with his perspective on that. That using a term like war, we got to be careful about. But I understand what he's saying. It just it is win or total failure. And that's I'm sorry. I don't agree with Lion fans that go, well, golly gee, another couple of years like this, it'll all be okay. And it's like, no, if you don't win the Super Bowl, it was all for nothing.
Yeah, and that's why. I'm not running him out of town, but I want to see a win. And to me, you don't have to win in shootouts anymore if you bring in Miles Garrett. You can win a 13-10 game and get it done because you just shut down the opposing quarterback. Mobile QB, don't care because one of these two guys are going to chase you down and catch you. So, yeah, whatever it takes to get him, I'm okay with that. I don't have a ton of sacred cows. Like, don't care.
The best part of this is if you gave, let's say you did something unprecedented. Unprecedented player, it's an unprecedented offer, right? If Khalil Mack was 27 and he got 2 firsts and a couple of 2s, you make the offer and you got to tell you what, I'll give you 3 first-round picks. We can avoid all the player stuff. Didn't you just get 2 third-round picks for Aaron Glenn getting a job?
Yeah.
Well, that softens the blow. Brett Holmes is a genius, right? 3 first-round picks. Here's my offer. Like, I'm not flipping about it. I'm just saying. All I envision is those 3 first-round picks versus Miles Garrett across from Aiden Hutchinson. And the Packers, Bears, and Commanders don't get him. So argue it. Tell me why my offer is a terrible idea.
And your experienced defensive line will now be going after a redshirt rookie, Jordan Love, and somebody who's in his second year in Caleb Williams. So I think advantage Detroit defensive.
Dude, I don't care if he's going against Jesus Christ. What are you kidding me?
No, I'm saying
it doesn't matter.
In this division,
these
are the quarterbacks that new defensive line is going to be going after.
Joe Montana, prime, wouldn't matter. Leonard Marshall. That's what it would look like. You know the play I'm referencing from the 1990 NFC Championship game. Boop. All your hopes and dreams.
Are you happy right now?
Crushed.
Are you proud of yourself?
Yes, I am.
I cannot believe you said get rid of Amon-Ra.
I did not say that. I love the man. I would not trade Amon-Ra. It's not happening.
You said you hated his blue hair.
No, I just said enough of the stuff. Let's play.
And being a pogo stick or whatever he
I
was
love
in the
the
end zone.
celebration.
I still don't understand that.
It's funny. I don't know. It's
I mean,
hilarious.
did it have a meaning to it, or
No, a
they
kid
built
in
a
college
cake out
did it.
of it?
No, it was a kid from, I think, Western Kentucky who did it on a Saturday, so he did it on a Sunday.
Okay. Like I said, I thought it was a meaning to it. I'm like, man, I feel old. I don't understand.
It's just a silly looking celebration. That's
It's just
all.
fun. I don't know.
It's like me watching the Grammys. I'm like, I don't know any of these people.
Moran Chevrolet.
Beyonce's country?
Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer. Listen, best offers of the year. You can lease a 25 Blazer at Moran, $299 a month, 24 months, or a 25 Trax, $249 a month, 39 months. Both only $999 down. New stock arriving daily. They'll have what you're looking for at Moran Chevrolet, and you get the free loaner vehicle when you go in for certified service. Moran Chevrolet, you'll get the best price period. Score your best deal, MoranExpress.com, or on Gratiot, north of 15 in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
All right, take a little bit of a break. Talk a little NBA. David, what you got for us? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Pulsating rumors.
It is NBA trade deadline week. The deadline is 3 o'clock on Thursday. So I want to have a few rumors here. But before we get to rumors, I do want to give Mike credit here because he mentioned this as a possibility, and it happened over the weekend. It is De'Aaron Fox being traded to the Spurs. Zach LaVine goes from the Bulls to the Kings in a multi-team deal. Your thoughts?
And the Bulls get socks.
Correct.
For Christmas.
The Bulls get the pooper scooper.
By the way, congratulations, Mike. I thought I heard you say that on the radio.
Well, thank you. I did say that. No, it's terrifying for the rest of the league. The idea of De'Aaron Fox, Wemby, pick and roll, and they didn't have to give up Castle.
And that's it right there.
Jeez.
And they could be in the market for somebody else in the offseason.
They will. And the Spurs are going to be a distinct problem. But whatever.
It's not like it's this great city to live in either.
How do the Bulls always get the short end of the stick in any of these deals?
I really think that the Bulls believe that Michael Jordan's coming out of retirement. At any moment, that statue is going to come alive, and they'll be fine all over.
Yeah, the Bulls got Zach Collins, Trey Jones, Kevin Huerter, and their own first-round pick back from this season.
I mean, how do you sell that to your fans?
You don't.
You just can't.
No, here's what the Bulls need to do. I think it signals the Bulls are about to tear this thing down and do the Rico rebuild of the rebuild. Vujovic, gone. Kobe White, gone. You trade it's over. You just liquidate. Or you're the Bulls, and you'll sit there on the treadmill of mediocrity. David, go ahead.
So you go the full Thunder route?
They have to. Yes.
Sorry, David.
Let's move over to the Phoenix Suns here because there's a few things coming out of Phoenix.
Why are you avoiding the elephant in the room?
We'll get to that.
Okay.
Let's get to the Phoenix Suns here because the Suns apparently are listening to deals for Kevin Durant. The Suns aren't currently planning to trade him, but they are hearing out pitches before Thursday's deadline.
Because the Suns are the latest victim of the person that is Kevin Durant. He destroys teams. Okay? It's not like Kyrie destroyed teams, but he does. Because you think, oh my God, we have the missing piece. It worked in Golden State until it didn't, until Draymond called him out one day and hurt his feelings, and then he wanted out, and now he's been going from place to place saying, I'm still KD. Yes, you are, but that means nothing. Suns gave up the world to get him, and now they're realizing, man, I wish we had all of those pieces back, and we still may be good. Now we got Kevin Durant on our tickets, and that's it.
What he said.
Well, the Suns are also apparently focused on Jimmy Butler, along with the Pelicans being interested in a Brandon Ingram for Jimmy Butler swap.
Why? Why? Butler will not trigger the player option to be stuck on the bayou with a helpless franchise.
No.
And Butler in Phoenix, you know what? Maybe they're in the business of collecting bleep holes. Maybe that's some form of new trading card.
I don't know where Butler wants to go.
You've heard of Upper Deck and Fleer. May we introduce you to the bleep hole line?
David, I don't know if this qualifies as yours, but I also saw a rumor that he told Golden State, I'm not signing an extension. Butler, not signing an extension with you. If I go out there, forget about it. So apparently he has a place he wants to go, and maybe it is Phoenix. I don't know why, but once again, going back to this is how Kevin Durant ruins your franchise. Because even when you trade to get him out of there, you're still in debt.
And you mentioned the Warriors, and before I get to everything else that happened on Saturday night, let me get to the Warriors first, because Shams Charania is reporting that the Warriors have made trade calls on LeBron, Kevin Durant, Paul George, basically every All-Star you can think of, including Giannis. The Warriors, can they get anyone?
Yes. My conspiracy, tinfoil style, LeBron's going to be a Warrior by the trade deadline. It makes no sense to do the Luka thing. It's redundant. It's silly. LeBron to the Warriors. And the Lakers can recharge their rebuild, get one signature piece for LeBron, like maybe a Kuminga or something, and that's it. And LeBron gets one and I know they'll put Bronny in the sidecar, like the little side motorcycle thing, But the point is, LeBron wants to win.
I expect Bronny to be looking like Will Smith, like,
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air,
Yeah.
the last scene.
Where's Daddy? I
Dad?
don't know.
Dad? He'll be Kevin McAllister Christmas morning. Mom?
Or maybe it'll be that scene from Will Smith where he got angry at his father. And remember, now
Why does he not love me?
Why doesn't he love me? What do I have to do? Be a better player?
Well,
I don't know.
let's get to it because Saturday night, the Lakers played in New York. They played the Knicks. They beat the Knicks. And then a few hours later, they traded AD to Dallas for Luka Doncic. And there's a few layers coming out here of teams are upset that they weren't included or asked about in the deal. But then there's a kind of a small one here because Utah was involved in the 3-team deal. Apparently, Danny Ainge had no idea he was helping the Lakers trade for Luka Doncic. He had 30 minutes to decide if he was going to be included. So your thoughts on the whole thing?
Well, first of all, it just shows you how little people know about the NBA. Oh, my God, I'm still exasperated. Okay, Brian Windhorst, you can like him, hate him, think he's just a meme. I think Windhorst said it best. He goes, he shredded Luka after Game 3 of the Finals. Yeah, shredded him, and he was on the floor in Dallas. He goes, answer me this. Why? I got ripped by fans. I got ripped by the media. No one from the team said a word.
And we know that teams like to listen to what we say.
When you firebomb Luka Doncic courtside, and he's there for the next 2 games of the finals. Look, the guy's rocking about 275 right now. Loves the booze. Won't listen to rehab assignments. The team believes he keeps getting hurt because he won't listen and won't. Hey, here's an idea. They don't want to hand a bad employee $350 million. Oh, but Luka willed them to the finals where he couldn't move. And we're living in a time of Zion, Ben Simmons, Joel Embiid, unavailable. 3 players who don't take stuff seriously. Then you factor in the Mavericks have a deep relationship with Anthony Davis. They wanted a unicorn 4. They're the second best team in the West as currently constructed. They have 2 of the best defensive centers in the league in Lively and Daniel Gafford. You add AD, you get a 3-and-D in Max Christie. You have Kyrie for better or for worse. The point I'm making is, yes, Luka could be a lot of things. But if Luka doesn't change who he is, and by the way, everything you hear is he's a complete pain in the ass to deal with, I at least understand what they were doing. Now, if it doesn't work, they're all dead. they're all going to be launched into the sun. But I'm sorry. Like, are you going to handle? And why didn't they shop him? If I had to hear Costa say that one more time, my head was going to explode. They didn't want draft picks, Jim. They don't need picks in 2029. They're trying to win now. Shop them for who? How many unicorn ADs are out there? Including the fact Anthony Davis waived his trade kicker to go to Dallas to keep him under the luxury tax. Nico Harrison knew him from his days at Nike. You can't shop him where? What are they doing? Trade him to New Orleans? Len Lucas people are going to go, I ain't signing there. You shop players in the NFL, price goes up. NBA, it's a back alley deal.
Maybe they finalize the Atlanta trade and ship him back for Trae Young.
The point I'm making is, as splendid as Luka can be, there are some serious concerns. And guess what? His employer didn't want to hand him the better part of $400 million. What am I going to say? The guy looks like he ate Luka Doncic. He's 275 pounds. Do a side-by-side, rookie year and Santa Claus, the movie, Tim Allen. There's skinny Scott Ridley, and then there's Santa Scott Ridley. I'm sorry.
What are you apologizing to me for?
Oh, because if you have this opinion and you're not bringing a Luka coffin to the arena and crying like a bitch, how could they do this? I don't know. Look around the league. These supermaxes are death unless the player's committed. Why didn't they shop him? Shut up, Jim.
But Mike, why didn't they?
They could have got more if they.
Right. They could have got another point guard. It's like people are just so. Yeah, you're right. Wembanyama was on the board. You're right. Goulet.
You are exactly right.
They should have held out for Bronny, I think.
Nailed it.
Bronny.
And the motorcycle sidecar. Nailed it.
That is your
All right, 5 o'clock. Let's get back to business with Miles Garrett. I do have more to say, but no one cares here about the Luka.
No,
thing.
go ahead.
No. We got to do the Miles Garrett thing because this is the news of the day. If a player of Miles Garrett's ability has demanded a trade, which he has today, in a very public statement, it was no slander. It sounds like he is done in Cleveland. Andrew Barry, the GM in Cleveland, can say whatever he wants to do. Miles Garrett has said, I loved it here. I loved my time here. I love this city, but it is time for me to move on. He put out a statement, signed it, the whole thing. Not Jimmy Butler. He didn't skip a team flight. He ain't MF in the franchise, just saying, I want to win a Super Bowl. So we have asked a question that, while it is simple, it has complex answers. Meaning, should the Lions go all in for Miles Garrett? Simple question. But what does all in mean? And I think the minimum is Brad Holmes and this organization will have to defy or break character or go counterculture to what they've done here in order to do it. Now, you can read trade proposals all over the internet. Nobody actually knows. But the proposals and the teams listed is what really piques my interest. The Commanders, the Packers, the Bears, Bills. Rico and I are lockstep on this front. This is a move. If he's available, you call. I'm willing to give up 3 first-round picks, rework his deal, and I'm going to put Aiden and Miles Garrett opposite each other in my Super Bowl window, and I will live with whatever results happen or don't happen. It's simple. But nothing is simple because, look, everyone has an opinion. So then...
Yeah, you have to treat it like one of those Dan Campbell trick plays where if it works, great, he's a genius. If it doesn't, don't complain.
248-539-9797. So if you're in it to win it, do you do it? Now, we had some fun because there's always this question of, well, how bad are you willing to go after this? How bad do you want Miles Garrett? And we talked about, well, who are the players you just are the non-negotiables, the untouchables, the sacred cows, whatever term you want to use. I had said Sewell, Amon-Ra, Aiden. There's a couple other guys. The point is my list was like 5 players deep. That if Cleveland wanted to supplement draft capital with a player, and Rico offered, well, Rico's not big on wide receivers. He brought up Amon-Ra. I ain't there. That you can call Rico and talk about it. I said, if we're going to go there and we're going to do zany season, I'm way more apt to give up Gibbs than Amon-Ra. Why? David?
We don't pay running backs.
Which means I'm not re-signing him. Why?
Because we don't pay running backs.
And I have David Montgomery and I trust Brad Holmes to find somebody else. The point is, those players won't be involved. But it was a measure... How deep is your love?
Right.
What is your devotion to Miles Garrett? That's all that is.
Because when you say all in, is it truly all in or is it all in with a limit? Well, I don't really mean all in. I just mean that you can have these group of rejects right here, pick from the from the clearance rack and we'll be okay. Or are you willing to say, hey, I don't care? And the reason why I said Sewell and Hutchinson were the 2 people that were untouchable to me. The reason why I was okay, I don't want to get rid of St. Brown, but I'm okay with it. Patrick Mahomes is not retiring anytime soon. If you make it to the Super Bowl, the best way to stop Mahomes is to have a defense that can keep them from scoring. You don't want to try to get into a shootout with them. Buffalo has tried many times. It doesn't work. Baltimore has tried many times. It doesn't work. San Francisco has tried many times. It doesn't work. You want to stop Kansas City, you put a defense around them. Oh, that's what the Buccaneers did when they beat them. They had a defense and they shut down Mahomes. Get that type of defense here, and now you don't have to worry about, well, he's the best player ever. That's okay, because you got one of the best defenses ever.
248-539-9797. Look, I think it's a must-do, and it doesn't mean Cleveland takes what you offer. It doesn't mean Cleveland's being reasonable. Look, reasonable to me, some of these offers that are out there, Kansas City, a 1, a 2, a 4, and Mike Dana. Green Bay was listed, couple of 1s, a 2, and a 4. I'm doing it. if you believe in Brad Holmes' ability to draft, and you got a couple extra picks from Aaron Glenn getting a gig, you know what? I'm doing it. You want 3 first-round picks because I'm picking low in the draft? No player involved? I would do it.
Because what you don't want to see is him in your division. Because chances are Cleveland's going to send him over to the NFC if they have their way.
That's right.
We don't want to see him at all unless it's the Super Bowl.
And God help you if he's in your division. Here's the comp for Miles Garrett, for me. You want to go old school? Reggie White. You want to go newer school? Michael Strahan in his prime. Not the goofball on TV in a bad suit. Strahan in his prime. 3 downs, edge setter, dominator, run stopper. He'll have 20 TFLs in his sleep, 15 sacks. I mean, just, guys, I'm doing it because I want to win a Super Bowl.
I was about to say, yeah, either that or I would even go before he went all, look at me, is J.J. Watt. Just kind of got it done.
He was a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. Sure. I'm not mad at that. I just hate him because he's such an attention whore. 248-539-9797. Now, we have not heard from Kenny on this. Kenny's been busy screening calls all day. Kenny, you're Lions super fan. Are you all in on this? Where are we going?
Yeah, no, I lean more towards your side, Mike. I am all in on this trade. There's no shot in hell, in HELL hell, that I let Amon-Ra St. Brown go. That's
then
just
you're not all in.
Okay, I'm almost all in.
You can't say I'm
you're
all
right,
in,
Rico.
and put
I
up
concede.
hurdles.
You are right. I am not all in. I will not trade Amon-Ra St. Brown. I will not trade Penei Sewell.
And Kenny, I'm not coming after you, but people, we got to go all in. Okay, well, how far are you willing to go?
I think it was implied that there's certain untouchables on this team, and I put St. Brown on that list. Okay. But beyond that, yes, throw a bunch of draft capital at them. If you needed to include Gibbs, which this hypothetical that we're doing, which is never going to happen, I tend to lean with Mike is that we don't pay running backs. And sorry, Gibbs.
I'm with him with the running backs. I'm also with him with wide receivers because I do think that Brad Holmes can find receiver.
Do you want Miles Garrett? And are you willing to give up however many draft picks it takes? That's the safer option of kind of the real discussion. But if you want to get into the fun stuff, that's fine too. Now, if you don't want Miles Garrett, you are welcome to call. I will not vilify you. But what I don't understand, and maybe you could help me understand it, is the devotion to the plan. Meaning, well, we draft and develop, and we want to be good for a long time. What the F does that mean? You want to be Baltimore, where you have eternal blue balls? Is that what you want?
No. Can I help you with that one?
He's shaking his head. What's wrong with saying that?
No, I just a bad visual right there.
You know what it is? The reason why a lot of Lions fans want that is because for decades, you were a bad team. And now you would like a decade where you were a good team, except for it may be even worse because now you're that old commercial with the old man with the dollar, and you're chasing after that dollar, and he's got it on a string, and you're not doing enough to go and get it. So I think that's why a lot of people are like, let's just build this thing for the long haul, because those are fans that have watched this team be so bad for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. That's why.
What do you want from me? You said it all. Be curious. Do whatever the hell you got to do.
248-539-9797. Somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? Well, guys, it's actually way more than I thought. I actually went home and counted how many connected devices I own. It's more than a dozen. It all keeps me connected to the good stuff like streaming and interneting, you name it. Xfinity knows the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year. That's why they've engineered a gateway to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real. Now through March 23rd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $35 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. Plus, get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today to switch. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Northville Lumber, they sell more Trex decking than anyone in the state. And that's because Northville, they get the best pricing of anyone in the state. And everything's in stock all the time. You can take home samples. You can see what's going on. And again, it's the dead of winter. Why would I look at building a deck? Do you want to have it done in the spring? Do you want to get on their schedule before the price increases? That's why you do it now. There's no like magic deck genie that all of a sudden builds you one in 5 minutes. So get on their schedule, get to Northville Lumber. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. Not related to Miles Garrett, but definitely related to something I talked about last week as doubting the credibility, the authenticity of what we're watching, and how we've openly. And look, it's different. If we're on radio and we talk about betting on a game, we're not in the game. Well, now on top of the federal investigation into Terry Rozier, breaking news, MLB umpire Pat Hoberg has been fired for sharing betting accounts with a friend who bet on baseball. Though there is no evidence Hoberg himself bet on the games or manipulated the games he worked, he did delete messages central to MLB's investigation. So once again, the Ohtani thing was, nothing to see here. Shared a betting account, friend bet on baseball, and he deleted messages central, vital to the investigation. Sorry, Jesse Rogers of ESPN. We're not just going to whitewash that. We have crossed the line with the betting, and I'm sorry. I have a right beyond the Taylor Swift stuff to openly question results. This is getting ridiculous.
No, because baseball made sure to tell you. Oh, no. It was the interpreter. It was the quickest. They went through there and said, nope, that was it. 3 days. It wasn't even 3 days.
Umpire sharing a betting account with a friend, and he was betting on baseball. Oh, but the ump didn't bet.
Mike.
Oh, really? How do we know that exactly?
Mike, once again, the investigation for Ohtani was...
At 5 minutes.
We were in Vegas, and before the show was over, another breaking news, investigation's over.
Breaking news,
Shohei
Ohtani likes
nothing.
Puppies. And you're like, what?
Shohei knew nothing. It was all the interpreter.
I'll just go back to it because we talked about it with Sharon Moore. You don't delete text messages
Maybe
if
it was
you're
just said
not
happy
guilty.
birthday. It was just happy birthday.
Okay.
Let it go. All right, let's go to I just wanted to pass along that little news blurb. You do what you want with it.
Your conspiracy. Now this, once again, I laugh, but there is some truth in a lot of this. And especially with the gambling, man, all it takes is somebody who's made too many bad bets and they're now in debt. And how you can get out of this? Well, you can manipulate something.
Let's go to T, 97.1. T, what's going on?
What's going on, my fellows? Listen, Mike, I love you. I don't care. Gibbs goes nowhere, okay?
He's not going anywhere. We know that.
I know he's not, but I'm just saying, don't even utter Gibless.
Okay, you got it.
Okay, you're uttering it, okay? And I love St. Brown too, right? But I can get the monster. I can find me some receivers.
Okay, so you're with Rico.
I rarely agree with Rico, but I'm all in with that. I'm not giving Gibbs.
Now, let me ask you this from a realism
why
standpoint.
you rarely agree with me? God, go ahead.
No.
I know, man. I mean, I love you, though.
Listen, can we all work on the same page? T, if the Browns came to you and said, listen, we got Godfather offers left and right, including from the Bears and Pack, would you give up 3 first-round picks to get Miles Garrett?
Yes.
Okay. That's
right.
right.
I'm not giving up Gibbs.
No. Listen, a player of that caliber or Amon-Ra's, they're never going to come up in this discussion. It was about.
This is why I say that. Okay, Gibbs is electric. Okay, Amon-Ra is a grinder. He's a guy that gets you the tough first downs. I dig it. But Gibbs, you just don't find those kind of guys, back or not. Those guys come with very rare. He's a unicorn.
He might be. Listen, T, I'm with you. And again, we were having fun with it. He might be. Listen, man, running backs are fleeting.
He might be.
You know this. Overnight guys all of a sudden don't get it done no more. Chris Johnson was Chris Johnson until he wasn't Chris Johnson.
No. Gibbs can pass block. He catches passes. He can run the ball in between the tackles and get the edge, and he's got speed.
All right, well, here's what we're going to do. Call me in 3 years when I don't pay him. You're going to love that phone call.
Yeah, T, I'll say that when running backs go bad, they go bad.
Okay, well, guess what? Okay, right now, in 3 years, but we're talking about Miles Garrett's got 2 years, right, left on his contract, so you got to rework it. I'm with it, okay? Just don't bring up Gibbs. Like,
I'm not uttering it. You're the only one saying the G word. I'm not uttering it.
T, at least you have a limit. You're all about it except for Gibbs. Other than that, go. He's all in.
We're not saying the G word.
But when running backs go bad, they go bad.
And that's what I just tried to. That's what I tried to tell him.
Like
McCaffrey.
maybe.
Let's go to Bob and Ann.
Wow.
I'm sorry. That was hurtful. I'm projecting.
It's not like they got rid of Saquon or nothing.
Listen, we sucked regardless. That's why you don't pay running backs.
Man, you had Daniel Jones. You gave up too quick.
The point is it didn't impact us. It's proven my point. We sucked with him. We suck without him. I just don't like that he went to Philly because Philly's awesome. They were already great.
Should have gave Daniel more weapons.
That's right. Go to Bob in Ann Arbor. Bobby, what's going on, buddy?
Doing well, Mike. How about you guys?
Good.
All right. So I'm more with you, Mike, on this. I agree that Gibbs has a shelf life. I mean, I think he's a beast right now. He's gonna, and I think he's gonna be for like the next maybe 4 or 5 years. We'll see where it goes from there. But I mean, I would listen to, if they want Gibbs, I would entertain that. Now, here's the other thing. Here's an angle that you guys haven't really talked about yet. What if the Browns wanted draft capital rather than players?
Correct.
And here's what I'll say. I actually told my friends this, and they kind of thought I was crazy, but I honestly believe this. You know what I'd give up for Miles Garrett? I'd do a Ricky Williams trade, the whole draft. I would. Like this year, if that's what they want, I would.
Okay. Bob, I'm
not doing it.
I would do this. I can be with you here. I'd be willing to say you can have my first and second, or I would go a first and a third and I go a first and 2/3. The whole draft? That's a lot.
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, let me backtrack what I said. That's not what I'd come up with up front. But if I'm being outbid by other teams, especially the teams that are in the NFC,
got you.
That's how far I would go. That's probably the max I'd go. They could also go the route of maybe like 2 first-round picks or 3 first-round picks. I'd be willing to part with those too. But if they want immediate draft capital, I would go as far as the Ricky Williams trade to make sure that I get him and make sure that my rivals don't. Because I don't want to see Miles Garrett in the hands of the Packers or the Bears or the Commanders.
I think what you can do is this. Here, I wanted you two to have that discussion. Bob, what I'll tell you is this. You can find a way to the draft value, but you got to spread it out over a couple of years. You can come up with what is a total draft cost in the points. Pull up the value chart. All right. The 6th and 7th round pick, I mean, that's lollipops. That doesn't mean anything. Here's my first and second this year and my second next year and a 4 the year after. Okay, there's a whole draft. Like, you'll never see a modern-day team give up a whole draft again. That was lunacy then. It's lunacy now.
You go light up a cigar.
Oh, that was a different time. Remember the cover of ESPN the magazine? It was a different time, man.
Groom.
Yeah. David, a few ticket texts before we get a little football today.
I would like to know which kidney the Browns would like from me, my left or my right. I am willing to donate one to get Miles Garrett in Detroit. That is Jim in Wyandotte.
You know what, Jim, I'll say this, and even our previous callers. Like, Mike and I are having some fun with the whole Amon-Ra Gibbs thing, but I think we're all on the same page of this may hurt in order to get Miles Garrett, but you have to be willing to go there. You have to be uncomfortable, at least for the short term. So I get that he's joking, but I like the fact, because once again, Hendon Hooker does not move the needle. Okay? Cleveland will hang up the phone on you and laugh at you if that's what you're offering.
100% get Miles Garrett. It would be like Robert Mathis and Dwight Freeney when Indianapolis Colts were dominating the league.
Yeah. The comparison, too, would be like recent history. Look at what Denver had. back-to-back Super Bowls with DeMarcus Ware and Von Miller in his prime. You're creating something that just, I don't know how you handle it. Bucks had it for a minute. The Bucks had it with JPP and Shaq Barrett. Look, you got to give Aiden some help. I don't know why they refuse to do it. I don't want some discount bargain bin Marcus Davenport this year. If Garrett's available, I don't see why you don't try.
Didn't the Rams pick up somebody their Super Bowl year, like right before?
Wasn't that Leonard Floyd? Or am I hallucinating?
It was, yeah. I believe it. I remember that they added somebody to go next to Donald.
And that's back when Leonard Floyd was good.
Yeah.
But, and again, Aaron Donald, generational guy.
Right.
You need some help. I don't know, man. It's such a no-brainer, and those things never happen. So, I don't know. 248-539-9797.
Well, thank you for indulging.
It was very enjoyable. Slanderous, but enjoyable. FanDuel, Kick of Destiny. It's the Peyton and Eli deal. You've seen the commercials live from New Orleans. You pick who's going to make their kick. You get your share of $10 million in bonus bets, courtesy of FanDuel and the Kick of Destiny contest. Very simple. No one will have more betting markets for the Super Bowl than FanDuel. You can download the app or head to FanDuel.com/ticket. Bet with FanDuel, the official partner of Super Bowl 59, 21 and up, present Michigan. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, your plans for the big game. Hopefully they include Hungry Howie's. It's very simple. The mix and match menu for all Super Bowl parties. $6.99. Mix and match damn near anything on the menu, from the Howie bread to the flatbreads, salads, and, of course, medium one-topping pizzas. And it doesn't end there. Anything you need, they got you covered. $6.99 each. Mix and match. The possibilities are endless. 8 different flavored crusts. They have got you covered for Super Bowl Sunday. So don't settle for less than the best. Order off the mix and match menu tonight. But remember, limited time only. Hungry Howie's. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts, Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. Jack Flaherty, we did an hour on it. I love it. And I think it's Scott Harris's best move. We explained why. And I think it puts the team on a different track. So if you want that, grab it. YouTube, subscribe, like. We'd appreciate it. David, a few ticket texts before Rieger comes in.
Someone says, what gives me hope is that Garrett could come here is that Brad Holmes just did a deal with Cleveland for Zadarius Smith. So the front office know each other. Maybe I'm grasping at straws, but hopefully a deal can get done.
I don't think you're totally grasping at
Not
straws.
that far off.
There's no way I am trading Branch. I would give Cleveland 2 firsts and Jamison Williams for Miles Garrett. I'm sorry.
It's not Branch. Everybody has that.
Not mad at it. And again, the difference is Don't be mad I said it. I'm not mad you said no. It's fine.
I just think that pretty much getting a right tackle, future left tackle, that's so rare. Hall of Fame, like he's him. He's good. You can't replace that. Other positions, like it or not, can be replaced.
Someone says Aiden might not be the same player coming off a major injury, so Hutch is not as good as Garrett, so you need to get Garrett to help out with Aiden.
There's no argument. I mean, look, you're investing. It's like we talk about, right? You invest in Jared Goff. You have to invest in Aiden Hutchinson. You're in the Aiden Hutchinson business. It's like the same thing you talk about. Dallas did not want to invest in Luka Doncic any longer. They didn't want to hand $400 million to somebody who doesn't listen to the team, doesn't rehab, hated his habits on and off the court. And by the way, had just slapped on a casual 40 pounds, 50 pounds. Guys, you're in the business. These players are assets. You invest in them or you decide to get out of the business of them. So, yeah, you're investing in Aiden. Miles Garrett's an investment. That's Blue Magic. That's a brand name.
Brad has proven he can find good players on the second day of the draft, so F them picks. I would love to get him here. My mind is going crazy of the possibilities.
I do. I think that the minimum is the 2 first-round picks only because you have so low in the draft that pick 28 is a glorified second-rounder.
Yeah, and again, 2 firsts and a 2. You got 2 picks from Aaron Glenn getting a head coaching job. It's a little offset. Let Brad do his thing. I just, for me, it's now or never. You got to go all in. I don't care about being, what is it, Lamar Jackson, Captain Blue Balls. Hey, great, you're good every year, but you don't win Stugotz. I don't care. Baltimore Ravens, Kenny at the strip club. Okay, then. Riggs, hi.
That's interesting. A strip club followed by that.
We got lots of good drops.
No, yes.
Okay.
Yes. He's not going to be a failure or anything. How you guys doing? What's going on? I got a question. So I'm listening all day as I normally do on P1. Big fan.
You should call in.
Is there anybody that legitimately says no to a chance to go get him?
We did not receive that phone call today. It doesn't mean those people do not exist. I can't speak to that.
I don't think they exist because I think what happened was Lions fans saw you had all of this stuff and it was fun. You got to 15-2 and you didn't win, so we got to do something differently. You got to improve the defense. You can't outscore people all the time. The Commanders show, you know what? You got to be able to stop some people. I don't think anybody would say no. But that's why we said, how far are you willing to go? Where is that line in the sand? And you're like, I just can't do that.
Oh, it's going to be painful, right? I mean, if you do it. And by the way, all the prognosticators have the Lions as not only a destination, maybe the main destination. But I think the best point is, if you don't get them, who's getting them, and how's that going to screw you?
Bears, Packers, Commanders.
Well, Commanders really, a couple guys have young quarterbacks. They're not making a ton. They can afford contracts.
They already have monstrous D tackles. They just need an edge. Look, the Pack or Bears, you're seeing Miles Garrett twice a year. Look, if I'm Cleveland, my one rule is unless I am completely overwhelmed, I'm not trading him in the AFC.
Right.
Which means Miles Garrett's either going to be with me or he's going to stand against me.
Right.
So,
and stand in the Lions' way if they don't happen to get him.
That's correct. So,
but it's interesting because
I think the new chair drop would be if he ends up in Philly.
Holmes last week was asked this question, not about Miles Garrett, but about just the F them picks mentality. Mm-hmm. He's not about it. So let's see if he changes his mind. If there's one guy that's going to make you change your mind, you got to believe it's this guy.
I'm Rieger, I'm with you. Just reading articles like from every city. And people are like, yeah, we got to go all in. So I do think that it's going to be, if Cleveland is smart, we're just going to have a day.
There's your first problem.
And we're just going to listen to everybody's pitch and everybody's proposal because, yes, the teams that you said, Philly, they want to get in on it. San Francisco, they want to get in on it.
And everybody will figure it out, too. Everybody will figure out a way how to bring this guy.
Hey, put him with that. San Francisco, hey, put him with Bosa. Hey, put him with him. Hey, put him with him. It's like, yeah. Guys like that don't come around that often, so this is one where we got to let's do what we got to do, but we need to bring him here, and we'll take our chances. If it fails, it fails. But I treat it like the Dan Campbell fourth down plays. When they work, he's a genius. When they
next, he goes to Kansas City for a sixth. That's the way sports work these days.
No.
And a friendship bracelet.
He gets to go, what is it, the Eras Tour?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Taylor Swift, yeah.
He gets
I hear he's a huge Taylor Swift
front
fan.
row seats in Hong Kong for the Eras Tour.
If he goes to Philly, am I allowed to stop watching football?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I know you guys got to go, but did you see the latest story? I'm changing sports on you, but the umpire that just got whacked.
Yeah, we brought it up.
Yeah.
Again, we did the topic last week. I think we have every right as fans to question the authenticity of the results. The gambling has gotten
This
way.
Tim Donaghy?
You know what? I'll leave it alone. Rieger's next. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow
Bye, guys.
at 2.
See ya.